Chapter 1129. After the maid served the wine, Jun Changshao successfully completed the two side quests. Because he had helped the Rose Empress regain the throne, he had also become the regent. Judging from the completion of the three quests, the super elite quests would have a fixed reward of 10 experience talismans. It was simply a rhythm of one level reward after completing one. Of course, what made Jun Changshao most excited was the modification Spirit Stone. With this item, it meant that he could modify the hard-to-keep sword again and have a stronger form. As his level increased, the enemies he faced would become stronger. If his biggest trump card was upgraded in time, it would definitely be beneficial for him to show off in the future. Comfortable. Jun Changshao was so excited that he couldn't help but drink the wedding wine and said loudly, "Is there any more? Give me another cup." If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to be shameless, he might have jumped down and twisted his but to do a seaweed dance. Rose Empress, is my husband's brain not normal? The civil and military officials. Has our king's brain been kicked by a donkey? No one knew how happy Jun Changshao was. But since he wanted to drink, he would definitely be satisfied. Thus, one jar of wine after another was served. Empress, the king has drunk too much. Looking at the drunk Jun Changshao on the ground, Rose Empress was so angry that she almost ignored her status and kicked him twice. Today was their wedding ceremony, and there were so many civil and military officials present. Yet, he was so drunk that he couldn't even stand up. It was simply too embarrassing. She also knew that this marriage was just a show, but at least it was more realistic. What was the result? He kept drinking throughout the whole process. How could he not be good at drinking? He was simply an alcoholic. Rose Empress said with a cold face, "Carry him back to the palace." Yes. Several guards lifted Jun Changshao up. The Empress' wedding ended, and the civil and military officials retreated. However, every time they talked about the regent Jun Changshao on the way, they always felt that they couldn't see through him. Everyone, a minister, said solemnly he helped the Empress regain the throne and won the Empress's heart. This man is not simple. We must serve him carefully to avoid any mistakes. Everyone nodded. Night came. Candlelight flickered in the bedroom. Jun Changshao, who rarely got drunk, was now drunk to the point of unconsciousness. He was lying on the soft bed, sleeping like a dead pig. Rose Queen had already changed into her nightgown. She sat in front of the table and reviewed the memorials. Occasionally, she would look at the snoring man and shake her head. Don't drink if you can't. The next day, Jun Changshao opened his eyes and held his head with one hand. He had a splitting headache and said, "Damn it, I drank too much." Luckily, he didn't have Yi Xingqian's bad habits. Otherwise, he would be in the livestock pen now. Shua. After recovering slightly, Jun Changshao found that not only was his upper body naked, but he was also sleeping on the big bed of the Rose Queen. He held his head and broke down. Did I do something wrong? System. Ding. System rebooting, loading 10%. 100%. Jun Changshao broke down and said, "Why the fuck did you turn it off again?" The system, which had just been activated, smiled meaningfully and said, "Every minute of the night is worth 1,000 gold. Naturally, I can't disturb the host." Really? Humanizing. However, this made Jun Changshao break down even more. He held in his heart, "I really did something I shouldn't have done." If this kind of thing was really unavoidable, he wouldn't blame himself too much. But the most terrible thing was that he didn't know anything after getting drunk. The system was surprised. "Why is your wife sleeping in front of the desk?" Jun Changshao hurriedly turned his head and saw Rose Queen sleeping on the desk. Her hair was casually scattered on the memorials that had already been approved. Phew! Jun Changshao breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the situation, nothing should have happened last night. He gently got out of bed and then took his shirt and boots that were stained with the smell of alcohol. He walked step by step out of the bedroom like a thief. Creak. He gently opened the door and quietly went out. However, when he looked back at the woman, he couldn't bear to see her like this. With a thought, he covered her with the blanket on the bed. After June Changshao left, Rose Queen lazily opened her eyes and found that there was an extra thing on her body. She couldn't help but smile. My husband actually has a gentle side. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Well, when June Changshao came out of the bedroom, the guards and maids of the imperial palace knelt all the way along the way. He felt very embarrassed. Your Majesty! This is an important place. You can't! June Changshao stopped in front of the dungeon and said with a cold face, Go away! Yes. The dungeon general hurriedly retreated. June Changshao walked in and stopped in front of the cell where Ling Ping Empress was held. Rose Queen had to deal with a lot of things. She hadn't thought about how to deal with the third Empress for the time being, so she could only lock her up here first. What are you doing here? Ling Ping Empress glared at June Changshao. If this man hadn't brought the 3 palace masters here, she wouldn't have been in such a situation. To be honest, if it hadn't been for June Changshao, she might not have been able to sit on the throne in her life, even for a few days. I can spare your life, but the premise is that you hand over the space-time worm. June Changshao said lightly. When he broke into the palace, he saw the space-time worm that Ling Ping Empress took out. It was a good thing. If he had another one, he would have another chance to go to other planes. Spare my life. Ling Ping Empress sneered and said, Who do you think you are? June Changshao took out the token and said, Regent. Ling Ping Empress looked at it and seemed to understand something. She said with a smile, Rose of Flowers used her beauty to exchange for your assistance. Swish. She grabbed the iron bars and said crazily, As long as you can help me take back the throne, I can also serve you. June Chang's face crumbled. Do I look obscene and lecherous? It's good that you are alive now. As for the throne, don't think about it for the rest of your life. June Changshao said. Ling Ping Empress said unwillingly, My appearance is not worse than that woman's. I can also give you what she can give you. June Changshao waved his hand and controlled her. He forcibly took off the space ring from her finger. Ling Ping Empress had become a prisoner, so she naturally didn't care about the space ring. She grabbed the iron bars and said loudly, I can give you whatever you want. Come back. Come back. June Changshao walked to the door of the prison and shook his head. This woman is crazy. In the green area of the inner court of the imperial palace, June Changshao sat alone in the stone pavilion and then easily broke the seal in the space ring. He took out the sleeping space-time worm and said, It can store living things. This ring is of a high level. Swish. He moved his mind. The space-time worm entered his space ring. That woman said that this guy has been sleeping for 10,000 years and hasn't woken up. Mine won't be 10,000 years, will it? June Changshao was a little depressed. If so, when could he return to the falling star continent? The system joked, You have done the important things in your life. Then you can wait. Maybe you can go back when you have children and grandchildren. Get out. June Changshao scolded. At this moment, the graceful Rose Empress walked over with the help of a maid. She smiled and said, Husband, what are you thinking about? I am thinking about leaving. Going back to the falling star continent. Yes, I can help you go back. Oh. June Changshao had a suspicious look on his face. Rose Empress said, I have been fighting in various planes all these years. I didn't rely on the space-time worm. What did you rely on? June Changshao hurriedly asked. Rose Empress sat down lightly. The fragrance of roses came to his nose. She held her face and smiled. Beg me, and I will tell you. June Changshao clenched his fist and said indifferently, Can I hit you? Uffed. Rose Empress covered her mouth and laughed. Then she returned to the topic and said, I have cultivated a theurgy that allows me to travel through the universe at will. Jun Changshao said, Are you trying to trick a 3-year-old child? There might be powerful beings in the world who could travel through the universe, but he didn't believe that a woman who couldn't even shatter the void could travel through the universe. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Rose Empress said, You can stay here forever. We will turn the act into reality. I have already thought of the children's names. The boy will be called Hua Wu Kei and the girl will be called Hua Qian Pa. Jun Changshao slammed the table and stood up. He roared, Don't the children follow their father's surname? Do they follow their mother's surname? Pay. We are just putting on a show. We will not turn the act into reality. Rose Empress looked at him resentfully and said, Do you have a woman outside? Is that why you won't accept me? That's right. I am a womanizer by nature. I have many wives and concubines in the Falling Star continent. You have at least 3,600 wives. The system said, No one is convinced by this kind of bragging, but the host. That's even better. Queen Rose blinked her eyes and said with a smile, If you heal me, I'll go to the Falling Star continent with you and meet my 3,599 sisters. Plop! Jun Changzhao's face was pressed against the stone table as he collapsed. She's sick. However, Go Sheng understood that Rose Empress told him that she had a way to go to the Falling Star continent. But first he had to heal her body. This woman had a lot of tricks. No wonder she was the 4th generation head. P.S. 4th update asking for votes. Chapter 1130. The 3 palace masters had been in a coma for thousands of years, and their injuries were basically healed. However, the injuries to their souls could only be healed in the bloodline pool. Rose Queen was different. Her injuries were very serious, and she could only rely on medical skills or time to slowly recuperate, and that would take at least a few years or even decades. Jun Changshao defeated her, and he must have paid a price. Why did he recover in a few days? Something was wrong. Because Rose Queen had guessed, she could only pin her hopes of quickly recovering from her injuries on him. Sorry. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, I can't heal your injuries. He was not seriously injured in the fight with this woman because of the side effects of his trump card. He could rely on the space-time secret realm to heal it. Rose Queen was different. She was seriously injured, and to heal, she must rely on medical skills and pills. Jun Changshao was not good at these 2 aspects, and he did not have a more advanced healing pill, so he could not help. If Sun Wukong was here, there might be hope. After all, that guy had studied the medical skills left by the medical saint of all faces for several years. You know, swordsmanship and formations? You don't know medical skills? Rose Queen looked at him. Jun Changshao said angrily, I'm not omnipotent. Rose Queen said, If you can't recover from your injuries, I can't use my skills, so you can only wait. I'll wait. Jun Changshao shrugged, as if he didn't care. He and Rose Queen were just putting on a show. After all, the 2 of them had nothing to do with each other, and he would not be restricted by her just because they were husband and wife. The system said, the host should spend the excess 100,000 contribution points as soon as possible. Yes. Jun Changshao got up and said, I'm going to cultivate. Rose Queen watched him leave the stone pavilion, and her eyes were filled with resentment. Was she too weak? Even if she put on a show, she could not let him look her in the eye. Girl, you're very good. It's just that you met an unusual person. I thought I could keep him by my side after marriage. Rose Queen said bitterly, Now it seems that I was thinking too much. She really hoped that Jun Changshao could stay and assist her. Unfortunately, the former only wanted to quietly develop the sect and did not have the ambition to make contributions. The 2 of them were similar in some aspects, but their ideals were very different. One of them didn't have the system's restrictions and had long traveled the world, living a carefree life. The other was concerned about his race and didn't hesitate to go into battle, fighting all over the world. After becoming the regent, Jun Changshao had his own palace. The environment was not bad. There were mountains, rivers, and ponds. When he was free, he could also fish. At this time, he had no interest in fishing or bathing. He sat in his bedroom and opened the advanced shopping center. The reward of 100,000 contribution points for completing 2 missions was simply too generous. My fake marriage with that woman was not in vain. Jun Changshao began to carefully read through it. He spent a large sum of money to purchase all kinds of weapons, talismans, and pill formulas to support the sect in the future. The goods sold in high-tier shops were all extremely useful. The only downside was that they were expensive. The cheapest one was 10,000 contribution points, and there were even 20,000 contribution points. After purchasing the 2 weapon and equipment recipes, Jun Changshao discovered the recipe for the Insight Talisman. Take a look. The system said, am I right? As long as the host is brave enough to refresh the advanced shopping center, this thing can be bought easily. It's not the time to slap your face, Jun Changshao said in annoyance. Ding! The host has spent 10,000 contribution points and obtained the recipe for the Insight Talisman X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 1,400,007,0000. As he hadn't mastered the Tianjun Soul refining technique, Jun Changshao still bought the recipe for the Insight Talisman. Moreover, as his level increased, he would come into contact with more martial arts. If he wanted to continue acting cool in front of others, he would definitely need this thing. After purchasing the Insight Talisman, it was automatically matched to the Talisman Pavilion. The main ingredient was about 50 types of high-grade crystal cores, and the supplementary ingredient was a high-grade healing pill. Jun Changshao still couldn't understand. Talismans that could increase one's understanding of martial arts had nothing to do with healing pills. Why were they always used as ingredients? The system said, this is the power of technology. Jun Changshao couldn't be bothered with it. Seeing that all the ingredients were available, he refined one first to test its effect. Refining the Insight Talisman required time, so he used this time to buy a few more supreme-grade weapons and equipment. With his current strength, as long as it wasn't divine grade or above, he wouldn't care at all. Even if he bought it, it would only be for his disciples. Therefore, he didn't bother to make up the names and effects. Okay. Seeing that his contribution points had returned to the full 70,000 value, Jun Changshao's compulsive heart calmed down. However, just as he was about to return to the shopping center, he found the recipe for the Insight Talisman. This is good stuff. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. The effect of the high-grade healing pill was only limited to Wu Huang and Wu Sheng. If there was a higher-grade pill, it would be easier for him to go out and have fun after his cultivation level increased. He hurriedly clicked on the introduction, which made him feel depressed. That was because the healing effect of the Insight Talisman was also instantaneous, but it was only effective for Wu Sheng, who had attained perfection. The high-grade healing pill was effective for Wu Huang, Half Saint, and Wu Sheng, but this healing pill was only effective for one cultivation level. That was a little F*** ket up. Jun Changshao said, I'll keep it for now. He spent 10,000 contribution points to buy the recipe for the Insight Talisman. When it was automatically matched to the pill pavilion, he clicked on the required ingredients and found that there were many ingredients listed on the data board. He hurriedly took it back and broke down. This is too much. The system said, isn't it normal to have a lot of ingredients for a higher cultivation level healing pill? Jun Changshao didn't say anything. He then took out the Insight Talisman from the space ring and said, I haven't studied Formation Dao recently, so I'm getting further away from Martial Dao. I can use this to improve. The system was speechless. You make it sound like you've studied Martial Dao before. He hadn't studied Martial Dao or Sword Dao before. He relied on goods, experienced talismans, and missions to improve. So am I arrogant? Am I arrogant? He was already despicable enough, and now he was imitating little Yaya's tone. That made him even more despicable. If not for the rules, the system would have probably come out and kicked him. Gulp. The insight talisman that was similar to the pure taste of the green bird was swallowed. Huff, huff. After a wave of energy fluctuations, Jun Changxiao's formation, Dao aptitude, was greatly improved. Shua! He raised both hands, holding 20 experience talismans between his fingers, and said, "So many experience talismans should be able to help me improve by 2 levels. Pa 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 pa. He crushed them like a tiger, and a majestic spirit energy gathered around him. Ding! Host has successfully broken through to 4th grade sword and martial saint. Ding! Host has successfully broken through to 5th grade sword and martial saint. As expected, Jun Changxiao said with certainty, 10 experience talismans can improve by 1 level. Whether it was consuming the insight talisman or crushing the experience talisman, his emotions didn't change. He was used to it, so he was calm. He spent the contribution points. His formation Dao aptitude increased. His realm also increased from 3rd grade to 5th grade. When everything was done, Jun Changxiao carefully took out the transformation spirit stone and said, "This is the highlight. That's my precious baby." Shua! Soul force emerged and was about to melt. The system reminded, "Once host modifies the hard-to-keep blade, you will need a new opening talisman." Wouldn't the 2 space ring talismans be useless? Yes. Jun Changxiao hurriedly retracted his soul force. The second form of the hard-to-keep blade, although it was already very difficult to deal with a powerhouse like Rose Queen, the weapon itself was still very strong, so there was no need to hurry to modify it. At least, he had to use the other 2 opening talismans. Chapter 1131. Jun Changxiao decided to use the 2 opening talismans before transforming the unstoppable blade, so he temporarily placed a precious stone in the space ring. Don't run. Only a fool is not afraid. At this moment, a voice suddenly came. He looked back in shock and found that the 2 space-time worms had woken up and were chasing each other. What was going on? Swish! Swish! Jun Changxiao's space-time worm dragged its small body and ran around in the space ring. The space-time worm behind chased for a long time but could not catch up. It finally stopped and said angrily, "Shameless guy!" It was not difficult to tell from the voice that it was a female creature. Come on, come on. The space-time worm in front raised its tail and looked proud. Wasn't it asleep? Why did it wake up suddenly? It was a long story, so everything was simple. After the other space-time worm entered the space ring, the little guy smelled a similar scent, so it woke up. Especially when it saw a girl, it could not help but kiss her and wake her up. Therefore, there was a scene of 2 little worms chasing each other. Come on, bang! The male space-time worm was showing off. Jun Changxiao punched its head and said, "I need an explanation." I see. Jun Changxiao sat cross-legged in the space ring as a soul. He glanced at his space-time worm and Empress Ling Ping's space-time worm. He said, "It turns out that there are male and female space-time worms." Of course. Otherwise, how can we reproduce? Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, "You 2 look too similar. In order to distinguish, from today on, you will be called Zhu Zi and she will be called Chui Hua." System. Only Goshen could come up with such rustic names. Master, I don't want to be called Zhu Zi. Who are you? The 2 space-time worms were very resistant to names, especially Chui Hua. It said unhappily, "Why did you give me a name?" Swish. Jun Changxiao pinched it and said gloomily, "Because I am your master." You! Chui Hua's eyes were filled with horror. The space-time worm was only used to open up the space-time tunnel, and its combat power was not high. Therefore, in front of Jun Changxiao, who had just broken through to the 5th level of the sword and martial saints, it was undoubtedly like an ant. Master! Zhu Zi panicked, Please don't hurt it. Jun Changshao said with a cold face, "Relax your mind immediately and become my contracted beast." This unquestionable tone, coupled with his domineering aura, immediately caused Shui Hua's heart to tremble. In the end, she could only give up resisting and sign an unfair contract with him. That's a good boy. After becoming the master of this space-time worm, Jun Changshao's face immediately revealed an amiable smile, a stark contrast to his previous ferocious expression. "Since you've awakened, you should be able to dig a hole, right?" "Sure," Shui Hua said. Zhu Zi said, "I'm still very weak and can't open the space-time tunnel. If I have more spirit stones, I can recover in just a few days." Jun Changshao casually flicked it away and held Shui Hua in the palm of his hand. He smiled gently and said, "In a few days, I'll help Master open up the tunnel to the falling star continent." Okay, the space-time worms were divided into male and female, and they were attracted by smell to wake each other up. Not only was Jun Changshao surprised, but he was also overjoyed. After all, he could return to the falling star continent. He did not immediately let Shui Hua dig a hole and leave, because there was still something more important to do. This woman has been fighting in other planes for thousands of years. She must have obtained a lot of good things. Since I've come this time, how can I return empty-handed? Jun Changshao would not forget his other purpose in coming to the Spiritas continent, which was to rob as much as he could. Now that he had the space-time worm, not only could he leave at will, but he could also break through all kinds of restrictions. As long as he found the treasury where all kinds of resources were stored, it would not be a problem to take them all away. Swoosh! Jun Changshao took out the treasure detector. Buzz, buzz! After activating it, dense light appeared on the compass, pointing to a point which made him say with certainty, "It should be the treasury." Night came. Rose Empress was still reading the memorials on the table. Under the candlelight, her working face looked even more coquettish. "Your Majesty," a maidservant outside said, "the king is not in his own palace." Rose Empress closed the memorials and muttered, "Is he worried that I will go to find him, so he deliberately hides?" Because of the mess caused by Ling Ping Empress, there were too many memorials from all the major cities. She did not lie in bed lazily until late at night. She did not sleep, but recalled her meeting with Jun Changshao and following him to various cities. She could not help but smile charmingly. "I'll help you get back everything you lost." Especially when she thought of the man standing in front of her and putting a straw hat on her head and saying something. Rose Empress felt an unprecedented emotional fluctuation in her heart. Somewhere in the forbidden area of the palace, a black shadow landed quietly. "It's here." Looking at the light spots on the compass, Jun Changshao's eyes flashed with passion. He could be sure without the treasure detector because there were many ancient tactical matrices here, and the defense level was higher than that of the ancient palace. The national treasury was heavily guarded. Even if Ling Ping Empress had sent a large number of tactical matrices to try to break it after regaining the throne, it would not be done in a short time. Swish! Jun Changshao summoned Sui Hua and said, "I'll leave these tactical matrices to you. Remember, you must be careful." With the improvement of tactical matrices, he could do it himself, but it would consume his brain cells. So, it was simple and crude to leave it to the worm of time and space. Yes, Sui Hua lived up to his expectations. She did not even activate her giant body. She directly began to gnaw the space in the shape of a worm, and the tactical matrices lost their effect. The next day, Rose Empress woke up slowly. She got out of bed barefoot. She glanced at the toothbrush and toothcup on the table and smiled inadvertently. "Your Majesty." At this moment, a female general hurried to the bedroom and reported, "The treasury was stolen." What? Rose Empress's face turned cold. When she rushed over, she saw that the tactical matrices used to defend the treasury had all failed. She frowned and said, "Who did it?" The female general lowered her head and shivered. I only found out that the treasury was stolen when I patrolled early in the morning. This meant that she did not know who the thief was. Trash! Rose Empress scolded angrily. Then she remembered the scene of Jun Changshao breaking the tactical matrix in the ancient palace, so she thought to herself, could it be him? Your Majesty. A few maidservants rushed over and knelt on the ground. I went to clean the palace for the king early this morning and found a letter on the table. A letter? Rose Empress took it and opened it. She immediately placed her right hand on the pillar and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ugly woman, when you see this letter, I will have already left the Soul Clan continent. As for the treasures in the treasury, yes, I took them away as a reward for helping you regain the throne. Parents' words, matchmakers' orders. The marriage between you and me is against the customs of the Falling Star continent, so it is not protected by the marriage law. You can also treat this letter as a letter of divorce. Farewell. If fate wills it, we will meet again in the future. Oh, right. Don't say that I'm not a good friend. There is a pill in the treasury that should be able to help you heal. The signatory, the patriarch of the sect of all times, Jun Changshao. He even drew a very F** cat up emoji at the end. Your Majesty. The maidservants came over to help her in a panic, but they were pushed away by Rose Empress. She held the letter that seemed to represent a letter of divorce tightly and said to the sky with gritted teeth, Jun Changshao, I will never let you go in this lifetime. Chapter 1132. In the space-time tunnel, Jun Changshao walked quickly. He wanted to return to the Falling Star continent because he had been out for a long time and missed his disciples very much. Let the Rose Queen and his marriage with her be gone with the wind, just like a fleeting cloud. I will help her regain the throne and take the resources in the national treasury as a reward. Jun Changshao said secretly. The system said, Host, you've repeated this sentence 365 times. So many times? Yes. What do you mean? Nothing. I just want to study some subtle feelings between people. Brother, you're just a system and data. Can you not use the classic lines of The Journey to the West? Is Queen Rose an exclamation mark in your mind? Or a period? Are you full of question marks in your head? Get out of here. Jun Changshao roared in his heart. The system said, according to your character, you can take all the resources in the national treasury. Why do you leave half of them? Because I want to. Why do you take all kinds of resources and refine a superb healing elixir? Because I want to. You don't even explain. The system said the conclusion is... It paused and changed its words. As long as you are happy. You talk too much. Jun Changshao ignored it and walked quickly along the space-time tunnel. In fact, the reason why he only took half of the resources was that the culprit who invaded the Falling Star continent was Queen Lingping, and it had nothing to do with that woman. As for the superb healing elixir, because of her he completed many tasks and entered the 5th grade from the 2nd grade. So he took it as a reward. Haha. The system said, what a weak explanation. In the palace of the Empress City, the reviewed memorials were scattered all over the ground. Queen Rose stood with her hair disheveled, and the letter was always in her hand. Jun Changshao, I know I can't keep you. I know you will leave. But she lowered her head as tears fell from her face. Why did you divorce me? You people of the Starfall continent have customs, and so do we of the Soul race. Without my consent, you will always be the husband of the Rose of Flowers. Schwa! Rose Queen took the pill left behind by Jun Changshao and swallowed it without hesitation. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo! The supreme grade healing pill took effect in his body, and every inch of his skin and meridians were repaired. His strength and condition were instantly restored to their peak. The heartbroken Queen Rose had already forgotten to be surprised by the miraculous pill. She raised her head with red eyes and said, Jun Changshao, unless I die, Our relationship as husband and wife will never be dissolved. Outside, dark clouds covered the sky and heavy rain poured down. The weather is changing again. The old man standing in the city shook his head and mused. It's time to return and report to Master. It shouldn't be a problem to take down the Spiritas continent. Swish! A beam of flowing light flew out from the Empress city, silently. Then it seemed to merge into the deeper space. Ka. At the space-time tunnel connected to the Starfall continent, the complete form of Chui Hua ate a hole, and then Jun Changshao flew out from it and landed steadily on the yellow sand. The Patriarch is back. The Patriarch is back. The Aeon City became lively all of a sudden. Shui, Ringui, and Tao Yuan rushed to the city lord's mansion and saw Jun Changshao, whom they missed very much. They hurriedly cupped their hands and said, "Patriarch!" "Both of you." Jun Changshao smiled and said, "You've worked hard." "Not at all." Pass down the order. All members of the War Cavalry Hall return to the Sect. Leave the Aeon City for business. The two were stunned. Patriarch, Shui Rengui said, "Aren't we guarding against the invasion of the Soul race?" "No need." Jun Changshao said, "The tunnel connecting the two planes has been completely sealed. They won't attack." This time they went to the Soul race and looted the treasury, which was considered to have completed the robbery quota. After returning, they ordered Chui Hua to seal the tunnel, which meant that the two planes would no longer have any contact. Yes, on the same day, the members of the War Cavalry Hall and hundreds of thousands of beasts stationed in the Aeon City all withdrew to the Sect, leaving only a very impressive city standing proudly in the Yellow Sand City or transfer. Standing on the city tower, looking at the seal that once led to the Soul race, Jun Changshao said with his hands behind his back, "Everything is over." Not necessarily. The system said, "With Empress Rose's personality, as long as her cultivation recovers, she will definitely come to the Starfall continent to find you." Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "If she could come here, she would have come thousands of years ago. And not destroying the Soul race is already very merciful. If that woman dares to come for revenge, I will not let her off easily." Jun Changshao had already regarded himself as a real person of the Starfall continent, so his relationship with the Soul race had always been classified as an enemy. The system muttered, "She might not be here for revenge, but for her husband. F***CK. Jun Changshao roared, "This matter, don't mention it again in the future." The Soul race continent dungeon was over. Even though Jun Changshao didn't manage to subdue Rose Queen and get another powerful hall master in his faction, he still managed to get a large amount of resources and increase his level. He still managed to return from a rewarding journey. Schwa. He entered the teleportation array and returned to the Sect of all times. However, during the frequent teleportation process, Jun Changshao would always inadvertently think of the woman who was bent over the table reading the memorials. So he shook his head and smiled bitterly. I helped her regain the throne and took the resources in the treasury as a reward. 562nd time. The system helped him to remember it. Ta. At the back mountain of the Sect of all times, when Jun Changshao walked out of the teleportation array, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other core disciples stood side by side and shouted in unison, "Welcome back, Patriarch!" Shui, Rengui, and Tao had returned to the Sect first, so the news of the Patriarch's return had already spread. Looking at the disciples he had painstakingly nurtured, Jun Changshao smiled. The feeling of returning home was so comfortable. Beep, beep. Jun Changshao's voice sounded from the back mountain. "Hurry up and give me a full Manchu Han imperial feast. I've already made the arrangements to celebrate the Patriarch's survival." Lu Wanshi said with an innocent smile. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. However, when he thought about how he had almost died in the Soul race continent and almost could not return, the little girl's description of survival was appropriate. Screech! At this moment, an unusually sharp cry came from above the back mountain. Jun Changshao looked up and asked in surprise, "Where did the eagle come from?" "Patriarch," Li Qingyang hurriedly said. "This is junior brother Ye's eagle." "Why does he have an eagle?" I'm not sure." "Where's that guy?" "Junior brother Yi and junior brother Shao left the sect 3 days ago to compete in the gathering of heroes." Jun Changshao did not ask any more questions and strode into the cafeteria. After waiting for a table of delicacies, he began to wolf down the food. Lu Wanshi sat beside him with a pained expression and poured wine for him, saying, "Patriarch, drink some wine. Don't choke." "Yes, yes." Jun Changshao hurriedly raised his hand to get the wine cup. However, the cross-cupped wine that was served when he married Queen Rose in the palace appeared in his mind. "Pah!" He waved his hand and sent the wine cup flying. He said in annoyance, "Change it to plain water." "Oh." Lu Wanshi hurriedly gave He a look and said in confusion, "I didn't make the patriarch unhappy. Why did he suddenly lose his temper?" Chapter 1133. Boom! Boom! The sound of an explosive battle came from the royal city's arena. Powerful psionic energy spread out, shocking the crowd. "I surrender. I admit defeat." Bang! The warrior who fell on the stage and vomited blood was kicked down. The angular and arrogant Yi Xingqian retracted his leg, hugged his hands together, and said indifferently, "Who else is not convinced? Come on stage and fight." Damn it! The warriors below the stage were all furious. If it weren't for the fact that dozens of them had already been beaten out and their strength was not below theirs, they would definitely fight this arrogant guy to the death. Yi Xingqian waited for a while. Seeing that no one went on stage, he said indifferently, "A bunch of cowards." Any warrior with a little reputation in the city was so angry that they were about to vomit blood. "Shua!" Yi Xingqian jumped off the stage and said, "Let's go." Shao Ziji jumped down from a nearby tall building while biting the grass and said, "Junior brother Yi, you have now entered the 10th place of the heaven ranking." "I'm still far from it," Yi Xingqian said. He did not get first place in the heaven ranking in his previous life. He had to get it in this life to make up for his regret. However, just as the two of them left the city and were about to continue on the path of the ranking, they heard the news from the Drizzle Hall. "The patriarch is back." Shao Ziji was overjoyed. Yi Xingqian thought for a moment and said, let's go back to the sect." Anyo had changed. If it was in the past, he would definitely go all the way to the end if he decided to fight for the first place. Now that the patriarch was back, he changed his mind. Jun Changshao, who had returned from the Soul Race continent, was also upset because of Queen Rose. Therefore, people would change. This change required a process. Patriarch. In the main hall, Elder Wei stood in front of Jun Changshao for a long time. Seeing that he did not say anything, he asked, "What are you thinking about?" Jun Changshao came back to his senses and said, "No, nothing." If it were Ding Xingwang or Zhan Dejuan, they would definitely not care. But who was the one standing in front of them? Wei Qingfeng, a super expert in love, with his fiery eyes of gold, which had seen through the 3,000 worldly affairs and understood the true love of heaven and earth. He instantly captured the difference. "Patriarch," Elder Wei said solemnly, "your expression tells me that you're thinking of someone, and a woman at that." "Stop bullshitting." Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not you. Why would I think about women?" Elder Wei sat down and said in a profound tone, "In this world, the only thing that can't be severed is the relationship between a man and a woman. Patriarch, you can tell me. I'll help you solve your problems." The system said, "Luckily, there's a love expert here. Maybe she can help the host." However, he still underestimated Jun Changshao's strength because the latter hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Elder Wei, is there something you need from me?" Elder Wei said weakly, Wasn't it the patriarch who called me here? Jun Chang Shao only then remembered. He slapped his forehead and said, Aya, look at my memory. Elder Wei, I haven't been around recently. How are the various medicinal herbs planted? Elder Wei, I have some seeds from other planes. The quality is not bad. You can let the members of the medical hall plant them first. Elder Wei. Patriarch. Elder Wei interrupted. If you have any emotional matters, please settle them as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will only be indecisive and cause trouble. I don't have any emotional matters. Jun Chang Shao said seriously. Making the sect stronger is my lifelong pursuit. All right. Elder Wei began to talk about business. After that, he bid farewell and left. Elder Wei, just as he walked to the door, Jun Chang Shao said with difficulty that there is something I would like to ask you. Whoosh! Elder Wei instantly sat back in his seat. He waved his hand and said, Patriarch, please tell me your story. Was he here to solve his own problems or to listen to gossip? Forget it, forget it. Jun Chang Shao shook his head and told him what was on his mind. Before he started, he repeated, You must keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone else. Okay. What? Elder Wei almost stood up. He said in shock, Patriarch and Rose Queen got married in the Soul Continent. Ugh. Ugh. Jun Chang Shao covered his mouth and roared, Do you want the entire sect to hear it? Elder Wei didn't want the entire sect to hear it. It was just that the patriarch went to another plane and actually got married. This was simply a dream. He must be dreaming. Slap. He felt pain when he was hit in the face. This wasn't a dream. This was absolutely true. Elder Wei looked at Jun Chang Shao in disbelief and thought, Patriarch, a person who relied on his strength to stay single, actually got married. This is the biggest miracle in the world. When he continued to listen, he realized that the patriarch and the soul race queen were just putting on a show. They just wanted to obtain the right to control this plane. If that's the case, Elder Wei said, why is patriarch so worried? I don't know why. After returning to the Starfall continent, I keep thinking about her. Jun Chang Shao said irritably. Elder Wei thought for a while and said, Patriarch may have been putting on a show back then, but I'm afraid he has fallen for her. Impossible. Feelings come and go all of a sudden. Jun Chang Shao said, Is there a solution? Elder Wei said, Go back and find her. Jun Chang Shao broke down and said, What I mean is, how can I forget her? Go back and find her. Elder Wei said, You're all adults. Talk things out. Let's part on good terms. Jun Chang Shao rolled his eyes and said, It's the same as not saying anything. Elder Wei said, Patriarch, I'm telling you as an experienced person, if you don't handle matters of the heart well, it will torment you every day like a nightmare in the future. Jun Chang Shao leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. He said, I believe that time can make me forget everything. If Patriarch can forget her, it means you haven't fallen in love. Elder Wei's eyes suddenly became incomparably serious. He said, Because true feelings will be imprinted in the heart forever. Ah! Jun Chang Shao hugged his head and said, The more you say, the more upset I am. In the evening, Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji returned. The two originally planned to visit the patriarch, but when they came to the study, they were turned away by the reason that the patriarch was already asleep. In the next few days, Jun Chang Shao locked himself in his room and didn't come out, which inevitably made the upper echelons and disciples very worried. Creak! 5 days later, the door opened. Jun Chang Shao walked out in high spirits. After serious consideration, he chose to forget everything and focus on developing the sect. Swoosh! He came to the back of the mountain and set up the middle-grade space-time secret realm. He clapped his hands and said, With this secret realm that can speed up 10 days a month and 100 times a month, the disciples will only be able to break through faster. Patriarch. Li Luochio sent a voice transmission. There's a new movement in the Demon Emperor's Gate. Oh. Jun Changshao immediately went to the Drizzle Hall. After carefully listening to the information, he rubbed his fingers with interest and said, "Why is the Gate Master of the Demon Emperor's Gate going to the spiritual state of the West Ocean?" Whoosh! In the dark universe, a stream of light flew past and then entered a desolate plain, gradually converging into the image of an old man. "Master," he said respectfully, "I've investigated the Soul Continent. Their overall strength isn't high." On the hill in front of the old man stood a tall figure shrouded in black clouds. Beside him stood 4 non-human creatures of different sizes. "Their strength isn't high?" The black figure turned around, revealing a white face. There was the word handsome carved on his forehead. His voice was rather sharp. "How can they destroy several planes in a few thousand years?" The old man said, "The soul race has a special divine ability. They can store their souls in the body of other creatures, and then wait for the other party to become stronger and take it for themselves." "Oh." The handsome man smiled evilly and said, "A race with divine abilities seems to be very rare." Swoosh! He waved his cloak and said proudly, "Follow me to the Soul Continent." "Master." The toad-like creature next to him opened its mouth and said, "What about the Falling Star Continent?" "Humph." The handsome man said disdainfully, "Leave this trash plane to Falling Star and the others. You guys come with me to deal with this plane with special divine abilities first." "Yes." Whoosh! Whoosh! In the desolate plain, a huge, pitch-black warship slowly rose and then disappeared into space with a whoosh. Chapter 1134. Ever since the second scam of the Demon Emperor's Gate and the return of the various experts from the battlefield, this darkness sect seemed to have disappeared into thin air and never appeared again. It wasn't that they didn't appear, but that they didn't dare to appear. Especially after the sect master was taught by Judge the World. It took him a long time to recover, and he still had trouble walking. The Demon Emperor's Gate thought that they could disappear from the world by pretending to be invisible. But they didn't know that the Drizzle Hall's intelligence network had already surrounded Spirit Crossing Valley. Any movement inside would be immediately reported to the Sect of all times. This wasn't it. The Demon Emperor's Gate Sect Master came out of Spirit Crossing Valley. No matter how he disguised himself on the way, he was still under surveillance. To be honest, after all these years of development, the Sect of all times might not have the combat strength of the top sects, but their intelligence network was definitely ahead of the other major factions. "Old Yuan," Jun Changshao asked, "there's a Demon Emperor's Gate branch in the West Sea Spirit State." Yuan Gongzi said bitterly, "I won't hide it from the Patriarch. Although I was the Vice Sect Master of the Demon Emperor's Gate, my understanding of the Demon Emperor's Gate is limited to internal affairs. There are many things that only the Sect Master knows." Why did he acknowledge the Patriarch and the Sect of all times so much? Because after becoming the Patriarch, Jun Changshao gave him a lot of power and information about the Sect. This kind of unreserved trust allowed Yuan Feng to experience the feeling of home. He also realized that he could show off his skills and achieve great things here. Then why did he go to the West Sea Spirit State? Jun Changshao started to think. After hiding for a long time and suddenly rushing over, it was impossible for there to be no reason. Old Ding said, "From what I know, there are many evil cultivators in the West Sea Spirit State. Did the Demon Emperor's Gate Sect Master go to find help? You think you can defeat Li Tianshang with just a helper?" Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Where's Elder Jiang?" "He went out," Old Ding said. Jun Changshao knew that Guy must have gone to look for his sister again, so he ordered, "Tell him to come back and follow me to the West Sea." Originally, he had almost forgotten about the Demon Emperor's Gate. In the end, the Gate Master of the Demon Emperor's Gate seemed to be restless and jumped out. In that case, he might as well go over and take a look. At the same time, He could also help Elder Jiang look for his relatives. Perhaps he might be able to find them. Actually, as the Sect of All Times' intelligence network grew stronger day by day, Jun Changshao had guessed that if Jiangya's sister was still alive, she might not be in the 9 states. She might be in the 3 states overseas. The East Sea was looking for him. Only the West Sea and the North Sea remained. Southern Barren State. In a remote village, Jiang Xia walked in, covered in dust from the long journey. When Jun Changshao went to the Spiritus continent, he came out. Now half a month had passed. His face was full of stubble, and he looked like he had aged 10 years. Just as he walked into the simple village, Jiang saw a graceful figure telling a story to the children from the back. He was stunned and stood rooted to the ground. "Sister." He hurried over, but the figure turned around and looked at him with an unfamiliar face. She asked blankly, "Who are you?" "I'm sorry," Jiang said apologetically. "I mistook you for someone else." Even though he had an essence soul body and could see everything within 1,000 miles because he was too stubborn, he often mistook girls for his sister. "Elder Jiang," a Drizzle Hall member's voice transmission sounded in his ear. "The Patriarch wants you to return to the Sect quickly. The Patriarch is back." Jiang was stunned. He could not care less that he was in an ordinary village. He immediately turned into a stream of light and flew away. "Wow, that person can fly." "Big Sister Lingling, is this the immortal you mentioned before that can fly through the sky?" The children widened their eyes in disbelief. On the same day, Jiang returned to the Sect of All Times. Jun Changshao summoned the ancient worship and said, "Elder Luo, please." Luo Zhilong, who had just boarded the worship, said seriously, "Thanks to the Patriarch's trust, I will definitely find the way to the West Sea's spiritual state." After returning from the East Sea's fishing state and burying his brother's remains, he was recruited by Jun Changshao as a member of the Sect of All Times. "Let's go." Whoosh! The ancient worship's engine was activated, and it instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the endless sky. This time, not only did Li Qingyang and the other 3 disciples accompany the former West Sea disciples, but also Lu Qianqian and Su Xiaomao. If there were natural disasters on the way to the West Sea's spiritual state, each of the 6 disciples would have a chapter, which should be a good way to display their strength. If conditions permitted, Go Sheng hoped to bring all 70,000 disciples along and show them off. That would be great. West Sea's spiritual state. It was located to the west of the West Fate state, and the 2 places were very far away. In terms of scale, this state was larger than the East Sea's fishing state, but it didn't have a country. Similar to the 9 states, it was dominated by sections. Back when the Demon Emperor appeared, the major righteous sects issued the demon-slaying order, and many evil sects were affected. They had no choice but to travel to the West Sea's spiritual state, which was why the evil sects dominated this place. On this day, the ancient worship passed through the vast sea and stopped on a fog-shrouded beach. Luo Zhilong said excitedly, "Patriarch, we've arrived at the West Sea's spiritual state." It was quite safe along the way, Jun Changshao said. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others who were lying on the deck twitched their mouths violently. "Whenever a disaster occurs, you always ask us to go and stand at the bow of the worship to pose. Of course it's safe." "This fog is poisonous," Lu Qianqian said. Jiang said, "I heard that the evil sects that came here to seek refuge were worried that the major sects would attack, so they set up layers of poisonous fog around the West Sea's spiritual state." "It's not very poisonous." Jun Changshao retracted his spiritual thoughts and said, "It should have faded with the passage of time." Whoosh! Whoosh! He raised his hand, and scorching flames roared out, instantly conquering the thick fog in front of him. Then he steered the ancient worship to a stop above the beach. The spiritual qi in the West Sea's spiritual state was stronger than that of the East Sea's fishing state, but there was an evil aura in the air. "Patriarch," Jiang asked, What should we do next? Find the gate master of the demon emperor's gate. Yes. Jiang, he stood at the bow of the warship and gently closed his eyes. His essence spirit burst out and spread out at an extremely fast speed, capturing every plant and stone in the surroundings. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, Patriarch, there are many places within 1,000 miles of the West Sea's spiritual state that have barriers similar to array formations that prevent my essence spirit from prying. Jun Changshao said with interest, It's quite mysterious. Let's go. Let's take a look. Whoosh! The ancient warship swaggered across the sky above the West Sea's spiritual state. In a dark secret room, the gate master of the demon emperor's gate, who had been in the West Sea's spiritual state for a few hours, sat at the head of the table and said solemnly, Alliance Master Han, are you really willing to help me? A skinny middle-aged man with a cold aura sat at the head of the table. He smiled eerily and said, Gate Master Shang, I can't help you for free, right? The demon emperor's gate master cupped his hands and said, If you can help the demon emperor's gate destroy the major orthodox sects, I'll give you whatever you want. Alliance Master Han. Alliance Master Han pointed at the map of the 9 states on the table and said, The West is mine and the East is yours. The demon emperor's gate master frowned and said, Alliance Master Han, are you confident that you can help me destroy the major sects? I never do things that I'm not confident in, Alliance Master Han said proudly. The demon emperor's gate master said, A sect of all times has recently appeared on the continent, and the patriarch Jun Changxiao's strength is unfathomable. It's okay. Alliance Master Han said, We can just destroy them. The demon emperor's gate master's mouth twitched. This big shot, who controls the evil forces in the West Sea's spiritual state, is quite arrogant. I hope he has real skills and isn't bluffing. Okay. The gate master cupped his hands and said, Then I'll rely on Alliance Master Han from now on. While the two were plotting in the secret room, Jun Changxiao's ancient warship stopped not far from the coastline. Plop! A black-clothed man collapsed on the ground like a pile of mud, and his eyes were filled with horror. From his point of view, dozens of his companions were strewn across the ground, dead or injured. In the distance, there were 5 martial artists wearing the same purple robes. They were either squatting, leaning to the side, or sheathing their swords. They were simply like demons that had walked out of hell. Swoosh! Jun Changxiao raised his hand and pulled the frightened, black-clothed man over. Then he asked in a cold voice, Who sent you to guard this place? It's Alliance Master Han. Chapter 1135. Jun Changxiao drove the ancient warship into the spirit state of the Western Ocean at a speed of 500 miles per hour. As a result, he found that there were arrays everywhere, and there were also black-clothed people lurking in the dark. Therefore he stopped. He ordered his disciples to find all the black-clothed people who were emitting evil energy and ask them who sent them. Only the sect of all times dared to do such a domineering act, because the sects of the 9 regions were all very careful to avoid being ganged up on by the evil sections. Alliance Master Han. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, What's your background? Alliance. Alliance Master Han is the Alliance Master of the Union of 10,000 Immortals. The black-clothed person stammered, especially when he saw Yi Xingqian standing sideways, Su Xiaoma standing on the tree with a smile, and Xiao Ziji squatting with a big rock. He was so frightened that his soul almost flew away. Although these core disciples only had the cultivation of Wu Huang, they had been cultivating in the sect of all times for many years, and the aura they unconsciously emitted was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. Union of 10,000 Immortals. Jun Changxiao said indifferently, Be more specific. The black-clothed person who was scared witless by Yi Xingqian didn't care about loyalty, and hurriedly told him everything he knew. I see. Jun Changxiao understood. The so-called Union of 10,000 Immortals was an organization in the spirit state of the Western Ocean. It was made up of hundreds of evil sects, similar to the 100 Sect Alliance in the Azure Sun County. The highest authority of a union of 10,000 immortals was elected as the Alliance Master and had absolute power. This Alliance Master was called Han Wentian, and he came from the Evil Abyss sect. He had been in office for 100 years, and his status was even higher than the heaven-shaking earth of the Eastern Ocean. "Why are you on guard?" Jun Changshao continued to ask. The black-clothed person said, Because there are guests from the continent. The Alliance Master ordered us to set up defenses everywhere." "Guests from the continent? Who? This? I'm just a sentry. I don't know, Scram." Jun Changshao said indifferently. The man in black was scared witless and ran away. It wasn't until they were far away from the sect of all times that he collapsed to the ground and cried, "Oh my God, a bunch of monsters, Patriarch." Jiang said, "Could the guest from the mainland be the gate master of the Demon Emperor's gate?" "It's possible." Jun Changshao said, "Let's go to the headquarters of Union of 10,000 Immortals." Shwa, shwa. All the disciples stepped onto the ancient battlefield and headed toward the most prosperous area of the Western Seas spirit state. Along the way, evil cultivators could be seen everywhere, and they would often fight over the slightest disagreement. "Patriarch," Li Qingyang said, "the spiritual state of the West Sea is very chaotic." Jun Changshao said, "A place dominated by evil sects, it would be strange if it wasn't chaotic." Because he had to go to the headquarters of the Union of 10,000 Immortals. He was not in the mood to enjoy the scenery along the way. "I'll go. Is there a ship in the sky?" The evil cultivators who were fighting in the mountains all stopped and looked at the stream of light in the distance. Even the tail lights of the ship could not be seen, and shock appeared in their eyes. Union of 10,000 Immortals. City of 10,000 Immortals. Alliance Master Han sat at the table in the hall and said with a smile, "It's a simple meal. I hope Gate Master Shang doesn't mind. I've long heard that the spiritual state of the West Sea produces all kinds of delicious food. It's a blessing of 3 lifetimes to be able to eat it today," the Gate Master of the Demon Emperor's Gate said with a smile. After some pleasantries, the two began to drink and eat. During the meal, they talked freely as if they were old friends who had not seen each other for many years. "Gate Master Shang." After 3 rounds of drinking, Alliance Master Han said with a smile, "Although I rarely go to the mainland, I've heard that the Demon Emperor's Gate has 10 spirit stone veins, right?" The Gate Master of the Demon Emperor's Gate was surprised. "This guy knows how many spirit stone veins my sect has. It seems that he has planted many spies on the mainland. This time he took the initiative to invite me to work with him. It seems that he has planned this for a long time." "Of course." Alliance Master Han said with a smile, "I'm just asking. I'm not asking for spirit stones from Gate Master Shang. Please don't misunderstand. You obviously want the spirit stones." The Gate Master of the Demon Emperor's Gate was worried. The evil cultivators of the spiritual state of the West Sea were strong as a whole, but if he invited them, it would be like inviting a wolf into the house. In the end, he would be in trouble. "Come." Alliance Master Han said with a smile, "Let's drink to our sincere cooperation." "Please." The Gate Master of the Demon Emperor's Gate drank the wine. However, the more he drank, the more he felt that something was wrong. He even felt that he was being tricked. At this time, Yuan Gongzi's importance was revealed. If he was here, he would definitely give a very comprehensive analysis and suggestions. But now, sorry, the life and death of the Demon Emperor's Gate has nothing to do with me. I only support the sect of all times, Jun Changshao and Yao Menjing, who has the Khanate demon body. Alliance Master Han, the Gate Master of the Demon Emperor's Gate, said, "This sect of all times has risen in just a few years. We can't underestimate them. Don't worry, Gate Master Shang." Alliance Master Han drank a cup of wine and said solemnly, I have thousands of ways to turn a third-rate sect into dust in an instant. The Gate Master of the Demon Emperor's Gate was speechless. This guy was already powerful enough, and he became even more powerful after drinking some wine. In his current state, he could probably take on 9 emperors by himself. Sigh, this partner of mine doesn't seem reliable at all. Even the greatest king, Yuan Gongzi, can't help this pig teammate, and he has the face to look down on other teammates. Come. Alliance Master Han said, this cup of wine is for us to have our wishes come true and for us to have a smooth journey. Alliance Master. Just as he finished speaking, a subordinate ran in from outside and pointed outside with a frightened expression. There are ships attacking. Ships? They're attacking. Alliance Master Han got up and angrily slammed the table. Did you drink too much? Hey. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the hall. Is Alliance Master Han here? Please come out. I have something to discuss with you. Bang! The Gate Master of the Demon Emperor's Gate dropped the wine cup on the table, and his expression changed. Jun Changshao. It's Jun Changshao. Why is he here? Jun Changshao. Alliance Master Han said, the patriarch of the sect of all times the Gate Master Shang mentioned just now. Yes, it's him. The Gate Master of the Demon Emperor's Gate's expression became more and more unsightly, especially when he recalled the scene in Spirit Crossing Valley. He actually came to my territory. Alliance Master Han strode out and said with anger in his eyes, I'll go and meet him. Outside the hall, thousands of members of the Union of 10,000 Immortals stood in the outer courtyard with all kinds of weapons, and all of them looked at the ancient warship hanging above the gate in shock. How could a ship fly? What the hell? Whoosh! Alliance Master Han flew out of the hall and landed on the training field with a boom, and a strong evil aura spread out. This person was very strong. Alliance Master Han looked up at the warship and finally understood why his subordinate said that the ship was attacking. He sneered and said, Up there, who is Jun Changshao? It's me. Get down here. You are. The patriarch of the evil Abyss sect, the leader of the Union of 10,000 Immortals. Han Wentian is... Boom! Before he finished speaking, a strong spiritual energy came from the training field, and thousands of members were swept away, and the sturdy hall collapsed. The scene was replayed in slow motion. It could be clearly seen that Jun Changshao appeared in front of Han Wentian out of thin air and punched him in the right face with an extremely serious and cold expression. The Gate Master of the Demon Emperor's Gate, who had just walked out of the hall, gradually widened his eyes and mouth. When the slow motion returned, a stream of light flew past his shoulder, and the hall behind him collapsed, and the whole ground shook violently. On the training field, which had caved in for hundreds of feet, Jun Changshao crossed his legs and bent slightly, still in the state of punching, and a shockwave similar to that of a super scion burst out crazily. Whoosh, whoosh! Under the shockwave, his black hair fluttered wildly. He slowly raised his head and said coldly, You dare to tell me to get down here? You're tired of living. Handsome, handsome, handsome. In the rubble of the collapsed hall, Alliance Master Han, who had been so drunk that he could kill anything in his path, was lying on the ground like a pile of mud with his right leg twitching every now and then. One punch, KO. Don't underestimate this punch, because whether it was the punch, the attack, the face, the expression, the environment, the camera, the rendering, or the post-production effects, every frame cost more than a few $100,000. The Gate Master of the Demon Emperor's Gate, who was in front of the ruins, felt his blood and alcohol churning wildly. He said that he could use thousands of methods to make the sect of all times become history, but in the end he was instantly killed the moment they met. Kill. Kill. P.S. I have something to do in the afternoon, so I'll update 2 times today. Chapter 1136. Not counting the punctuation, Han Wentian said a total of 25 words before he was knocked out by Jun Changshao with one punch. This was too domineering, too terrifying. Li Qingyang was puzzled. Could it be that the union of 10,000 immortals and the Patriarch have a grudge in the past? He could feel that the Patriarch's sudden attack was filled with anger, as if there was some deep hatred. Second senior brother Xiao Ziji said, "The Patriarch has been acting strange since he came back from the Soul Race continent. Is there something on his mind?" "In my opinion," Su Xiaoma guessed, "the Patriarch must have been bullied there, so he came to the West Ocean spirit state and used the union of 10,000 immortals as a punching bag to vent his anger." Sigh. Li Qingyang shook his head and said, "We disciples are not strong enough. Otherwise, how could we let the Patriarch go to the Soul Race continent alone?" On the bow of the ship, Lu Qianqian silently looked at Jun Changshao, who was acting cool. Li Qingyang and the others were worried about the Patriarch's abnormal behavior. Only she was thinking about why he came back smelling of roses. The conference hall of the Union of 10,000 Immortals, which was comparable to a Sect's main hall, had completely collapsed. Han Wentian's mouth and eyes were crooked, and he was paralyzed on the ground like mud. Thousands of members who were swept away stood up with difficulty. When they saw that their Union master had been beaten to a pulp, they all turned pale with horror. What was the background of the young man who stood in the pit and burst out with powerful energy? The most tragic was the gate master of the Demon Emperor's Gate. He came all the way to the West Ocean spirit state and finally reached an alliance agreement with the union of 10,000 immortals. But the Patriarch of the Sect of all times immediately came to his door. "Hey," Jun Changshao said with a cold face, "we meet again." The gate master of the Demon Emperor's Gate felt a chill on his buttocks. It didn't seem like much time had passed. So why was this guy's aura even stronger than before? This was because Jun Changshao was currently a 5th-grade sword and martial duel saint. With his dual cultivation of the sword path and martial arts, every increase in rank would be greatly enhanced. Moreover, a trip to the Spiritas continent would allow him to rise 3 ranks in a row. "Tell me about it. What's your purpose in coming to the West Ocean spiritual state?" Jun Changshao stopped posing. He jumped out of the pit and patted the dust off his clothes. "Jun Patriarch, Shua." At this moment, Jun Changshao disappeared into thin air and reappeared in front of the ruins of the hall. Behind him was a vacuum cleaner, and the flat mouth of the vacuum cleaner was mercilessly pressed against the weak Han Wentian's head. Hoo! A strong suction force instantly erupted, and all that could be seen was a cluster of green attributes flying into the dust collector along with the hair. Pooh! Han Wentian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his head tilted to one side and he fainted. Just now he was only severely injured and could still think. Suddenly, a gloomy voice came from his spiritual sea, asking him if he needed help and if he wanted to become stronger. He was still a little confused. Before he could make a choice, he felt something press against his forehead, and then he fainted in a daze. Shua! Jun Changshao put down the vacuum cleaner and stepped on it with one foot. He said in surprise, "I didn't expect this guy to have a soul in his body. I wonder which hall master he is." It didn't matter which hall master the soul contained in the dust collector was. What was important was that he could be the most miserable hall master of the year. After all, he was subdued without even speaking. "Patriarch," Li Qingyang said, "the Demon Emperor's Gate Master has escaped." Jun Changshao turned around and found that the Demon Emperor's Gate Master was nowhere to be seen. He spread out his spiritual senses and saw that he had run hundreds of kilometers away. He sneered and said, "Leaving without leaving anything behind? What do you take me, Jun Changshao, for?" Swish! He turned into a stream of light and chased after him. In the sky, the Demon Emperor's Gate Master fled in a direction with all his might. When he saw Jun Changshao chasing after him, he howled in his heart, I shouldn't have come to the West Ocean's spiritual state. Although he regretted it, he still had to escape. Therefore, the two of them staged a wonderful chase in the vast sky. If it were before, the Demon Emperor's Gate Master might have had a chance to escape. However, Jun Changxiao's strength had increased greatly, and he had the enhancement of the armed wings. The distance between them was closing bit by bit. No, if he ran in a straight line, he would definitely be caught. The Demon Emperor's Gate Master changed his strategy. He fell from the sky and blended into the dark forest, hoping to use the special geographical environment of the West Ocean's spiritual state to get rid of the dog's skin plaster behind him. "You can't escape," Jun Changxiao chased after him and shouted, "unless you give me some money." Hearing this, the Demon Emperor's Gate Master almost vomited blood. "I've been King, scammed by you twice. My pockets are cleaner than my face. Where am I going to get you money? Run, run, run." The Demon Emperor's Gate Master sped up crazily. He hated himself for not having 2 more legs and a pair of wings that could fly. Jun Changxiao said, "If you don't give me money, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth." He would rely on the Demon Emperor's Gate Master. If he couldn't provide satisfactory martial arts resources, he wouldn't be able to leave the West Ocean's spiritual state safely. The Demon Emperor's Gate Master, who had the potential to bring disaster to the continent, was now being chased by Jun Changxiao. He was even thinking about how he was going to scam him. Who was the good guy and who was the bad guy? Boom! Suddenly there was an explosion. The Demon Emperor's Gate Master, who was running at full speed, seemed to have crashed into something and was sent flying. Then he fell to the ground with a plop sound, stirring up clouds of dust. Ah! He held his head and screamed in pain. It was at this moment that Jun Changxiao flew over and landed on the ground. He cupped his hands and said, "Run!" The Demon Emperor's Gate Master roared unwillingly. "What kind of despicable means did you use?" Swoosh! Swoosh! Jun Changxiao waved his hand and took out Jade Dragon, Ask the Heaven Sword, Green Dragon Crescent Blade, and other weapons. He looked like he was ready to attack at any moment and said, "Cut the crap and give me the money." The Demon Emperor's Gate Master said with a long face, "Jun Patriarch, I don't have money. I'm so poor that I can't even drink the northwest wind." "Nonsense." Jun Changxiao said, "Your Demon Emperor's Gate clearly has 10 mineral veins. You should have mined a lot of them during this period. Hurry up and give me the money." Yuan Gongzi knew about the 10 mineral veins of the Demon Emperor's Gate, like the back of his hand after he became the Patriarch of Fu. At first, he planned to let them mine them first, then find an opportunity to harvest them. If the other party didn't suddenly jump out, Gosheng would have completely forgotten about this matter. Jun Changxiao, the Demon Emperor's Gate Master, roared angrily, "You've blackmailed my Demon Emperor's Gate time and time again. I've really had enough." At first glance, the last few words seemed to be accompanied by a crying tone. How about this? Jun Changxiao took a few steps back and waved his hand. "Let's fight. If I lose, I'll give you money. If you lose, you'll give me money." The Demon Emperor's Gate Master stood up and said angrily, "Let's fight. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" The two were separated by dozens of feet. The battle was about to start. Ka ka ka! Suddenly a shattering sound was heard. A small crack suddenly appeared in the space where the Devil Emperor Sect's Sect Master had smashed his head against. Soon after, it exploded with a bang and a huge gap appeared. Swish! Swish! Black shadows flew out from inside and landed neatly on the ground. Huff huff! A strange aura spread. The flowers and trees withered quickly. "Big brother, this is the falling star continent." A sharp voice sounded. Ta! A bald young man with a shiny head appeared. He stepped on a stone, held his chin with his hand, and waved the cloak behind him. He smiled coldly and said, "The falling star continent will tremble from today onwards." The the bald man saw two warriors from the falling star continent standing in the distance. They looked at him in surprise. Wah! Jun Changshao vomited and said, "This guy is so ugly." Wah! The Demon Emperor's Gate Master also vomited and said, "I've never seen such an ugly person." Chapter 1137. The bald man who suddenly appeared could only be described with one word: ugly. As for how ugly he was, it could be seen from the fact that Jun Changshao and the Gate Master of the Demon Emperor's Gate vomited at the same time. If there was a special bonus during battle, perhaps it could be considered as a kind of ability. All of you. What did you just say? The bald man's originally very small eyes narrowed into a line. He had never thought of himself as ugly. On the contrary, he thought that he was very handsome. Therefore, to anyone who said that he was ugly, he would always carry out one word: death. Wow! The Demon Emperor's Gate Master was still vomiting. He threw up all the food and wine he had just eaten. Fortunately, Jun Changshao hadn't eaten anything yet. After vomiting, he straightened his back and broke down. It's not your fault that you're ugly, but it's your fault that you came out to scare people. Swish! Suddenly, the bald man appeared in front of him out of thin air. His cold right leg swept over fiercely. Ka! The surrounding space suddenly collapsed. Boom! Jun Changshao was sent flying before crashing into a stone wall in the distance. Seeing this, the Demon Emperor's Gate Master, who was vomiting, almost popped his eyes out of their sockets. Jun Changshao, the patriarch of the Sect of all times. He was actually sent flying by this ugly monster's kick. Shwa! The bald man appeared in front of him out of thin air. He lifted his foot lightly and said indifferently, "Are you still going to vomit?" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the Gate Master of the Demon Emperor's Gate crashed into the neighboring mountain wall, just like Jun Changshao. Blood spurted out of his mouth. After all, the Union leader of the Union of 10,000 Immortals was just a fake expert, but he was a real expert with the cultivation base of peak Wushang. Yet he was kicked by the bald man and was injured on the spot. Big Brother, holding a compass that was emitting a strange aura, one of his subordinates said with a smile, "According to the compass, these two people can be considered as top experts on the falling star continent. One of the best." The bald man put down his foot and shook his head. "That's really too weak." Hey! A burly-faced martial artist smiled flatteringly. "It's not that they're weak, it's just that Big Brother is strong." Right. Everyone agreed. The bald man shrugged and said proudly, "Master shouldn't have sent so many people. Leave it to me, Yunxing alone." The warrior holding the compass said solemnly, "Big Brother, don't underestimate the enemy. According to the compass, there are 9 warriors who are about to break through the void." "Only 9? The bald man shook his head and said, "Even the most ordinary planes outside have dozens of them, and there are only 2 here. I really don't know why Master wants to occupy this place." That martial artist continued to deduce the compass and said, 9 experts who are about to break through the void. Judging from the flickering light, it seems that he suddenly stopped talking because Jun Changshao walked out of the dust-filled mountain in the distance. He gently patted the dust off his shoulders and said, "You keep talking about the falling star continent. Did Frisia send you?" The bald man asked in surprise, "You can still move?" Because he was called ugly, he was very angry, and he used 90% of his strength to kick him just now. The bald man laughed in a classic villain's way and said, "This guy is a bit interesting." Whoosh! Suddenly, Jun Changshao, who was dozens of feet away from him, appeared in front of him and said coldly, "Answer me." Here it comes again. The explosive background music and the high cost instantly burned. The whole scene seemed to be frozen, and every grain of sand could be clearly seen frozen in the air. Boom! Huff, huff, huff! The violent ripples expanded in an instant and crazily rippled in all directions. Everywhere it passed, The whole ground seemed to be crushed by a roller. Boom! 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 A figure was blasted out like a cannonball, smashing several huge rocks one after another, and finally fell upside down into the mountain thousands of feet away. The movement came so fast and so suddenly that the thousands of martial artists who jumped out of the space gap didn't notice it. After a while, they realized that their big brother had disappeared from where he was. He had been sent flying. Wah! The bald man walked out of the wall, covering his abdomen with a fist print and spitting out a mouthful of blood. He looked up angrily and said, I was careless. His pupils suddenly shrank. Boom! Jun Changshao had appeared out of nowhere. His right fist, supported by the combat state of the mechanical wings, directly hit the bald man's face, causing his whole body to be uprooted from the ground and smashed into the mountain. The back of his head was pressed against the ground for hundreds of feet. Seeing this, the Demon Emperor's gate master said in horror, "This guy is too scary." From the 2 kicks of the bald man just now, he had judged that the bald man's strength was definitely above his own, but he was still trampled by Jun Changshao without any strength to fight back. The martial artist holding the compass and his companions were also dumbfounded. One of Master's generals, Brother Yunxing, who was known as the Deadly Scissor Kick, was actually in such a sorry state. Whoosh! Jun Changshao appeared in front of the bald man, grabbed him, and then slammed him to the ground and shouted angrily, "Answer me, are you sent by Frisia?" Boom! 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 The ground was unable to withstand the force and cracked under the repeated collisions. There were even huge and deep trenches in the ground. Big brother, go, go, go. Thousands of martial artists couldn't stand it anymore. They hurriedly rushed over and released their auras. Everyone's cultivation was actually at Wu Huang's level, and there were many half-saints, and even Wu Sheng's level mixed among them. Hiss! The Demon Emperor's gate master was so shocked that he sucked in a breath of cold air. It wasn't that he hadn't seen Wu Huang, half-saints, and Wu Sheng, but he had never seen such a scene where all of them erupted at the same time. If he had been to the dimensional battlefield, he would have seen it with a normal heart, because such a luxurious lineup was very common. Even if Jun Changshao killed, well, it would only be a little more than 20,000. Whoosh! 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 Thousands of martial artists from unknown places pressed over. Powerful martial arts erupted, forming dazzling streams of energy. Jun Changshao didn't pay any attention to them, because his mind was fully focused on the bald man. He was still violently smashing left and right, bullying the bald man until he was covered in bruises. Boom! 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 Just as all kinds of energy beams pressed over, the ground in front of them cracked and formed a solid wall, emitting a thick, desolate aura. Boom! 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 All kinds of energy blasted on the wall. Although there was a huge commotion, it didn't budge at all. Whoosh! At the same time, a stream of light flew over and landed on the wall. Under the strong wind, the exposed skin was golden yellow, and there was a big pot on his back. Xiao Ziji. Furthermore, he had activated the Cloud Boat Hero's killing move. Shwa! 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 More streams of light flew over from afar, standing in front of Jun Changshao, who was violently beating the bald man in all kinds of postures. They were Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and He Wudi. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a large jar of wine was tossed over from afar, and then it hung above the disciples. Yi Xingqian, who was the last to appear, had one foot on the mouth of the wine, and his body faintly emitted the aura of a martial emperor. Chapter 1138. The strength of Li Qingyang and the rest was nothing in front of thousands of foreign martial artists. But even so, they still insisted that they must have a proper style. Sure enough, what kind of patriarch could bring up what kind of disciple? However, Yi Xingqian stepped on the wine jar. Although he looked like a majestic martial emperor, Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma were trying hard to hold back their laughter. Huff, huff! Huff, huff! An even more powerful force came from the direction of the 5,000 experts. Because Jun Changshao was torturing the bald man, they were worried that it would affect their big brother. Therefore, they held back a lot of strength in the first wave of attack. This time there was someone blocking in front of them, so they had no scruples. Retreat, Lu Qianqian said. Shua, shua, shua. In an instant, Li Qingyang and the rest appeared behind Jun Changshao. They changed from fighting mode to patriarch waving the flag and shouting. Running away after acting cool was simply too exciting. Boom! Jun Changshao kicked the bald man's face fiercely and then kicked him in front of his disciple. He turned his head around with eagle eyes. This sharp and ruthless gaze shocked the thousands of people. They subconsciously stopped, and a strong sense of uneasiness rose in their hearts. Go! Go! An expert comparable to Wu Sheng shouted angrily. Although Jun Changshao's gaze was terrifying, he was just one person. If everyone swarmed him, wouldn't they be able to deal with him? The thousands of martial artists who came from unknown places were obviously mentally strong. After a short period of adjustment, they rushed over like desperados. Shua! Jun Changshao took a step forward. His right hand grasped the void, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths sky tyrant spear appeared out of thin air, forming a sweeping momentum. Boom, boom, boom. All kinds of energy beams were annihilated by the spear. Jun Changshao seemed to have turned into a god of war. He rushed in with his spear and fought with thousands of martial artists. The gate master of the Demon Emperor's gate was stunned. If there were only a few thousand Wu Huang, he could also do it so easily. However, there were many semi-saints and Wu Shang among them. Just fighting a battle of attrition would exhaust him. Li Qingyang and the others looked calm. It was not uncommon for a patriarch to fight a few thousand people by himself in the planar battlefield. Some of the more impressive ones had even fought against 20,000 people. At that time, Jun Changshao had relied on his unstoppable blade to cut grass. Now he was only relying on a weapon that could not be considered above divine grade to fight. It was obvious that his strength had improved significantly. Boom, 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 boom. The spear light carried a supreme might as it pierced through heaven and earth. Several thousand martial artists who came to the bald man's aid were either obliterated on the spot or swept away. Due to the burning of the previous budget and the high pay of Jun Changshao and his disciples, the scene of this one-on-one fight with thousands of people was obviously crudely produced. Most of the scenes were also shot in slow motion, so it ended hastily in just over 10 minutes. Wow. Puff! Several thousand martial artists were lying on the collapsed ground. Some had been obliterated on the spot, while others were severely injured and vomiting blood. They had completely lost their ability to fight. The Demon Emperor's gate master's eyes were filled with despair. A team formed by so many top-level martial artists could easily wipe out all the top sects on the continent. Now, Jun Changshao had single-handedly taken care of them. With him around, how can I achieve great things? The most depressed was Xiao Ziji. He had activated his exclusive divine weapon's sure-kill skill. He thought that the patriarch would leave a few for him to use, but they were all killed. The main reason was that Jun Changshao was annoyed, so he took action and used these martial artists who had appeared out of nowhere as punching bags. Patriarch, Li Qingyang said, "The Demon Emperor's gate master has run away again." Only then did Jun Changshao realize that the guy had disappeared. He sneered and said, "A monk can run away, but can the temple run away?" He temporarily gave up on blackmailing the Demon Emperor's gate master and walked to the beaten bald man. This guy called Yun Xing had been ordered to come, but he was defeated before he could roll up his sleeves. His tragedy was not inferior to the Soul Race's temple master who had been sucked into the vacuum. Jun Changshao sat on the prepared chair and played with a special compass in his hand. he said. Who are you and where are you from? The space suddenly collapsed, and then a group of martial artists in strange clothes jumped out. They kept saying falling star continent, which made him think that they were not local martial artists. They might have come from other planes. Damn you! The bald man was quite resistant. He was beaten so badly, but he could still speak. I won't say anything. You won't say anything? Jun Changshao clasped his fingers and said with a sinister smile, Don't regret it. The bald man suddenly felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, he felt the sky darken, and then there was a rumbling sound in his ears. He was inside the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing pagoda, which had been activated in defensive mode. Area, Jun Changshao shouted coldly, Come out and teach him a lesson. Whoosh! Area, who was in her lowly form, appeared out of thin air, but she said in surprise, Master, this guy is human. Her soul-suppressing whip was used to teach and purify unclean things, such as the evil attribute or the souls of the soul race. As for humans, try it. Jun Changshao said, maybe he's sensitive to the soul-suppressing whip. Okay. Arya raised her hand, and the soul-suppressing whip appeared out of thin air. TSK, the bald man sneered in his heart. For an expert at his level, even if he was seriously injured, how could a whip be able to... Pa! Suddenly, the soul-suppressing whip was on his back. The intense pain instantly interrupted the bald man's thoughts. Then he screamed with a ferocious expression, Master. Arius said in surprise, It's effective. Then teach him a lesson. Jun Changshao said lightly, Okay. Pa pa pa. Pa 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 pa. The sound of the whip lashing rang out one after another, intertwining into a beautiful melody. At the same time, it was accompanied by the bald man's squeals. After a few minutes of teaching, Jun Changshao gestured for Arya to stop and asked, Do you want to talk? Talk. I'll talk. The bald man, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, said weakly. In fact, when Arya lashed out for the first time, he already had the intention to talk, but the former did not give him a chance to speak at all and directly used a set of teaching combo attacks. The soul-suppressing whip was used to whip the soul, which was a soul attack. So, whether it was the evil aura or human, it was difficult to resist. Name: Yun Xing. Identity: one of the six generals under the Star Navigation King. Star Navigation King? Jun Changshao said, What's your background? The bald man was silent for a while, then gave the simplest explanation. Traveling the universe, robbing and robbing. So you're a bandit. Jun Changshao understood. In fact, this Star Navigation King was what the bald man and his subordinates called themselves. In other planes, they called it the Star Bandit King. You came to the falling star continent to rob? Jun Changshao asked. The bald man said yes. We came to occupy it as a temporary transit point so that we can rob other planes on the way. Where's your boss? He went to other planes. Jun Changshao's eyes suddenly lit up. Since this Star Navigation King liked to rob other planes, he must have a lot of martial arts resources in his hands. If he robbed him, wouldn't he be rich immediately? How strong is your boss? Comparable to the highest level in the falling star continent. Martial Emperor. Jun Changshao fell silent. If he encountered a powerhouse of this level, his chances of winning were not very high. The system said, with the host's current cultivation, you have no chance of winning at all if you encounter a martial emperor powerhouse. These words pierced Jun Changshao's heart. However, since that guy was so strong, he had to be careful. So he asked, which plane is your boss robbing? Will he come to the falling star continent? Boss is now in the Spiritas continent. If he knows that I failed, he will definitely... The bald man hadn't even finished speaking when Jun Changshao pulled him over and asked, What continent did you just say? Seoul. Spiritas continent. Chapter 1139. Whoosh! On the ocean, the ancient battlefield was moving rapidly. Jun Changshao left the West Ocean's Ling state as quickly as he came. He only took the various martial resources of the Union of 10,000 immortals with a wave of his hand. The bald man, tied to the mast, was shocked. It was simply inconceivable that a low-level plane would have a flying warship. The subordinates of these interstellar navigation kings didn't have the ability to break through the void and could travel through space. They completely relied on the warship that their master spent a lot of money to buy. "Big brother," the companion tied to the side whispered, "this warship probably has the ability to travel through space as well, right?" The bald man said solemnly, "From the aura and material, it's not inferior to Boss's warship at all. As long as there's enough energy, it should be able to travel through space." If Jun Changshao heard their conversation, he would definitely be very interested. Unfortunately, he didn't hear it because he was standing at the bow of the ship thinking. "Your wife is in danger," the system said. "Are you still not going to save her?" Jun Changshao said angrily, "We're just faking our marriage." Okay, fake marriage. The system went back to the main topic and said, "The Interstellar Navigation King is very powerful and has been robbing people all year round. Now that the soul race has been targeted by him, I'm afraid they're in big trouble. They've been attacking other planes all year round. Now that they're being robbed, it's karma." Jun Changshao said, "That makes sense." The system didn't deny it. Due to the environment and their own abilities, the soul race was destined to attack other planes to survive. Now that they were being bullied, they definitely couldn't say that they felt wronged. Not to mention, Jun Changshao said, "The Interstellar Navigation King is comparable to a martial emperor. Even if I go to help, I'll be abused." If that guy was similar to the bald man, he might go to the soul race not to help Queen Rose, but to rob. The host is very rational. The system said, "But have you thought about it? After the Interstellar Navigation King dealt with the soul race, he'll definitely come to deal with the falling star continent. In a sense, you and Queen Rose are now on the same front and have to face the same enemy." "It doesn't matter," Jun Changshao said. "There's still the 9 martial emperors. I don't believe that they will sit by and do nothing when foreign forces invade and bring about a devastating disaster." Go Sheng had never flaunted himself as a great hero who saved the world. If he couldn't contend against absolute power, he would be more than happy to hand it over to someone stronger and more capable. He would choose to stay out of trouble. "I'm sorry," the system said. "I'm afraid the 9 great martial emperors won't appear." "Why?" Jun Changshao asked. The system said, "I've analyzed the compass-like treasure that the host obtained just now. Not only can it detect the strength of the martial artist in this plane, it can also roughly lock onto their specific location." "Oh." Jun Changshao took out the compass. On the mirror-like pattern, dense light dots flickered. The colors varied from pale white to deep red. The system said, "The 9 crimson characters are the strongest realm on the Starfall continent. They should be the 9 great martial emperors. Why does it keep beating? Why separate them?" Jun Changshao asked. The system said, "Because they are not in the falling star continent. Not here." Jun Changshao was flabbergasted. The system said, "At first, I didn't understand why no martial emperors appeared to appease the people when the falling star continent was designated to enter the planar battlefield. Now I finally understand. They are not here. Where did they go? How would I know?" Jun Changshao fell into deep thought. The 9 great martial emperors were the strongest forces on the falling star continent. If they were not here, no one would be able to stop some bullshit navigation king from coming. "Yes." The system said, "There is still the host." Jun Changshao roared, "I'm not even Wuxing Paragon. If I go fight a martial emperor, won't I be courting death?" The system said, "The host fought so hard to establish a sect on the falling star continent and is about to reach the top. Can you bear to see it destroyed by others?" "I can't," Jun Changshao said with a cold gaze. The main goal was to make the sect the strongest on the falling star continent. If this plane was gone, wouldn't he have to wait for the soul bomb to explode? So, the system said, even if it's not for the people of the world, for the host himself and the disciples of the sect, you have to fight. As a man, you should be full of passion. How should I fight? Open the high-level store and refresh the store. Turn on the god-slaying mode. F***CK. Jun Changshao cursed. In the end, you're still instigating me to earn contribution points. Why do you have so many tricks up your sleeves? Ding. Main mission triggered. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a notification rang in his ears. Go Leftover was completely dumbfounded. In the past, it was either side missions or epic missions. This time, there was a main mission. Line. Mission. Jun Changshao hurriedly opened the data interface and found that there was another main mission under the main mission. So he clicked on the details. Main mission, 2 mission details. The Navigation King will bring catastrophic destruction to the falling star continent. This will affect the progress of the main mission 1. The host must stop it. Mission conditions: defeat and kill the Navigation King. Mission failure: the falling star continent will fall. Mission punishment: if the falling star continent falls, the soul bomb will explode on the spot. Mission reward. After reading the details of the main and second missions, Jun Changshao sat down and clasped his hands together. With a serious expression, he said, I can't stay out of this anymore. Nonsense. The system said, if this kind of interstellar robber comes, the entire continent will be plunged into misery and suffering. How will the host become the strongest sect? Furthermore, this is a main mission. After the host completes it, the reward will definitely be better than an epic mission. Swoosh! Jun Changshao stood up and said with a cold gaze, then let's fight. The systems said, quickly go to the soul race and find your wife. Maybe we can get rid of that guy. Whoosh! The ancient warship flew at full speed and turned into a ray of light. Jun Changshao personally dealt with all the natural disasters they encountered on the way. Then they returned to the sect of all times. The bald man and his subordinates were all locked up. Because there were too many of them, many cells were specially created. F***CK. Zhao Daodu stood at the iron window and said in surprise, so many inmates came down at once. Jun Changshao left the matter of settling the prisoners to Yuan Gongzi and his disciples. At this moment, he was standing outside the City of Eternity, in the area where the space-time tunnel was blocked. He did not plan to bring his disciples because the opponent was too strong. Cui Hua. Jun Changshao said, open the tunnel. Yes. Cui Hua opened her mouth and bit open the sealed tunnel. Swoosh! Swoosh! The master and servant entered and moved forward at their fastest speed. A few days later, they stepped into the Soul Race's continent again. Boom! 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 However, just as they flew out of the tunnel, the deafening sound of battle rippled in the sky. The surrounding space cracked and the whole world seemed to be torn apart. Swoosh! Suddenly, a stream of light fell from the sky at extreme speed. The ground within 100 miles cracked and a crater like a huge lake appeared. The one who fell was the Rose Queen. She was half kneeling on the ground. The green armor on her body was broken in many places. Her hair was disheveled, revealing half of her face. It could be said that she was extremely pale. Swoosh! In the sky, a stream of light flashed. A slender man with the word handsome engraved on his forehead stood with his hands behind his back. He smiled and said, in a place where birds don't shit, you can still cultivate to the strength that is infinitely close to breaking through the void. Woman, you are not bad. The Rose Queen's eyes were red and her heart was bleeding. What a pity! The handsome man raised his hand and rubbed his fingers lightly. A seemingly transparent spear condensed and said, today you still have to die. Swoosh! The spear contained a terrifying power and it shot down from above. The Rose Queen knew that she could not escape. The corner of her bleeding mouth raised a smile. Her body released spots of green light like fireflies. Want to self-destruct. The handsome man sneered and said, "Useless struggle." Ding! At this moment, a stream of light broke through the sky from afar and slammed on the spear, causing it to change its falling trajectory. Then, with a boom, it landed on the ground in the distance and instantly caused a huge explosion. Whoosh whoosh! A gust of wind whistled, accompanied by billowing dust. The Rose Queen, who was about to self-destruct, raised her head with difficulty and found a spear shining with colorful light in front of her. This is Swoosh. A red cloak appeared in front of her, and a familiar back stood in front of her. His right fist gradually turned into steel, and then he grabbed the handle of the spear. "It's you!" The Rose Queen was in disbelief. Jun Changshao pulled out the Sky Tyrant spear, looked up at the handsome man, and said indifferently, "I don't agree with her death." Chapter 1140. Kill her. I don't agree. These simple words seemed to have turned into some kind of power that instantly integrated into Rose Queen's mind, bringing a strong shock that was deeply imprinted in her heart. She hated Jun Changshao so much that when she self-destructed just now, she still wanted to go to the Falling Star continent to pester him even if she became a ghost. This hatred was not because he suddenly left, nor was it because he took half of the treasury's resources, but because of the letter that represented the letter of divorce. If it wasn't for the critical situation now, Rose Queen might have questioned Jun Changshao. "Why did you divorce me? What right do you have to divorce me?" Whoosh! A pill flew over and landed in her hand. "Eat it." Jun Changshao still had his back to Rose Queen and said indifferently, "Get out of here." The system collapsed. It knew that Jun Changshao wanted Rose Queen to stay away from here so that she wouldn't be affected by the fight with the handsome man, but what he said was simply ruthless. It wasn't unreasonable to be single for so long. Rose Queen swallowed the pill, and when her injuries were healed, she flew away without looking back. If it were other women, they might hesitate, but the fourth-generation Spirida's queen had been through hundreds of battles. Even if she was full of resentment, she could only step aside and leave the battlefield to Jun Changshao. "Kid." The handsome man said, "Who are you?" Jun Changshao was about to give the most handsome self-introduction when Rose Queen, who flew away, said first, "He is my husband. Rose of Flowers. I've already divorced you. We have nothing to do with each other." Jun Changshao roared. Rose Queen said with a cold face, "You married me in the Spirida's continent, so you have to follow the customs of the Spirida's continent. Here, only women can divorce men, not men." The system said, "What she said is reasonable. Ignore your sister." If it weren't for the fact that he had to fight with the guy with a strong aura in the sky, Jun Changshao really wanted to have a good talk with Rose Queen and make things clear. "TSK, TSK." The handsome man shook his head and said, "That woman's appearance is not bad. With a husband like you, it's simply, sigh, a flower stuck in cow dung." Jun Changshao's eyes suddenly burst with anger. The extremely narcissistic Go Sheng could not tolerate someone describing him as cow dung. "Hey!" The handsome man looked at Queen Rose and said, "I have the looks and the strength. Why don't you just divorce this pile of cow dung and marry me?" Mother ***. Jun Changshao gripped the sky hegemon spear tightly, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he said, "He really deserves a beating." Rose Queen said angrily, "The women of the soul race will only marry one man in their entire lives. Even if their husband dies, even if they become widows, they will not remarry. Give up on that idea." It was indeed a custom that a soul race girl would only marry one person in her lifetime. However, why did the last few sentences sound so awkward? "I'm just saying." The handsome man shook his head. His eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp as he said, "Do you really think that I would take a fancy to a woman from a lowly race like you?" Swish! At this moment, Jun Changshao waved the sky hegemon spear and pierced through the void with a powerful spear light. He knew that the other party was very strong, so he used his full strength. Under the powerful explosion of power, another scar was added to this tragic space. The handsome man sneered and gently raised his finger. Flowing light energy appeared out of thin air and shot out a powerful beam of light. Boom! The two forces collided, and the space exploded again. Thump! 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 Jun Changshao took a few steps back. When he stabilized his body, he looked at the handsome man who was floating in midair with a calm expression and frowned. Is this the strength of a martial emperor? When he fought with Rose Queen earlier, although he was suppressed without using his trump card, at least there was still hope. Now that he was facing a stronger opponent, he felt that he had no chance of winning at all. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the handsome man raised his hand again. A terrifying power erupted from his body and pressed down like a tsunami. At that moment, the entire space seemed to be frozen. Not good. Jun Changshao was shocked. The terrifying air wave pressed down, making it difficult for him to move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the majestic aura pressed down, it gradually condensed into a huge palm print. Then, with a rumble, it covered the ground, shaking the dust and spreading it in all directions like waves. The handsome man frowned slightly. On the right side of the cloud of dust, Jun Changshao stood panting. Sweat seeped out of his forehead. Obviously, when the palm print pressed down, he had paid a high price to break free. Don't test the opponent's strength. The system said, just unseal the hard to keep saber. Jun Changshao said, do you think I can defeat him by unsealing the hard to keep saber? The system said, unsealing it will be crushed, but unsealing it will at least give you a chance. If it doesn't work, think of a way to stall for time and refresh the high-level store. See if you can get another bottle to buy the universal talisman or a stronger trump card. That's the only way. Jun Changshao raised the Overlord spear and said coldly, if I wasn't injured, it would be easy to get rid of you. He's injured again? Queen Rose was surprised. The handsome man smiled and said, are you planning to stall for time? Or are you planning to make a 3-year or 10-year agreement with me, and then wait for you to counterattack and slap my face? F***CK. This guy seemed to be very familiar with some traditional tricks. Ding. Sect contribution points. 500,007,0000. Jun Changshao opened the high-level store. Many good items that he had not bought were replaced, making his heart ache. He could not care less. At this time, Jun Changshao needed items that could increase his combat power, so he had to get them, even if it cost him all his contribution points. Go ahead and refresh. I still have 50,000 points here, the system said. Jun Changshao was a little guilty. After all, it was only 100,000 points. If he was unlucky and did not get any useful items after 10 tries, he would lose a lot. No. The system said firmly, this is a high-level store. Every time it refreshes, there will be unexpected surprises. Indeed, there were many good things in the newly refreshed store, but most of them were martial arts and recipes, not combat power items. Refresh again, the system urged. It was not instigating the host to spend contribution points, but the current situation was critical. Every minute and second could not be wasted. Ding. Sect contribution points. 400,007,0000. Ding. Sect contribution points. 300,007,0000. Jun Changshao refreshed twice in a short time, but he did not get any superior grade combat power. He roared, where's the surprise? Where's the unexpected surprise you mentioned? Wait. He suddenly calmed down and fixed his eyes on the last item. Its name was Xianyuan Divine Armor. Xianyuan? Yellow Emperor? Shua. Jun Changshao hurriedly clicked on the introduction, and the content was Item. Xianyuan Divine Armor Introduction. The armor made by the Yellow Emperor, the ancestor of Huaxia. It contains the power of the ancestor of humanity. Effect. After wearing it, it can protect and strengthen the body, meridians, and soul. Advantage. This divine armor is created by heaven and earth. The user does not have to suffer any side effects. Disadvantage. Only the soul of Yan Huang can wear the armor. Grade. Above divine grade price. 20,000 contribution points. Ding. Host has spent 20,000 contribution points and obtained Xianyuan Divine Armor X1. It has been transferred to the Infinite Space Ring. Ding. Sect contribution points 100,007,0000. After reading the introduction, Jun Changshao bought it without hesitation. Even though he had spent 50,000 contribution points in a short time, he did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. This, the system said proudly, it's a surprise. Shua. Jun Changshao stuck the sky dominating spear under his feet, opened his arms, and looked up with a sincere face. Ancestor, please give me strength. Ancestor. The handsome man smiled coldly and said, Ridiculous! Huff, 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 huff. Suddenly, a majestic aura erupted from Jun Changshao's body, and then it began to condense from his hands to his feet. When the light dissipated, a platinum armor, boots, wrists, robes, and even a helmet were already on his body. The two words Xianyuan carved on the breastplate were shining brightly. Ka! Jun Changshao grabbed the sky-dominating spear. The colorful weapon paired with the platinum armor was simply a new level of coolness. He was just like Zhao Yun in the Three Kingdoms. Shua. Jun Changshao took a step forward, raised the end of the spear with his left hand, and held the center of the spear with his right hand. The entire sky-dominating spear was slanted, and he assumed a battle posture. He shouted, I am Zhao Zilong of Shijiazhuang. Go to hell. The system roared. It was not easy to gather the atmosphere of passion, but you broke it with one sentence. Chapter 1141. P.S. Reader's reminder to fix the bug in the previous chapter. Go Sheng needed to buy items to refresh the store, so 20,000 contribution points were deducted and 2 more items were added. Go Sheng. I am very grateful to the reader who found the bug. Please give me the address. Wearing the Xianyuan Divine Armor, Jun Changshao was like a god descending to the mortal world, and the atmosphere around him became unusually hot. However, one sentence was enough to stop him. He was the one who destroyed the environment and atmosphere. Rose Queen and the handsome man naturally did not understand Shijiazhuang Zhaozilong's joke, but they both realized that the quality of the platinum armor must be extremely high. Kid. The handsome man was quite surprised. You are very good. The long spear shrouded in 7-colored flowing light from the material was extraordinary. Now that he was wearing a set of armor, he suddenly had a strong interest. He had been robbing in the universe all year round. As long as he was interested in something, he would definitely snatch it. The handsome man raised his hand, and light gathered at his fingertips. He said proudly, What you are wearing, what you are holding, it is all mine today. Whoosh! The light beam burst out, tearing the space apart. Ta! Jun Changshao stepped on the ground and flew up. Bright light gathered at the tip of the sky tyrant spear. After wearing the Xianyuan Divine Armor, he felt that his muscles, meridians, and even soul had a huge increase. It was as if he was looking at hundreds of millions of descendants of Yan and Huang, as if they were sitting cross-legged in the sky, instilling some kind of power into him. This is the power of the ancestors of humanity. The system said you can also think of it as a kind of power of faith that gathered the souls of Yan and Huang. Jun Changshao, who rushed up with the spear, smiled and said, In that case, I am not fighting alone. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Majestic airwaves gathered around him. Rose Queen, who was standing in the distance, was surprised. The airwaves that emerged seemed to have turned into thousands of thousands, and also seemed to have turned into a god, making people feel awe. The spear is still here. Jun Chang Shao roared angrily, "Give me your head!" Whoosh! Boom! The exploding spear light collided with the beam of light. The heavens and earth trembled violently. A large area of space collapsed, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. Swish! Jun Changshao flew over at an extremely fast speed amidst the surging airwaves. The Sky Tyrant spear suddenly swept out, and the powerful spear light was like a whip, shooting towards the handsome man standing in midair. Boom! The handsome man flicked his finger, and the spear radiance exploded. He smiled and said, "Interesting." Before he put on the godly armor, Jun Changshao was no more than an ant in his eyes. He could easily trample on him. Now he was a little more serious. Shwa! The spear light shot out once again. The handsome man leaned to the side and lightly formed a hand seal. "You know nothing about true power." Buzz! In the sky, a large hand suddenly appeared and then fiercely pressed down. Boom! Jun Changshao was directly pressed to the ground, revealing a 5-fingered palm print. The handsome man quickly performed a series of hand incantations. Numerous palm imprints gathered in the air, carrying extremely powerful palm imprints as they pressed down on the spot where Ji Hao was falling. For a moment, dust flew and the ground trembled. Rose Queen's eyes were filled with worry. Then she was overjoyed, because in the dust, Jun Changshao gradually appeared. The armor on his body was intact and still shining brightly. "If this is your true power," Go Sheng raised his head and said proudly, "It doesn't seem to be much." A trace of anger flashed across the handsome man's face, and then he said with a smile, "Trash from a low-level plane, quite arrogant." Swish! He appeared in front of Jun Changshao out of thin air. He gently raised his right hand, which was only a few inches away from the armor, and a scorching light flashed like the sun. This guy had a calm face from beginning to end, and his speed was not fast, but the powerful aura emitted gave people a strong sense of oppression. Boom! The light exploded, creating a huge impact. Jun Changshao didn't have enough time to dodge. His chest felt as if it had been smashed by a sledgehammer. His entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. He smashed through several mountains and created several rivers before he finally sank into the mountain. Damn it, this power is... Puff! With the protection of the Xianyuan divine armor, Jun Changshao's body was not injured, but his blood was violently tumbling, and he couldn't help but spurt out. The system said the gap is too big. Even if the host has the divine armor, he is just a moving sandbag with no chance of winning. Jun Changshao collapsed. Why are the enemies I've encountered recently getting more and more troublesome? The leader of the Union of 10,000 Immortals, the bald man, protested. The system said, "This shows that the host has become stronger, and the strong people you come in contact with are stronger than before. Open a bottle of champagne to celebrate. This is a battle. Please take it seriously." Swish! Jun Changshao walked out of the sunken mountain, holding the sky hegemon spear with cold eyes, and then turned into a stream of light and rushed over. The camera did not follow because, boom! In just a few seconds, Go Sheng was beaten back again, unlocking a new posture and sinking into the mountain. Damn it! Even if I am a moving sandbag, I will exhaust you to death. Swish! Jun Changshao flew over again, and he was beaten back again without exchanging 2 moves with the handsome man. The scene was very awkward. However, fortunately, the defense of the Xianyuan divine armor was extremely strong. After resisting so many bombardments, it only caused his qi and blood to roll, and did not cause any substantial injuries. Cockroach! When the handsome man saw that Jun Changshao had once again appeared in his field of vision, his brows furrowed as a look of displeasure appeared on his face. This kind of low-level trash, if it was in the past, would have been destroyed many times. Boom! Boom! Jun Changshao turned into an unkillable 5 undying strong, rushing over again and again, and was beaten back again and again. The system said the host's energy is limited. If you can't exhaust him, you will exhaust yourself first. Unseal the hard to withdraw blade. Jun Changshao also wanted to do so. However, if he could not defeat the opponent with the hard to withdraw blade and instead weaken himself, wouldn't he die faster? It's a pity that there is no new opening talisman, otherwise I can transform it into the third form in seconds. Right. Jun Changshao said, I still have the stone statue. Hurry up and get rid of this unrealistic idea. The system was very resistant to the treasure that made the host lose consciousness and turn black. Jun Changshao broke down and said, Then tell me, how should I defeat him? Go to the store, open the cheat to the extreme. How many contribution points do you have? 40,000. Give me all of them. Ding. Sect contribution points 400. 007 0000. Jun Changshao was about to pull down the store when Rose Queen suddenly flew over from afar, stood in front of him and said, Let's work together. Husband and wife duo, I think it's fine. The system said, Get lost. Jun Changshao cursed in his heart and then said with a cold expression, A man's battle should be resolved by a man. As a woman, leave quickly and don't get in the way. Rose Queen did not leave. She stood behind, her hand on his back, and said, My soul race can occupy the body and can also be used to assist and relax the soul. I will merge into your body. Jun Changshao took 2 steps forward and said, You think I'm a fool? Entering his body and being completely controlled by her. What was the difference between that and using the stone statue to turn black? Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the handsome man raised his finger, and a beam of light shot over. Boom! Jun Changshao crossed his hands and flew out again. Rose Queen, who was standing in place, was stunned. The beam of light was clearly aimed at her, but he took it head on. Could it be? Rose Queen could not help but smile, and then rushed to the front of the person who had just walked out of the mountain, tiptoed and hugged him, her lips close to his ear, and whispered, I want to enter your heart and see if I'm there. Buzz. Suddenly, a circular pattern appeared under their feet, on which there were strange patterns. You woman! Jun Changshao was about to push Rose Queen out, but he was shocked to find that her body was gradually turning illusory, and then, like a ray of light, enveloped him. I've been conquering planes for thousands of years, and I've always possessed a woman's body. You are the first man and the only man. Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The ray of light around her ignored the Shenyuan divine armor and directly merged into Jun Changshao's body. A majestic green aura emerged from the pattern and completely enveloped him. Is this the soul race's divine ability? The handsome man stood in midair, holding his chin with interest. This time he came to the soul race's continent because of this divine ability that could merge into other living beings, so he really wanted to see what was special about it. Whoosh! Suddenly, a green light burst out from the green energy that had gathered into a ball, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the handsome man. Boom! Ka-ka-ka! The surrounding space cracked and collapsed quickly. Bam! The handsome man fell to the ground in a rather sorry state, and he looked up with a surprised expression. In the area where he was just floating, the guy in platinum armor stood proudly. Not only was his body covered by a majestic green attribute, but even his hair was green. Green. Jun Changshao was green. Boom! At this moment, he flashed in front of the handsome man and elbowed him in the face with an unstoppable force, and sent him flying dozens of meters away. My power! Jun Changshao raised his hand and said in disbelief, It's actually so strong! The system exclaimed, The host's hair is not only green, but his voice is also feminine. It was not feminine, but Jun Changxiao's voice that had both a male and female voice. One was his own voice, and the other was Rose Queen's voice. Chapter 1142. Jun Changxiao, whose entire body was enveloped by green attributes. Even his hair had turned green. If he appeared in the land of China, he would definitely be laughed at. After all, the green that represented color had already been played to death. However, in another world, there was no problem. Because of the difference in culture, green was green, and there was no other meaning. Jun Changxiao didn't care about whether it was green or not. At this moment, he was more concerned about the great increase in his strength, as if he had used the universal talisman. That feeling, it was so good, so good. Husband. Suddenly, Rose Queen's voice sounded in his ear. You now have all of my strength, coupled with your own strength. You shouldn't be weaker than that guy. The supernatural powers of the soul race were usually used to attach to living beings and then find an opportunity to possess them to improve their own strength. There were very few who were willing to assist and contribute. And what surprised Rose Queen was that every meridian and every inch of Jun Changxiao's skin seemed to have been tempered thousands of times. It was so perfect that it was impeccable. It was not casual for the soul race to attach to living beings. They would usually calculate the compatibility after fusing with the body, and only when it reached 60% would they be considered qualified. The degree of fusion between Rose Queen and Jun Changxiao's body had reached 100%. It was precisely because of the extremely high compatibility that the chemical reaction produced after the fusion of the two was not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. I see. Jun Changxiao's lips curled up into a smile, and his eyes flickered with fighting spirit. Just now he was still resisting Rose Queen's assistance, but now that he felt the powerful strength, he was so excited that he was about to sing. It was truly a textbook-level large-scale performance. Shua! Jun Changxiao raised his hand, and the sky tyrant spear flew over from afar. His eyes were cold as he said, Remember, don't call me husband any more. Rose Queen's voice sounded in his ear. Okay, husband. Whoosh! Dust flew, and the ground exploded. Jun Changxiao had already rushed to the handsome man's front. A cold light arrived first, and then the spear pierced over like a dragon. It doesn't take 3 years to counterattack and slap the face. Whoosh, whoosh! The spear light was like a rainbow, piercing through the void. Jun Changxiao, whose green hair danced wildly in the wind, shouted angrily, 3 seconds is enough! Swish! The tip of the spear flashed, and a beam of spear light instantly shot out, tearing the space apart, dragging out dozens of miles of flowing light. Looking down from above, it was as if a giant had slashed the space with a giant blade. Jun Changxiao was a 5th-grade sword and martial saint. With the help of Rose Queen, who was infinitely close to becoming a martial emperor, his cultivation could be described as exploding. However, the handsome man dodged in advance and hovered in the air. He grinned and said, This is interesting. Shua! Jun Changxiao appeared in front of him out of thin air, and his spear swept across with a tyrannical aura. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the two sides engaged in a close-range combat of the highest quality at a frequency that was hard to see with the naked eye. The space had no choice but to surrender and collapse under the disturbance of power. Boom! After dozens of moves, the handsome man fell from the sky. When he was about to hit the ground, his body suddenly recovered from its unbalanced state. The tip of his foot lightly tapped on a stone. Buzz! An energy ripple burst out in all directions. Except for the stone that the handsome man stepped on, the ground within a radius of dozens of miles instantly collapsed in a wave-like shape. In a battle of this level, even if the opponent's strength was reduced, it was still so powerful. It was really too shocking. 7 mysterious sun-glow break. High in the sky, Jun Changxiao raised the 7-colored flowing light spear in a chopping position. The three colors of red, orange, and yellow gathered on the spear body, and then suddenly swung it, turning into an unparalleled ray of light. Not good. The handsome man's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! The whole ground suffered a strong bombardment, and a deep and long trench instantly cracked open. From a high altitude, it looked like it was directly divided into two. The handsome man, who dodged in advance, looked extremely serious. The sunglow break that guy just used was extraordinary at first glance. He had a powerful weapon, a powerful armor, and now a powerful martial art. Where did this guy come from? Shijazhuang Zhaozilong? The handsome man began to quickly flip through the memories in his sea of consciousness, but he had never heard of Shijazhuang, let alone Zhaozilong. If Jun Changshao knew that he was just shouting on a whim, and the result was crazy imagination, he would definitely laugh until he was convulsing. Huff, huff! While the handsome man was thinking for a short while, the powerful 7 mysterious sunglow break attacked again. Needless to say, Jun Changshao, who had greatly increased his strength, used this martial art, and its power was stronger than before, and he had only learned 3 fragments. If he could find the other fragments and cultivate the complete 7 mysterious sunglow break, its power would definitely break through the sky. After the fragments of martial arts were bought, they would be stolen from other planes, which meant that when the day came, there would be at least a few victims waiting in line. For example, in the distant, endless universe, 1 black and 1 white were moving forward rapidly, and sometimes they would fight until the universe collapsed before continuing their journey. Big black fool! A voice came from the white light. Are you sure that the missing fragments are in the mortal plane? An unhappy voice came from the black light. Don't follow me if you don't believe me. I'll find it myself. The person in the white light was silent for a while before saying, I'll believe you this once. However, with our cultivation, if we force our way into the mortal plane, our cultivation will definitely drop greatly. If you and I use the heaven and earth reversal technique together, we should be able to preserve part of our cultivation and enter the mortal plane, then find the fragments and come back quickly. Ha ha ha! The white light laughed. I was wondering why you, big black fool, took the initiative to find me. So you have this idea. The so-called heaven and earth reversal technique required 2 people to use it at the same time. Humph, the person in the black light said coldly. When we find the fragments, you and I will decide who is the winner. Okay, the 2 black and white lights reached an agreement and headed toward the endless starry sky. If they didn't turn all the way until they broke through the restrictions of space, they would reach the area where the soul race's continent was. Boom! Boom! In the sky, Jun Changshao and the handsome man fought again. The space within 1,000 miles was shattered, and the ground was sunken and cracked. The scene was like the end of the world. There were only 2 emperor-level cultivators fighting. If there were a few more, the soul race's continent would definitely be torn apart like the falling star continent 10,000 years ago. Ka. Jun Changshao and the handsome man exchanged more than 100 moves. The ground below finally couldn't bear the load and began to crack irregularly. They gradually moved away from each other. Looking from the sky, a large part of the plane had been destroyed and was getting further and further away from the main body, gradually forming an independent ground plate. Boom, boom, boom. Ka. The battle continued. Powerful power erupted wantonly, and the ground and space either cracked or collapsed. Boom, boom. Jun Changshao and the handsome man fell on 2 distant lands like cannonballs. There was an extremely deep trench between them. Queen Rose, who was playing support, saw her home fall apart and felt the thin heaven and earth attributes gradually merge into the broken space. She felt a stabbing pain in her heart. My ancestors in the falling star continent have also experienced your pain, Jun Changshao said indifferently. They were integrated into one, and their minds were connected. Of course, Queen Rose couldn't feel the existence of the system because it was an unsolvable bug. Only Jun Changshao could communicate with it. You want to divorce me because my soul race once invaded the falling star continent. Yes, Jun Changshao said we have a feud. That's the order of Queen Lingping. It has nothing to do with me. Queen Rose said, if it were you, you would also invade the falling star continent because your soul race is a natural predator. There is no if. It was Lingping who invaded your continent, not me. When Queen Rose said the last 3 words, her voice was so high that it became a scream. Jun Changxiao's eardrums were buzzing. The system didn't want to be a third wheel. It really wanted to interrupt. You two are fighting. Can you be serious? I don't want to talk to you. Jun Changxiao waved the sky-dominating spear and rushed to the handsome man again. A fierce battle began again. The continent of the soul race continued to collapse, and the main body was divided into many small plates again. In the major cities, the people of the soul race knelt on the ground and prayed devoutly. Even if the houses and the earth trembled violently, they didn't intend to escape. At this time, they could only believe that the queen would expel the foreign enemies and return the continent to peace. 1 day later, the originally complete continent of the soul race had several continents of different sizes separated from the main body. The trenches were filled with seawater, and they looked at each other across the sea. This kind of terrain change hadn't ended yet because Jun Changxiao and the handsome man were still fighting. They were still fighting to the death. Boom! There was another explosion in the sky. The handsome man landed on the ground and looked at Jun Changxiao, who was separated by the seawater. He smiled and said, this supernatural power of the soul race is really good. If it is attached to me, my strength will only be stronger. After fighting with Jun Changxiao for a day and a night, he didn't gain any advantage. He could smile because he hadn't used his real strength yet. Kid, the handsome man raised his hand proudly and said, the battle between you and me can end now. Whoa! A 3-foot-long sword appeared out of thin air and erupted with an unparalleled pressure. Jun Changxiao frowned. Just from the aura of this sword, it wasn't inferior to his 9 heavens and 10 earths sky dominating spear. Not only were the opponents he encountered getting stronger and stronger, but their equipment was also getting better and better. This is really great. I must snatch it. The handsome man was known as the Galactic Bandit King, and he made a living by robbing the major planes. Although Jun Changxiao wasn't a bandit, he had done a lot of robbing over the years. Moreover, he had rich experience and methods. Are you interested in my equipment? Sorry, I'm also interested in your equipment. Since everyone wants it, let's see who has the ability to snatch it. Clang! There was the sound of a sword being unsheathed. Whoosh! An incomparably powerful sword energy directly slashed over, leaving a deep sword mark in the space. The wind whistled as if it was crying in grief. If it wasn't for the fact that their strength didn't allow it, the soul race continent really wanted to forcefully open the door to the plane battlefield and let the 2 lords go to a higher plane to wreak havoc, instead of riding on their bodies and using their swords to cut off their flesh piece by piece. Bang! Jun Changxiao charged straight in and used the sky-dominating spear to break the sword light. Then he used the rainbow light break to bombard it again. Both he and the handsome man used their weapons and entered a serious state. Therefore, it would only increase the burden on the continent and cause it to fall apart even faster. However, after dozens of moves, Jun Changxiao's speed and attack power were obviously declining. After separating, he was suspended in mid-air, and his breathing had become rapid. The handsome man smiled and said, after all, you relied on the soul race's ability to increase your strength. Even if you have the strength to contend with me, how can you have my inexhaustible energy? Jun Changxiao was silent. With the Xianyuan divine armor and the support of the Rose Queen, he was not weaker than the handsome man in terms of strength. However, the psionic energy in the spirit core was far from comparable. After all, it was only an increase in strength not an increase in realm. There was no qualitative change in the energy supply. I've been rampaging through the universe for hundreds of years. It's been a long time since I've met an opponent. Today, I'll play with you. The handsome man quickly rushed over, the 3-feet-long sword in his hand, slashing out a sword light, carrying with it an explosive power. Boom! Jun Changshao used his spear to break it, and a lot of psionic energy was consumed. The Rose Queen said, "When the energy is exhausted to a certain limit, you and I will be forced to separate, so there's not much time left. Hurry up and think of a way to deal with him." Because of the fusion in a support form, she could only provide Jun Changshao with strength, but could not control the body to take the lead. I want to get rid of him too. However, my strength doesn't allow it. Use your previous petrification ability. The Rose Queen suggested. The system roared. Don't listen to her. Pum! The Sky Tyrant spear stabbed into the ground. Jun Changshao rubbed his hands, looked at the handsome man with a playful smile, and said with a cold gaze, "I want to complete the mission. I want to kill this guy." The system collapsed. "You will lose your mind and become a demon. With you here, I'm not afraid." The system couldn't wait to run out, kick him back to Earth, and continue to be an otaku loser. Shwa! Jun Changshao waved his hand, and the stone statue that seemed to seal the evil power appeared again, and then was directly clamped between his palms. Huff, huff! The wind whistled, and his green hair danced wildly. Jun Changshao said in a low voice, "If I become a Buddha, there will be no demons in the world. If I become a demon, what can Buddha do to me?" "No, don't." Huff, huff, huff! The stone statue's power instantly merged into his body. Jun Changshao raised his head and roared with a ferocious expression, and strange lines outlined on his neck and the back of his hands. The handsome man furrowed his brows. This is... When he saw Jun Changshao's whole body turning into a stone statue and his strength increasing rapidly, his face suddenly changed, and he said in shock, "The stone statue's remarkable ability!" He couldn't let him change, otherwise it would be troublesome. Shwa! Shwa! After a brief shock, the handsome man made all kinds of complicated hand seals, and only saw that above the petrified Jun Changshao, dazzling patterns appeared out of thin air, and all kinds of energy beams instantly shot out. Full power. The power was extremely terrifying. However, under the ruthless pressure of all kinds of energy, Jun Changshao had finished his transformation. His right hand raised, and the Sky Tyrant spear broke out of the ground, drawing a gorgeous stream of light. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, all kinds of energy that pressed down from all directions were broken, and all kinds of patterns that existed in the sky exploded on the spot. Thump, thump, thump. The handsome man took a few steps back, and the blood in his body was boiling. He said with a face full of disbelief, "How does this guy have the remarkable ability of the Upper Realm's Stone Statue Clan?" Die. At this moment, Jun Changshao's huge figure appeared in front of the handsome man, and a petrified palm that was as heavy as 100,000 mountains pressed down fiercely. Boom! A large piece of the ground suddenly cracked and then moved to the west. In the deepest part of the starry sky, the black and white stream of light had stopped, and the yin-yang fish pattern gradually appeared, like a huge mirror suspended in the universe and spinning non-stop. Suddenly, the person in the black light opened his eyes and said in surprise, "Someone in the mortal plane seems to have shaken the deep space. We can take the opportunity to sneak in, and this way we won't be spied on by the heavenly axiom. There's a high chance that we can preserve some of our strength. What are you waiting for? Hurry! Hurry!" The black and white people hurriedly used the heaven and earth reversal technique, and the yin-yang fish pattern suspended above spun faster. A moment later, they said in unison, "Heaven and earth reversal. Yin and yang reverse chaos." Whoosh! Whoosh! The two instantly turned into black streams of light, respectively entering the black and white areas of the Inyang fish, and then disappeared without a trace, outside the Seoul clan's continent in the dark, starry sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! Space suddenly tore, and two black and white streams of light rushed out. When the light dissipated, two middle-aged men appeared. One was in white, and the other was in black. If they wore a tall hat and stuck out their tongues, they could totally cosplay as the black and white impermanents. Their eyes were sharp, and their temples were bulging. From the perspective of a martial arts novel, they were definitely experts. "Damn it," the man in black said angrily. "Although we relied on the spatial turbulence to come in, our realm is still inevitably suppressed." "It's already not bad," the man in white said indifferently. "It's only suppressed to the level of martial emperor. With our martial arts experience, we can do whatever we want in the mortal plane." "Not bad." The man in black immediately felt relieved. "Don't stand there in a daze," the man in white said lightly. "Hurry up and search for the whereabouts of the remnant scroll." The man in black was about to close his eyes and use his special ability when he suddenly realized that there were obvious energy fluctuations coming from the plane next to him. "Let's go," the two of them said in unison. "Let's go and watch the show." They knew that there were people fighting in the plane. It was because of this that they were able to easily sneak into the mortal plane. Whoosh! Whoosh! The man in black and the man in white broke the spatial barrier of the Soul race's continent and easily entered. The first thing that appeared in their vision was the scene of a continent that had been torn apart. TSK, TSK. What a tragic fight. The two of them looked into the distance at the same time and saw a petrified creature stomping on the ground. "Big black fool." The man in white rubbed his eyes and said in surprise, "This seems to be a member of the stone statue race. Why would it appear in the mortal plane?" The man in black was also puzzled. At this moment, Jun Changshao, who was stomping on the ground, suddenly looked up. His red eyes locked onto the two uninvited guests in the sky, and he said in a low voice, "That guy's companions!" Swoosh! He shot over with an imposing aura. The man in black said, "This person has already turned dark. He hits everyone he sees." The man in white touched his nose and said with a smile, "I wanted to thank him for allowing us to come to the mortal world so easily. But since he's so rude, then boom!" Suddenly, Jun Changshao had already charged in front of him and smashed his right knee into his abdomen. In slow motion, one could clearly see the smile on the man in white's face gradually disappear before being replaced by a ferocious expression as his eyes bulged. Swoosh! He flew out like a cannonball and turned into a streak of starlight. The man in black, standing at the side, was stunned. Was the stone statue race that strong? He sent white Rakshasa, whose cultivation was temporarily suppressed to martial emperor, flying with a single move. Swoosh! Jun Changshao turned around and threw a clean right hook. The man in black could catch it, but the other party's punch was too fast. His powerful cultivation was suppressed, and he could not coordinate perfectly with his body. In the end, he could only use his left cheek to take it. Boom! He fell at extreme speed and smashed into the ground. Thud! The man in white, who was sent flying, also landed. The two powerhouses, who thought they could do whatever they wanted in the mortal world, were lying side by side. One was beaten until his eyelids were rolled back, while the other was beaten until he was foaming at the mouth. Damn it! The handsome man stood up from the deep pit with a bruised face in the area where Jun Changshao had stepped on previously. His armor was in tatters, and he said angrily, "I will definitely return." Swoosh! A warship appeared out of thin air. The handsome man jumped on and disappeared without a trace. "Chase! Don't let that guy escape." Rose Queen's voice rang in Jun Changshao's ears, but the latter ignored her. He landed in front of the man in white and the man in black, grabbed their heads and smashed them into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. The brutality of the scene was unbearable to look at. P.S. 5,500 plus chapters. Chapter 1143. In order to find the scroll fragment, the white-robed man and the black-robed man did not hesitate to use the heaven and earth reversal technique to sneak into the mortal universe. Their cultivation was also suppressed to the level of a martial emperor. It was not a big problem. An expert of this level could easily beat up a mortal martial artist of the same level. So, there was an accident. Coincidentally, they met the dark Jun Changshao. Under normal circumstances, a few Gosheng with cheats would not be able to beat a martial emperor. But now, with the help of the Rose Queen and the stone statue's power, it was simply too strong. So, the two experts, the black and white impermanents, became punching bags on the Spiritas continent. They were ravaged by the dark Jun Changshao. Needless to say, these two brothers were really good at taking a beating. They were pressed to the ground repeatedly, although one of them had a crooked mouth and eyes, and the other was foaming at the mouth. They still did not faint. The process was too cruel, so there was no need to describe it. In short, the appearance of these two super punching bags allowed the handsome man to escape. They attracted all of Jun Changshao's firepower and did not do more cruel things, such as slaughtering the Spiritas and destroying the entire plane. Boom! 2 hours later, the black and white impermanents sank into a deep pit. Damn it! The white-robed man tried to strike a pose on the ground and said, "Don't think that I can't beat you. I just don't want to hurt the innocent. Come on." Bam! A kick came at him. The white-robed man's head sank into the ground. His hands and legs trembled slightly. The black-robed man buried his face in the soil and pretended that he had fainted from the torture. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jun Changshao did not continue the violence. Instead, he held his head with both hands with a ferocious expression. He bared his teeth and screamed. His voice reverberated in the shattered space like a ghost's cry. "White Rakshasa, are you still alive?" the black-robed man asked telepathically. The white-robed man, whose head was sunk in the soil, said, "Don't worry. If anyone dies, you die first." The black-robed man said, "This guy has completely darkened. We have to find a way to get rid of him. Otherwise, even with the invincible Vajra body, we will be tortured to death. If our cultivation is not suppressed, how can this mortal trash hurt us?" The white-robed man said angrily. The black-clothed man transmitted his voice, "Don't say anything useless. The only thing we can do now is to join hands with us and use the heaven and earth seal to bind this guy. Only then will we have a chance to escape. I really don't want to cooperate with you. Do you think I want to?" Although the two of them were equally matched in strength and cultivated the same martial arts, they did not see eye to eye with each other. Bickering had become a daily occurrence. Come or not? Come. Bam. Bam bam. The white-robed man and the black-robed man seemed to have a telepathic connection. They both slapped the ground and their bodies flew up. If it were the handsome man, he would have been seriously injured and fainted after being tortured by Jun Changshao for such a long time. Two masters from the upper realm could still get up in such a fancy way. Their bodies were really strong. Swoosh! The black, white earth. Earth immortal earth. White, 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 white immortal. Whoosh! God whoosh! Black and white shadows split out from their bodies and surrounded Jun Changshao. They were all sitting cross-legged, as if they were the 18 arhats chanting mantras. Swish! Flowing light soared into the sky, and the barrier materialized. This was the heaven and earth seal. To put it bluntly, it was nothing more than an alternative sealing formation that used humans as the formation core. After the solid barrier was formed, Jun Changshao was freed from the pain. His eyes became even redder, and his ruthless aura became even more powerful. It was as if he had truly turned into a demon that had walked out of hell. Black and white impermanence frowned. In the upper realm, the stone statue clan, which was known as the craziest and most belligerent race, had actually appeared in the mortal realm. Moreover, they had even used their divine ability to completely turn into darkness. That was definitely an existence that could destroy the world. White Rakshasa, the black-robed man, said solemnly, "Since you and I have met, why don't we enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and get rid of him? Perhaps we can receive less punishment when we return to the upper realm." At first he had planned to seal it and escape, but now he had changed his mind. The main reason was that he had made a mistake by sneaking into the mortal realm. If he helped this low-level realm survive a catastrophe, perhaps he could make up for it. Okay, the White Rakshasa agreed readily. He did not want to reduce the punishment of the upper realm, but he had been brutally abused when he had just arrived in the mortal realm. He had to avenge this. The Stone Statue clan's divine ability has a certain time limit after it is activated. We just need to delay this guy and wait for the ruthless aura in his body to be completely exhausted, the black-robed man said. How long? 4 to 6 hours if it's short, 2 to 3 days if it's long. The white-robed man's mouth twitched slightly. 4 to 6 hours was still acceptable. If he really forced himself to hold on for 2 to 3 days, even if the ruthless aura in that guy's body was exhausted, he would probably be paralyzed from exhaustion. Boom! Boom! At this moment, Jun Changshao, who was inside the heaven and earth seal, had already begun to bombard the barrier. Instantly, energy ripples appeared. Hold on. The black Rakshasa steadied his mind and shouted, "Don't let him break through!" The white-robed man hurriedly concealed his spirit and chi. His powerful soul energy poured into the formation barrier, reinforcing it in all directions to prevent the black-robed man from breaking out. Boom! Boom! Jun Changshao had completely lost his mind. All he could think about was destruction, so he bombarded the defensive barrier without holding back. 2 days later, the black and white deities were still sitting cross-legged high in the sky. The figures they conjured were like eminent monks chanting scriptures and chanting Buddhist scriptures. For more than 40 hours, Jun Changshao had been bombarding the seal formation. Although he could not break it open, the burden on the brothers was extremely great. Another day passed. The bombardment from the inside gradually weakened, allowing the black and white deities to let out a long sigh of relief. Whoosh! 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 Inside the seal formation, Jun Changshao stood in place, panting. At this moment, his eyes were sometimes red and sometimes clear. The ruthless aura in his body was also gradually receding. Plop! When the controlling force receded like the tide, Jun Changshao directly collapsed on the ground. His thoughts, which seemed to be lost in the endless void, also regained control of his mind. Damn you! Just as he regained consciousness, a deafening roar came. I told you not to use the stone statue. Why didn't you listen? Jun Changshao, who had used it twice, was not too confused. He lay on the ground to rest for a while and asked, "What about that navigation king?" "You chased him away. Have you completed the main mission?" "No." Jun Changshao did not say anything else. It was as if his body had been hollowed out. He did not have any strength left. Whoosh! At this moment, the defensive barrier around them dissipated. The black and white deities' faces were slightly haggard as they landed. They looked coldly at Jun Changshao. "Kid." The white-robed man squatted down and said indifferently, "Aren't you very awesome? Stand up and hit us." You are?" The system hurriedly told him what had happened in the past few days. Jun Changshao knew that he had beaten the two of them like sandbags for a long time. He said apologetically, Two of you, this is a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation." Whoosh! The white-robed man grabbed Gosheng and roared, "I'll torture you first, and then listen to your explanation. Is that okay?" Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a green wave of air emerged from Jun Changshao's body. His green hair instantly turned black. This sudden change made the white-robed man's expression change slightly. Immediately, He smelled a strong rose fragrance in the air. Rose Queen, who had separated from Jun Changxiao's body, stood behind him. She took out the red lotus devil moon blade and pressed the sharp blade against his neck. She said coldly, "Torture him? I don't agree." Chapter 1144. Jun Changxiao, who had regained his consciousness, was already weak, so much so that he didn't even have the strength to resist when he was picked up by others. It was mainly because he was dominated by a ruthless aura, crazily bombarding the seal formation for 3 days. The white Rakshasa and the black Rakshasa weren't much better. After being brutally beaten up, they had to stabilize the formation for 3 days. At this moment, their faces were pale and extremely weak, but they could still walk normally. Was this a misunderstanding? Listen to his explanation. Don't listen, don't listen. The white Rakshasa only had one thought now: to return all the torture he had suffered before. Although his current state was very bad, there was definitely no problem in torturing a guy who was even weaker than him. However, if he wanted to torture Jun Changxiao, he had to ask if the Rose Queen agreed. Sorry, not only did she not agree, she even took out the red lotus demonic moon blade and placed it on the white Rakshasa's neck. Her cold eyes revealed an aura of "if you touch him, I'll kill you." The expression on the white Rakshasa's face became interesting. For the remnant scroll, he used the heaven and earth reversal technique to come to the mortal plane. He thought that he could run rampant with the big black fool, but he was brutally beaten up as soon as he arrived. Now he was being threatened by a woman. Shua. He let go of his hand, patted off the dust on Jun Changxiao's shoulder, and said with a smile, "How can I bear to torture such a handsome young man?" He had such a reason to be scared, as expected of an expert. Jun Changxiao was too weak. After being released, he couldn't support his body and collapsed like mud. The Rose Queen caught him and said gently, "If you are crippled in the future, I will take care of you for the rest of your life." Jun Changxiao wanted to roar, but his body's condition didn't allow it. A strong tiredness even surged in his heart, and his head tilted to the side and he fainted. An earth-shattering battle had completely ended, but the damage caused by the powerful might would never be restored. For example, the originally complete continent of the soul race had been beaten into several pieces. They drifted far away across the sea, looking at the mother body from afar. The worst was the area where Jun Changxiao and the handsome man fought. The collapse of space was extremely serious, and the ground was also filled with pits. Without a long time, it would be difficult to restore it to its original state. The only good thing was, because it was very far away from the soul race's area of activity, it did not cause a great loss of life. However, after this battle, the continent was torn apart, and the spiritual energy had declined severely. The living environment was even worse than before. After returning to the palace, Queen Rose listened to the reports from all over the world. Every time she sat in her bedroom, she would frown and sigh. Although she had fused with Jun Changxiao and chased away that handsome man, such a calamity would only make the lives of her people even more difficult. As the ruler of this dimension, how could she not be worried? Putting down the memorial in her hand, Rose Queen turned around to look at Jun Changxiao, who had been lying on the bed in a coma for 2 days. She gently leaned her face against his chest and whispered, "Husband, what should I do?" Fortunately, Gosheng had fainted. Otherwise, he would definitely have pushed her out and said, "We're all immortals. Can you stop harassing me?" The side effects of the stone statue power were more severe than before. Jun Changxiao was unconscious for 5 days before he woke up. Rose Queen had been taking care of him in her bedroom. She did not attend the morning court, nor did she approve the memorials. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing. You're back. Don't think that I came back to help you. I'm actually helping myself. No matter what the reason is, I have to thank you. Thank you for saving the soul race continent." In order to keep a certain distance from this woman, Jun Changxiao, who had just recovered, struggled to stand up, dragged his weak body out of the bedroom, and then sat in the small pavilion outside. Rose Queen stood in front of the window of the bedroom, a smile that only a young woman would have appeared on her face. She said infatuatedly, "My husband is so handsome." It's over. The soul race queen had fallen. The origin of their feelings was not because June Changshao suddenly came to protect her, but because the two of them met from the beginning and then slowly sublimated through contact. How long will it take for me to recover in my current state? June Changshao, who was sitting in the small pavilion, asked irritably. The system said about 1.5 years. June Changshao frowned and said, "That guy with the word handsome on his face might come again. I have to hurry back to the falling star continent." The system said, "Judging from the extent to which the host beat him up, it will take a long time to recover." Really? Touch your conscience and say, when have I ever lied to the host? Not really. Although the system was always promoting, it had helped June Changshao a lot. Moreover, he had to bear the risk of being slapped in the face every day. This kind of system that did not force the host to do anything and would stand up at the critical moment, except for the occasional complaint, was simply too kind. Even if that guy won't come, I have to heal my injuries as soon as possible. June Changshao planned to use the space-time secret realm to offset the period of weakness, but there were still a few days until a month had passed since the last time he entered, so he could only wait. Right. Who are the two people I beat up? They should be passers-by. To be precise, the black and white Rakshasas came to watch the show, but instead of watching the show, they were sad. June Changshao held his chin and said, "In my irrational state, I beat them up for 2 hours and they were still able to set up a formation to wear me down. Their strength is not simple. It's more than not simple." The system said, "I think it's terrifying." June Changshao did not remember what happened before. It saw the two people being pressed to the ground and rubbing against each other, but nothing happened. They were simply monsters. Where are the two of them? Locked up in the dungeon by the Rose Empress. June Changshao went to the dungeon. As soon as he walked in, he saw the black and white Rakshasas sitting cross-legged in a high-class cell, bound by heavy chains. Even if their cultivation was suppressed, they could easily break out with their strength. However, because of the stabilizing seal, they were still in a weakened state, so they could only obediently be prisoners. What a pity! June Changshao thought, they are not locked up in the dungeon of the Sect of all times, or else Xiao Daodu would have cellmates again. Both of you. He sat down and said, "I'm really sorry, I really didn't do it on purpose." These two were very strong. June Changshao, who craved talents, hoped that he could bury the hatchet and form a good relationship with them. It would be even better if he could trick them into joining the sect. Humph! The black Rakshasa snorted coldly. The white Rakshasa said angrily, "Brat, if not for certain reasons, the two of us could crush you as easily as crushing an ant. I can tell at a glance that the two of you are mighty and virtuous experts." June Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Naturally, the Prime Minister is magnanimous. Please don't lower yourself to June's level." The black and white Rakshasa almost vomited blood. "When you were in your dark state, you tortured us to death. If not for the fact that they were from the upper realm and had strong bodies that mortals did not have, they would have died thousands of times already." "Both of you?" June Changshao asked, "Where are you from?" "Brat," the white Rakshasa said coldly, "don't ask where we are from, because if we tell you, you will be scared to death." "Scared to death?" June Changshao scratched his head and said with a smile, "To be honest, June has been scared since he was young. Unless you are from the upper realm." "That's right," the white Rakshasa said proudly, "we are from the upper realm." "Huh." The atmosphere instantly froze. June Changshao's expression became interesting. Then he burst out laughing. He tried to hold it in, but he could not. In the end, he burst out laughing uncontrollably. The upper realm? Why is he so funny? Why is he so ridiculous? Chapter 1145. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha! Jun Changshao clutched his stomach, laughing so hard that the muscles on his face were about to cramp. From the upper realm? That was the funniest joke he had ever heard. The reason was, if they really came from the upper realm, they were definitely powerful beings who could destroy the world. How could they be tortured to death by him? And how could they be locked up in a prison cell? If he understood Hewudi's past, he would understand why upper realm martial artists were so weak in the mortal world. Seeing Jun Changshao laughing so hard in his chair, the black and white Rakshasa were so angry that their faces turned green. Being tortured was one thing. Furthermore, he was being ridiculed by the martial artists of the mortal world. Host, don't laugh anymore. The system said seriously, these two might really be from the upper realm. Jun Changshao immediately stopped laughing and said, What do you mean? The system said, based on the strength of the mortal world's martial artists, no martial emperor would be able to withstand the host's dark state. For example, the handsome man who was beaten away, but the two of them did not rely on any equipment to withstand it. Maybe they have a good foundation, so their bodies are stronger? Jun Changshao said. The system said angrily, Do you think they're like the host and the disciple who strengthened their bodies to a terrifying level from the very beginning? Relying on the various products in the system store, Jun Changshao and the Sect of all time's bodies were far stronger than martial artists of the same level. It also provided them with good conditions to fight against those of a higher level. Even the reborn Night Emperor had only just started to focus on cultivating his realm. In the early stages, he was training his body in preparation for breaking through the void. Only one reason. Jun Changshao said. The system said, also, the formation they used to restrain you was obviously a very powerful and profound martial art. Jun Changshao said, since they're from the upper realm, why were they tortured by me? This, the system could not understand and could only say, maybe there's more to it. Jun Changshao rubbed his stiff face and looked at the black and white Rakshasa, saying, Why didn't you come to the upper realm to seek torture and excitement in the mortal world? He chose to believe in the system, so he temporarily treated the two of them as if they were from the upper realm. Bai Luocha said angrily, If it weren't for the fact that our scrolls were stolen by someone else, why would we come here to suffer? Remnant scroll? Jun Changshao looked very calm on the surface, but he was shocked in his heart. It can't be the 7 profound sunglow break, right? The system said, It can't be that coincidental. Jun Changshao broke down and said, The second scroll was stolen from the Rose Queen. Are these two brothers the original owners of the first and third scrolls? The system was speechless. The universe is so big. The host must have met them 10,000 times in his previous life. White Rakshasa, the black Rakshasa said with a dark expression, You talk too much. He had originally been smuggled down here illegally, so how could he reveal his identity as someone from the upper realm, and even mention the matter of the remnant scroll? His tongue was too big. Humph, Bai Rakshasa said proudly, Since we're already here, what's there to be afraid of? The black Rakshasa looked at Jun Changshao and said coldly, Since you know where we're from, you should be tactful and untie us. Otherwise, the two of you. Jun Changshao walked over and put one hand on each of their shoulders, gently pulling them over. He lowered his voice and said, What a coincidence! I'm also from the upper realm. The black Rakshasa and the white Rakshasa were surprised. Forgot. This guy could use the stone statue race's special ability, so he must be from the upper realm too. Jun Changshao did not expect that the two of them would immediately believe him, just as he was about to bluff them. The process could not have been easier. Are you looking for the 7 profound sunglow break scroll? Jun Changshao's voice was still very low, making the atmosphere very mysterious and strange. The white Rakshasa was shocked. How did you know? The black Rakshasa, who seemed to be more intelligent, also had a look of disbelief on his face. After all, this kind of secret manual was not something that ordinary people had the right to know, because Jun Changshao said, "This is a martial art passed down by my sect's ancestors." This sentence shocked the white Rakshasa. She asked, "May I know which sect you're from?" "Sect of all times." Jun Changshao said, "Sect of all times?" The black Rakshasa and the white Rakshasa looked at each other blankly. The two of them tried hard to recall the major sects in the upper realm, but they had never heard of the sect of all times. Jun Changshao explained, "The sect of all times is not based in the upper realm, but in the fallen star continent. Before our ancestors ascended, they left behind the 7 profound sunglow break, and it became one of the sect's signature martial arts. The one of was used very flirtatiously, clearly telling the black Rakshasa and the white Rakshasa that there was a martial art in the sect that was not inferior to the 7 profound sunglow break." "Impossible," the black Rakshasa said. "The 7 profound lord is a legendary almighty in the upper realm. How could he leave the martial art he created in the lower realm?" "We'll talk about it again." The white Rakshasa added, "There are also no records in the history books that the 7 profound lord ascended from the fallen star continent." The two of them had obtained the 3rd remnant scroll for some time, so they definitely had the most detailed investigation and understanding of the Almighty who created the martial art. Jun Changshao said, "Even if some things are not recorded, it doesn't mean that they didn't happen. Both of you, please take a look at what this is." Go Sheng directly used his ultimate move, taking out the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd remnant scrolls of the 7 profound sunglow break. Of course, they were just copies printed by the system. In the sect of all times, as long as one had a certain level of strength, almost every disciple had a copy. The black Rakshasa and the white Rakshasa's eyes widened. The 3 remnant scrolls on the ground, especially the 3rd one, were exactly the same as the one they had obtained before, apart from not having that special aura. The black Rakshasa was shocked. "Could this be a copy?" "Sigh." Jun Changshao said with a pained expression. "The sect of all times did not keep it properly, causing the original scrolls to be stolen. Now we only have copies." The black Rakshasa and the black Rakshasa looked at each other. Jun Changshao took out 3 copies of the remnant scrolls at once, causing their originally doubtful thoughts to be instantly dispelled. They started to imagine wildly, and the final conclusion they came to was the remnant scrolls might have really been in the mortal continent, but they were stolen by others. After wandering around, they accidentally obtained them, and then they were stolen again. "Both of you," Jun Changshao said, "since you came from the upper realm and are looking for the remnant scrolls, this confirms the 2 comments left behind by the ancestors before they ascended." "What comments?" the black Rakshasa and the black Rakshasa hurriedly asked. Jun Changshao had always used the words ancestors and never said that it was the 7 profound sage. However, the 2 of them had automatically filled in the gaps. Thus, since the comments were left behind, there must be a heavenly secret. These 2 comments are... Jun Changshao said with a serious expression, "A golden unicorn is not a fish in a pond. Once it meets yin and yang, it will transform into a dragon." The black Rakshasa and the black Rakshasa fell into deep thought. The 2 of them started to analyze, supplement, the meaning of the 2 comments from various angles. Jun Changshao explained, "The golden unicorn refers to the sect of all times, and yin and yang refers to the 2 of you, because yin and yang are black and white." This, the black and white devils looked at each other, suddenly enlightened. The 2 comments left behind by the 7 profound sage meant that if the sect of all times had the help of the 2 of them, it could transform into a dragon and soar in the sky. "Big black idiot," the white Rakshasa said excitedly. "This might be the will of the heavens." It was very obvious that she had been fooled. However, the black Rakshasa's intelligence was still online. He looked at Jun Changshao suspiciously and said, "You want to recruit us?" Jun Changshao pushed the remnant scrolls 1, 2, and 3 over and said seriously, June wants to resolve the misunderstanding from before and make friends with the two of you." The black Rakshasa hesitated for a while and said, "Open the third remnant scroll. I want to see if it's real." "Sure." June Changshao opened the third remnant scroll without hesitation. After the two of them read it carefully, they were sure that the incantation recorded on it was exactly the same as the original. It was impossible to fake it. "Have you cultivated it?" the black Rakshasa asked. June Changshao said, "Not only has June cultivated it, but so have the tens of thousands of disciples in the sect." The black Rakshasa almost fell over. The 7 profound sunglow break required one to cultivate according to the order of the remnant scroll. He and the white Rakshasa had never understood it. Now that they were told that tens of thousands of people had cultivated it, it was simply a blow to their self-esteem. "The two of you," June Changshao said in a low voice, "we were able to meet in the mortal world because of the remnant scroll. This is fate arranged by the heavens. Why don't we bury the hatchet and become sworn brothers in front of the martial arts left behind by the ancestors?" Chapter 1146. June Changshao was frustrated. He had already taken out the first, second, and third scrolls, yet he was still fooling them for so long. The black and white double devil's reply was, "We'll think about it. I'm not forcing you to join the sect of all times. I'm just asking you to become sworn brothers. What's there to think about?" Sigh. June Changshao walked out of the cell and shook his head. The higher the level, the harder it is to fool them. "Nonsense," the system said. "They're all veterans. If they can be fooled by the host, there must be enough benefits." It was afraid of being slapped in the face again, so it held back. "Aren't the first, second, and third scrolls not enough?" June Changshao asked. Although the black and white double devils had not agreed to become sworn brothers, Gosheng had also gained something. At least he was sure that they had come from the upper realm to find the 7 mysterious sunglow break. "If they find out that I was the one who stole the scrolls, won't they chase me to the ends of the earth with knives?" While he was thinking, June Changshao had already arrived at the bedroom. He looked at the Rose Queen, who was reading through memorials, and said, "Let those two go." "Let them go?" The Rose Queen said, "Aren't you afraid that they'll kill you?" When June Changshao had turned dark, she had seen how he had brutally abused the black and white double devils. If she had been in his shoes, she would not have let him go so easily. June Changshao said, "It's just a misunderstanding. I've already explained it to them." "All right." The Rose Queen gave the order and continued reading the memorials. June Changshao did not deliberately avoid her. He said, "Don't you find it irritating to deal with the affairs of a plane all day long?" The Rose Queen said, "This is my duty. I have to deal with it, even if it's irritating. Find a few reliable professional managers and arrange things for them. You can go sightseeing and enjoy yourself. Wouldn't that be better?" June Changshao shrugged. That was what he did. Ever since Yuan Gongzi became the patriarch of Fu, he was only in charge of providing martial arts resources. Many of the sect's affairs were left to him to manage, and he lived a comfortable life. Queen Rose said, "Managing a plane is more difficult than managing a sect. Not only do you have to consider many things, but you also have to be on guard against people who are plotting against you." June Changshao only had several tens of thousands of disciples in his sect, while the population of the Spiritus continent could be described in the hundreds of millions. There was indeed a huge difference between the two. That's true. Gosheng was rather glad that he had transmigrated to another world. His mission was to make the sect the strongest on the continent, not to make the plane the strongest in the universe. Otherwise, he would have chosen to commit suicide. June Changshao was temporarily staying in the palace that had been arranged for him after his marriage. He spent his days either admiring the flowers and birds or chatting with the black and white double ghosts. The 3 brothers had one thing in common, and that was that they were all very weak now. Brothers. One day, in a beautiful peach garden, Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Brother, I just turned 24 this year." The black and white double ghosts were in disbelief. He had the cultivation of a martial emperor in his early 20s. Could this be the legendary prodigy? They thought back to their martial path back then. When they were young, they had still been hiding in a corner to cultivate. Because there were too many experts outside, they were afraid that they would provoke a powerhouse the moment they stepped out. They lived in fear every day. "Brothers, how old are you?" Jun Changshao asked. White Rakshasa said, "I am 12,350 years old." Black Rakshasa said, "I am 12,351 years old." Bullsh *T. White Rakshasa said angrily, "You are clearly 1 year younger than me." "I am 1 year older than you," Black Rakshasa said. "Take out your identity document from 9 Immortal City. I want to see who is older." "I am older than you." "What do you mean?" "Impossible. Of course I am older. Hurry up and take out your identity document." The so-called identity document was similar to an ID card. Age was definitely recorded on it, so White Rakshasa insisted that he was older. Black Rakshasa was a little guilty. He said calmly, "Don't compare age." "Compare." He put his hand on his waist and gave the other party a look that said, "You know what I mean." "You, then forget it." Jun Changshao was speechless. This car caught him off guard. However, both of them had lived for more than 10,000 years. They were simply old monsters. Very normal. The system said, "The higher the realm, the longer the lifespan." "How long can I live now?" Jun Changshao asked curiously. The system said, "A 1,000-year tortoise, a 10,000-year tortoise." The host's current lifespan is definitely longer than the tortoise. "You are scolding me?" "I am praising you." The black and white Rakshasa started their daily bickering. Jun Changshao and the system also started. After the bickering, the three of them entered the main topic. "Little brother," White Rakshasa said, "if you can give us the first, second, and third copies of the remnant scroll, this brother, I will definitely become your brother." As expected, they agreed to become sworn brothers because of the benefits. Jun Changshao did not care. As long as he could trap the two of them, he would think of a way to pull them into the sect in the future. Two brothers. My sect of all times is still lacking protectors. If you are targeted by me, don't even think about running away. Swish. Jun Changshao placed the third remnant scroll on the table with various tributes. Plop, plop. The three of them knelt down together and carried out the ceremony. "The heavens above, the earth is my witness. Today I, Black, White, Rakshasa, and Jun Changshao become sworn brothers of the opposite sex. We do not ask to be born in the same year, month, and day, but we ask to die in the same year, month, and day." Jun Changshao was on the verge of breaking down. "I am only in my 20s. You have lived for 10,000 years. If you die in the same year, month, and day, isn't that cursing me to have a short life?" Sigh. Go Sheng sighed secretly. For the future of the sect, he still shouted out. After the ceremony, Jun Changshao stood up and cupped his hands. "Brothers, I will rely on you to take care of me in the future." From the upper realm, martial emperor cultivation. These were definitely two golden legs. Go Sheng was already prepared to be a pendant. "Little brother." White Rakshasa placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "From today onwards, if anyone bullies you, they are bullying me. I will definitely not let them off easily." "Thank you, brother." Jun Changshao added, "Can you remove the word little? It sounds a little awkward." "All right, brothers, I have already ordered people to prepare a banquet. Today, the three of us will drink until we are drunk." In ancient times, there was the oath of brotherhood between Liu, Guan, and Zhang in the Peach Garden. Today, there was the oath of brotherhood between the Black and White Lord. In the future, it would definitely become a legend. They're becoming sworn brothers, just like that. Queen Rose, who was standing in the bedroom. released her spiritual senses, and watched the three of them setting up a table and drinking in the peach garden. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. "I can't tell." She smiled and said, "My husband is quite good at winning people over." "Little brother, come, come." In the picturesque peach garden, White Rakshasa held a bowl of wine. Her entire face was red, and it was obvious that she was drinking happily. Sigh. Jun Changshao raised his bowl, but he frowned and sighed. "You should be happy on the day you become sworn brothers. Why are you sighing, little brother?" White Rakshasa asked in confusion. Jun Changshao put down the wine and said, "To be honest, I have encountered some trouble recently. To be precise, I have been bullied." Smack! White Rakshasa slammed the table and said with a scowl, "Who?" "Forget it." Jun Changshao raised his cup and said, "This is my matter. I won't trouble you, brother." White Rakshasa was clearly drunk and did not see that Go Sheng was retreating in order to advance. She said loudly, "Your matter is my matter. Tell me who bullied you. I will go and deal with them right now." Black Rakshasa said, "Since you gave us 3 remnant volumes, it is only right for us to help you solve your problem." He was not drunk. From his words, it was not hard to tell that if he helped, it would be because of the benefits he had just given. Brothers. Jun Changshao did not beat around the bush and said, "The one who bullied me is a guy called the Cosmic Navigation King. He has the word handsome carved on his forehead." The system said, "All right, that guy has been arranged." Chapter 1147. Since the Galactic Navigation King made a living by robbing, he would definitely come again. With Jun Changshao's personality, he would definitely not sit still and wait for death. He had to take the initiative. The bald man and his subordinates were still locked up in prison. It should be easy to find that guy's location, but the problem was that he lacked a capable fighter to deal with him. The black and white Double Devils were very suitable fighters. After all, they were both martial emperors and had super good endurance. Thus, the Galactic Navigation King had already been arranged by Jun Changshao. The system reminded, "The second main mission is for the host to defeat or kill the Galactic Navigation King himself. Asking for help is useless." It was so sure because Jun Changshao had clearly defeated the other party before, but did not complete the main mission. It should have something to do with the Rose Queen playing support. It doesn't matter. Jun Changshao said, "Let them fight until they're half dead. I'll just deal the final blow." As a professional player, it was not about how to prove how awesome his skills were, but about how to use the various bugs in the game. Since the main mission did not say anything, he would first let the black and white Double Devils go over and beat that guy up. Then he would pretend to pass by and finish him off. The system was speechless. "Little brother." The white Rakshasa drank a lot and said, "Where is that guy? Big brother will go and beat him up for you." The black Rakshasa was speechless. This guy had forgotten about his weak state after drinking a little wine. "There's no rush." Jun Changshao raised his cup and said, "Us 3 brothers will drink first." "Come, come." They drank from evening until late at night. Jun Changshao drank until he was completely drunk and fell asleep on the bed. The next day, when he opened his eyes, he found that he was not sleeping in his own room, but in the room where the Rose Queen usually dealt with government affairs. "Damn it," Jun Changshao slapped his head and said, "How did I become a night ox? I can't find my own bed when I drink too much." Sorry, Yi Xingchen was not even as good as Go Sheng. At least the latter could find his own bed when he drank too much. The former could sleep in the livestock pen when he drank too much. To this day, Lu Wanshi and Zhendejuan were still racking their brains on how to set up a secure array formation to prevent that fellow from barging in again. Queen Rose did not sleep the entire night as she was busy dealing with government affairs. She turned around to look at Jun Changshao and said, "If you can't drink, then drink less." Very wifely with caring reproach. Jun Changshao hurriedly got up and walked out of the bedroom without looking back. It wasn't until he washed his face with cold water that he finally woke up from his headache. In the next few days, he stayed in his own palace and waited for the restriction of the secret realm to end. The black and white Rakshasa had also entered a state of recuperation. They would probably recover their martial emperor cultivation in 10 days to half a month. The Spiritas continent had suffered a great calamity and had split into many new continents. Queen Rose was focused on handling government affairs, so she rarely came to disturb Jun Changshao. After all, she was a woman with dreams and ambitions. She wouldn't be like a little girl who was addicted to love and couldn't extricate herself. Needless to say, Jun Changshao was a straight man of steel. Therefore, the relationship between the two seemed to be very delicate. But in fact, there was no progress at all during this period. 5 days later, Jun Changshao summoned the secret realm and entered it to recuperate. The recovery process was very dry and boring, so he cultivated the Tianjun soul refining technique. This kind of secret technique that was accidentally obtained in the deep void became more and more obscure the more he studied it. The system said, if the host succeeds in cultivation, the soul, spiritual thoughts, and even the knowledge, will definitely have a qualitative leap. Jun Changshao said, then in the future, when I use the stone statue, will I be able to maintain a conscious state? This, the host's thinking, was indeed extraordinary. The system said, after the host uses the stone statue, a violent attribute will enter the knowledge, seep into the soul, and thus control the body. If these two aspects are improved, you may be able to resist the invasion and maintain a conscious state. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. At present, the second form of the hard-to-retract blade could no longer be used against stronger enemies. The stone statue was undoubtedly the strongest trump card, but because it would cause one to lose their rationality, it was not very decisive to use it. If he could always maintain a conscious state, it would undoubtedly be excellent. Swoosh! Jun Changshao opened the talisman pavilion and tapped on the top-grade insight talisman. There were enough supplementary materials for high-grade healing pills, but he lacked the required high-grade spirit cores. That woman should have some private goods. Most of the things he stole from the treasury were herbs, ores, and spirit stones. There were also crystal cores, but their grades were not high, and there were not many of them. Xiao! After resting in the secret realm for a year, Jun Changshao walked out in high spirits and went straight to the bedroom. Just as he was about to ask Queen Rose if she had any high-grade crystal cores, he found a sandbox-like model inside. What is this? The topography of the split Spiritas continent. Jun Changshao walked over and said in surprise, "Is it that serious?" Queen Rose rolled her eyes at him and said, "If it weren't for your 2 sworn brothers restraining you with a formation, my Spiritas continent would have been destroyed even more." Jun Changshao was silent. Queen Rose said, "My Spiritas continent once invaded your Starfall continent, and now you've also broken this place into pieces. Does this count as even?" "Even my ass." Jun Changshao roared. "You invaded. I came to help. The situation is different. Okay. Then you took half of my treasury's resources. That should be enough to offset the mistakes you made 10,000 years ago, right?" Queen Rose said. Jun Changshao did not want to argue with her on this issue, so he changed the topic. "Do you have any high-grade ores here? Preferably on the level of Spirit Combine Realm." "Yes," Queen Rose said. "Give it to me." Jun Changshao said. Queen Rose glared at him and said, "Why should I give you my things?" "Because," Jun Changshao thought for a bit and said, "because I saved the Spiritas continent and chased away the handsome guy." The system was speechless. Without her help, even if you activated the stone statue's power, you would still be abused. So the continent was saved by 2 people, not by you alone. Queen Rose smiled. "That makes sense. How much do you need?" The system really wanted to transform and slap its own face a few times. Queen Rose's unconventional way of thinking was comparable to its host's. It really lived up to the old saying, if you're not a family, you won't enter the same house. I'll take as much as you have. The scene changed. Jun Changshao stood still like a wooden chicken. At this moment, he was holding over 100 crystal cores comparable to Wu Sheng's level in his hands. Not only could they be used to refine insight talismans, but there were also quite a few of them. Is it enough? Queen Rose asked. Jun Changshao felt a bit dizzy. I was just casually asking, and she actually gave me so much. She really does have a lot of private goods. The system sighed. Such a caring wife. You can't find one even if you look for a lantern. What's there for the host to resist? Jun Changshao put the crystal cores into his space ring and began to refine insight talismans, then clasped his hands. Jun Changshao won't take your benefits for free. If you need any help, just let me know. Even blood-related brothers settle accounts, let alone a wife. The system said. Jun Changshao roared. Will you die if you don't F** King retort? I will. I've contracted a terminal disease that will kill me if I don't retort. Encountering such a dog of a system that would take advantage of every opportunity, Go Sheng's mentality really exploded. Sigh. Queen Rose looked at the sand table, then shook her head. I want to restore the broken continent to its original state. Can you help me with this? Yes. Jun Changshao said proudly. Queen Rose looked at him with a stunned expression. Jun Changshao walked to the sand table, pointed at the broken continent terrain, and said, It's difficult to restore it to its original state, but I can help you modify the terrain and connect the separated continents together. Chapter 1148. After taking so many high-level crystal cores, Jun Changshao also felt bad. So he took the initiative to help Queen Rose solve the problem and connected the separated land with the terrain modification instrument. Of course, this kind of terrain modification product couldn't be perfectly repaired. Only a bridge-like passage could be built. Really, it will only take a few days. A trace of doubt appeared in Queen Rose's beautiful eyes. However, a few days later, when she came to the edge of the continent and saw the mountain road leading to the endless sea, an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. Jun Changshao said, Do you believe me now? How did you do it? Queen Rose calmed down and asked. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, This is a secret I can't tell you. Queen Rose didn't ask and flew along the connecting road until she was sure that several plates were connected together. She said, gratefully, Thank you for helping me solve a big problem. Jun Changshao said, We each take what we need and help each other. No need to thank me. By the way, Jun Changshao said, In a few days my 2 brothers will recover from their injuries, and then they will leave the Soul Race continent. As for the handsome man, speaking of this, his eyes were cold. I will deal with him. Once you leave. Rose Queen looked at him with tender eyes and asked, Will you come back? Come back for what? To see me. Jun Changshao collapsed. There is no relationship between us, and there is no possibility. Just because my Soul Race continent once invaded the Falling Star continent? Queen Rose asked with heartache. No. Jun Changshao looked up at the sky at a 40-degree angle and said, You are the high and mighty queen, and I am just the master of a small sect. We are not compatible. Taking this opportunity, he wanted to explain all the disputes clearly according to Elder Wei's teachings and let things have a perfect ending. Elder Wei said, I have never taught a patriarch, and I can't teach a patriarch. Everything he said in the hall before was just his personal opinion. If I cared about being compatible, I wouldn't have married you. Queen Rose said, I care. Jun Changshao roared like Ma Jingtao. Do you know how people in the Spiritas continent talk about me in private? They said that I'm the Empress's husband and that I'm living off her. The system was speechless. In order to get rid of the entanglement, he had forced the Soul Race to take the blame. If anyone dares to speak ill of you in private, I will cut off their tongues. Rose Queen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Jun Changshao hugged his head and said, "What do you like about me? Should I change my profession now? What's so bad about me that you don't like me?" Rose Queen bit her thin lips, and her eyes were filled with resentment. Age. Jun Changshao thought for a moment and said, "I'm a person who hates relationships with older women and younger men. If you can become sworn brothers with the black and white karma, who are 10,000 years older than you, why can't you accept me?" Rose Queen asked. This, Jun Changshao was speechless. The system sighed. There will always be someone stronger than you, and there will always be someone stronger than you. "I don't care," Rose Queen said with a serious expression. "You will always be my husband. Unless I die, our relationship as husband and wife will be dissolved. This flag is raised. I feel that something is wrong." The system was a little speechless. Jun Changshao said in a low voice, "Do you have to force me to kill my wife to prove my Tao?" Swoosh! A 3-foot-long sword appeared beside him. Rose Queen said, "You can kill me, but you can't divorce me." Clang! Jun Changshao drew his sword, and the blade flickered with light. It was 0.01 centimeters away from her neck, and he said coldly, "Do you really think I don't dare?" Rose Queen closed her eyes and said, "Do it." Jun Changshao's expression became ferocious. The sword that was 0.01 centimeters away from his neck did not move at all. Forget it, forget it. In the end, he put down the sword. Jun Changshao. Rose Queen said, "I have been conquering plains all these years and have never fallen in love. You are the only man I care about." As expected of a Spiritas woman, she was not reserved and shy like the girls of the Falling Star continent. If she liked him, she liked him. She was open and honest and never hid anything. "If you care, then give up your empire and come back to the Falling Star continent with me," Jun Changshao said. Rose Queen opened her eyes and said, "You are willing to accept me?" Jun Changshao said, "If you are willing to give up your rights, reputation, and wealth in the Spiritas continent and become a member of the Sect of all times." Rose Queen smiled. Her smile was full of charm. "If I was still a little girl who had just fallen in love, I might put everything down and go with you, but now it is impossible because I have billions of compatriots behind me." Jun Changshao said, "Since you don't want to go with me, then stop pestering me." "I am not pestering you," Rose Queen said. "I just want you to accept that we are husband and wife. Even if we are separated, even if we are in 2 different planes, it does not matter." "Big sister," Jun Changshao said, "there are many outstanding men in your Spiritas. Why do you have to find an outsider like me to have a love affair?" "Because," Rose Queen said seriously, "I like you." If she said that she cared about him just now, it was still rather vague, but this sentence was very direct. If the 2 of them were not already married, it would be no different from a girl confessing to a boy. What was a successful man? This was a successful man. If anyone wanted to be single, they could learn from Jun Changshao. Of all things to learn, they had to learn from Gosheng. They should be prepared to be alone for the rest of their lives. "I am a playboy by nature. I am not worthy of a woman's love," Jun Changshao said. Rose Queen looked at him suspiciously. "How can you be a playboy by nature and still protect your chastity?" "Protect my chastity?" Jun Changshao frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Rose Queen said, "Our Spiritas fuse with other living beings with auxiliary bodies. Both men and women must protect their chastity." Jun Changshao's expression became interesting. Rose Queen blinked and said with a smile, "I was just saying. Your expression already told me the answer." "You." Jun Changshao almost jumped up and said, "You tricked me." Queen Rose sheathed her sword and turned around. "I don't care how romantic you are on the Starfall continent, or how many lovers you have, but you're my husband and my man on the Soul continent. Come visit me often when you're free." She was tired. She also knew that she could not keep him. She only hoped that they could remain husband and wife and leave a memory in her heart. Watching the woman leave, Jun Changshao had a bitter expression. He thought that he could use this opportunity to clear things up. Why did it feel like things had become complicated again? The host should kill his wife to prove himself. Scram. A few days later, the twin ghosts of Black and White recovered from their injuries. In front of the space-time tunnel to the falling star continent, Rose Queen personally sent her husband off. I still have to manage the Spiritas, and you still have to take care of the Sect. You can't be swayed by love. I only hope that you can think of me often when you go back. Jun Changshao really wanted to leave without saying anything. But just as he was about to enter the space-time tunnel, he stopped and said with difficulty, "I'm leaving." "Husband, be careful," Rose Queen said. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three of them flew in. Chui Ihua patched the entrance to the Spiritas. Because the internal passage had been opened long ago, it was only responsible for patching the entrance, so it did not fall into a deep sleep. The system said the matter between the host and Rose Queen has finally come to an end. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to have any interactions in the future. Just as it was speaking, outside the entrance sealed by Chui Hua, an old man reported in a panic, "Your Majesty, the upper realm just sent a message, designating the Spiritus to enter the dimensional battlefield." What? Rose Queen frowned. The old man said, "It said that a newly entered dimensional patriarch violated the rules and completed the mission ahead of time. He was stripped of his qualifications by the upper realm, so our Spiritus temporarily replaced him." Rose Queen was furious. Which bastard patriarch is this? P.S. Requesting votes on Monday. Chapter 1149. Falling Star Continent. Jun Changshao had returned once again. He had completed many missions the last time he came back. His cultivation level had increased by several grades, and he had brought back various martial arts resources. This time it was even better. He had brought back 2 martial emperors from the upper realm. The moment he stepped into his homeland, Jun Changshao could not help but sing at the top of his lungs. As a result, the Black and White double killers' eyelids rolled back and foamed at the mouth. They almost passed out on the spot. If singing could be used in battle, Go Sheng would have reached the level of invincible, true loneliness. "Come on, quick! Little brother, stop singing. I still want to live for 2 more years." The Black and White double killers said in unison. Their expressions were pained as if they were going to bleed from their 7 orifices at any moment. Jun Changshao gave up on expressing his feelings. Then he brought the 2 of them into Aeon City and used the teleportation portal to return to the Sect of all times. This is incredible. The Black Rakshasa was shocked. A low-level mortal plane actually has a teleportation system. However, what shocked him even more was the disciples he saw after entering the Sect of all times. Big Black Fool. The White Rakshasa's eyes widened. These Sect disciples don't have high spirit root aptitude, but their bodies and spirit energy seem to be very outstanding. That's right. The Black Rakshasa nodded. The layman enjoyed the show, while the expert appreciated the technique. The Sect of all times disciples started off by entering the molding room, then went through the Tower of Trials and cultivated in the advanced spirit gathering formation. In terms of physical strength and spirit energy purity, they were absolutely impeccable. In the outside world, be it family or sect, one's future was measured by spirit root aptitude. However, even if one only had low-grade, mortal-grade spirit roots here, as long as they were willing to work hard, they could achieve higher than superior grade, supreme grade, or even saint grade spirit roots. This was the Sect of all times. It was a different kind of firework. At this moment, the Black and White double killers' gazes suddenly turned serious. This was because a young man walked out of the cafeteria with a toothpick in his mouth. Hiwudi also noticed the 2 of them. Surprise appeared on his face. "What?" Jun Changshao asked. "Brothers, do you know me, your last disciple?" No. The Black and White double killers shook their heads. Hiwudi didn't know them either. However, he could sense that the aura that the other party was inadvertently emitting was extraordinary. Perhaps he was from a high-level existential plane. After living in the same place for a long time, there would naturally be differences. It was difficult for a mortal martial artist like Jun Changshao to notice, but Hiwudi could. The black and white double ghosts also noticed that something was different about him, and they guessed that he might have come from the upper realm. A mortal plane actually had a martial artist from the upper realm, and he was actually taken in as a last disciple. This was simply unbelievable. Little brother. Bai Luocha smiled and said, "Your last disciple's aptitude is extraordinary. Her future achievements will definitely be limitless. Brother, you flatter me." Jun Changshao glanced at Hiwudi and ordered, "Go, close the door." Yes. Hiwudi withdrew his gaze and walked towards the mountain gate. Bai Luocha said in surprise, "Little brother, isn't it a little demeaning to have a core disciple go and close the door?" "This is his duty," Jun Changshao explained. "Duty?" Bai Luocha was confused. Black Rakshasa's mind spun quickly and she broke down. "Is this last disciple really going to close the door?" "That's right," Jun Changshao said. "My sect still has a last disciple." Bai Luocha almost fell to the ground. Weren't the last disciples of the sect the core existences? Why was he really the last disciple? This is too strange. Very strange. The black and white double ghosts muttered in their hearts. Then they exchanged glances and said in unison, "Could this sect of all times really be related to the 7 profound sage?" Patriarch. At this moment, Li Qingyang rushed over after hearing the news. With their sharp eyes, the black and white double ghosts immediately determined that this person had the strongest spirit root aptitude in the mortal plane. Next, the 2 of them would be shocked along the way. This was because Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, 7 Fields, and other core disciples appeared one after another, regardless of aptitude or other aspects. They were all top geniuses in the mortal plane. Bai Luocha broke down in her heart. Are there no ordinary people in the sect of all times? At this moment, the 2 of them saw Ma Yongning. This person looked very ordinary. While she was thinking, Ma Qianruin had already stopped in the kitchen. He waved his kitchen knife, which turned into countless knife shadows as he started to skillfully cut the vegetables. Every step and every detail was perfectly controlled, which made the black and white double ghosts break down again. A chopper had actually comprehended some kind of profound meaning of the knife Dao. This was too exaggerated. Sigh. It was not that the 2 of them were ignorant. It was just that the disciples of a low-level mortal plane's spirit root aptitude, physical body, and spirit ability did not match at all. This was too illogical. Patriarch, Li Qingyang said in a low voice, "These 2 don't seem simple." He could not capture the aura of the black and white double ghosts from the upper world, but he could roughly guess that they were very powerful from the thick aura that they inadvertently released. Jun Changshao said, "They are martial emperors. Naturally, they're not simple." "I see," Li Qingyang replied, and then suddenly stopped in his tracks. His mouth gradually opened, and his eyes widened in shock. Martial emperors. The sect of all times was in an uproar, because the 2 middle-aged men that the patriarch had brought back were actually martial emperors. Martial emperors. The most powerful cultivation level in the falling star continent. Since the ancient times, and excluding that poor guy who had died, there were only 9 martial emperors, and they had not shown their faces for thousands of years. For a moment, tens of thousands of disciples of the sect of all times gathered at the training ground. They all looked into the hall, hoping to be lucky enough to see the continent's most powerful martial artists. "Senior brother Su, the patriarch has brought back 2 martial emperors," Li Fei said excitedly. "Oh my God, am I dreaming?" The martial artists living in the falling star continent knew from a young age that martial emperors were the most powerful people in the world. They regarded them as their absolute faith. How could they not be excited when a sect suddenly appeared today, and two of them at that? Su Xiaoma broke down. Can you get off me first? It turned out that Li Fei, who was too excited, was riding on top of him. He raised his head and looked into the hall. Senior brother Su. Li Tiantian ran over and said, "Who are the two martial emperors that the patriarch brought back?" Well, Su Xiaoma thought for a moment and said, "It's definitely not Night Emperor. That poor guy has been dead for thousands of years." Yi Xingqian had just rushed over, and he almost couldn't help but kick him to Luzhou in the northeast. Why did the patriarch bring back two martial emperors? Pei Aniu stood at the training ground and released his spiritual senses with a calm expression. When he saw the black and white double ghosts' faces, he said in surprise, "Who are these two? I don't know them at all." He and Su Xiaoma had misunderstood. They thought that the two strongest martial artists that Jun Changshao had brought back were two of the 9 martial emperors of the falling star continent. The black and white double ghosts, who were sitting at the head of the hall, were also observing the tens of thousands of disciples gathered at the training ground. They were amazed by the fact that a mortal sect was full of geniuses. The white Rakshasa noticed Yi Xingqian and said with a smile, "Little brother, that sour-faced guy outside has the bearing of a martial emperor. He might not be inferior to your last disciple in the future." Miao Zan, Miao Zan. Jun Changshao cupped his fists and said, "Brothers, you've rushed here from the Soul Race's continent. You must be hungry. I've already ordered my disciples to prepare food." The white Rakshasa said disapprovingly, "Big idiot, hey, and I already have the ability to fast. We won't starve to death even if we don't eat for hundreds of years. So, there's no need to go through so much trouble to prepare food." To be precise, the two of them had eaten too many dishes with higher attributes. They were not interested in mortal food at all, especially when they ate with Jun Changshao in the Soul Race's continent. They drank wine the entire time and did not take any food. The upper realm's powerhouses were a little picky. Chapter 1150. In fact, in the Falling Star continent, once a person reached a certain level, such as a martial king, he or she could go without food for dozens of days without a problem. However, in the world of martial arts, food might not be used to fill one's hunger. Many people were more willing to taste the delicacies on the tip of their tongue and experience the impact of various seasonings on their taste buds. Therefore, even if the powerhouses from the upper realm could go without food for dozens or even hundreds of years, it did not mean that they would go on a hunger strike. If there was delicious food, they would definitely eat it and evaluate it. At this moment, in the Sect of All Times cafeteria, Jun Changshao, Li Qingyang, and the others had their mouths wide open as they watched the black and white killers wolfing down the food as if they had never eaten in their lives. "Patriarch," Lu Wanshur whispered, "tell them to eat slower. Don't choke to death." "My brothers," Jun Changshao said, don't worry. No one will snatch it from you." Smack! The white Rakshasa put down his chopsticks and said with tears streaming down his face, "I've never eaten such delicious food before." "Useless." The black Rakshasa rolled his eyes at him, then put down his bowl and said, "Brother, another bowl of fried rice with more eggs." At first, the two of them were quite resistant to mortal food. But after eating the food of the Sect of All Times, they were immediately shocked. They suddenly felt that the food they had eaten while traveling in the upper realm was simply rubbish. This was not a large-scale cooking scene. This was Lu Wanshur's cooking, and it was super delicious. Come. Jun Changshao personally poured wine for his two brothers and said, "Please try the drunken dream brewed by the winemaker of the Sect of All Times." The white Rakshasa picked up the cup and tasted it like an expert. He praised, "Good wine." "Brother, your sect is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers." The black Rakshasa also tasted it and felt that he had a better understanding of the attributes of heaven and earth around him. However, he did not take it to heart because this kind of increase was of no help to a martial emperor. Jun Changshao said, I've already arranged 2 independent courtyards for you. If you like, you can stay here for a long time. That won't do. The effects of drunken dreams were a bit strong, and the white Rakshasa seemed to have gotten to her head. Her face and ears were red as she said, "Hurry up and find that navigation king, and take revenge for our little brother." Jun Changshao raised his glass and said, "Thank you, big brother." After the black and white double breaks ate and drank their fill, they temporarily stayed in the Sect of all times. The next day, after admiring the magnificent buildings and the lofty mountains, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The places that Senior Qishuan has stayed in are truly extraordinary. Jun Changshao hadn't emphasized that the sect was related to the 7 profound holy venerate, but after the 2 brothers arrived, they had already filled in the blanks from various aspects and even firmly believed in it. It was definitely not Go Shun's credit to be able to fool the 2 upper realm powerhouses, but it was the system's credit. After all, it used various goods and martial arts facilities to cultivate tens of thousands of abnormal disciples. Not to mention the black and white Rakshasa. Even if the 7 profound sage himself came, seeing a sect with such potential in a mortal plane, he would definitely imagine that they had come down from the upper realm. After returning to the sect, Jun Changshao briefly listened to the reports of Yuan Gongzi, Li Luoqiu, and the others regarding the sect and the pugilistic world. There was one piece of news that surprised him quite a bit. That was when he was on his way back. The gate that connected to the planar battlefield in the sky of the central continent closed and then mysteriously disappeared. Li Luoqiu said, "According to the news sent by the altar, our falling star continent was disqualified from entering the planar battlefield because the patriarch violated the rules." Jun Changshao said unhappily, "What rules did I violate?" "Whether you violated the rules or not. Host, don't you know in your heart?" The system ridiculed. Li Luoqiu continued, "Although we violated the rules, the upper realm didn't punish us. They only disqualified us from entering again, and then other planes will fill in the gap. It doesn't matter." Jun Changshao shrugged and said, "As long as there is a teleportation gate to the planar battlefield, I can still let my disciples enter as they wish." Although that was the case, the falling star continent's cultivators suffered. After all, they had completed the mission quota and could enter to train or search for opportunities in the future. Now that the gate was closed, they could not enter at all. Patriarch Yuan Gongzi smiled and said, "This is a good opportunity to earn money." Jun Changshao asked, "What do you mean?" Yuan Gongzi said, "The gate to the planar battlefield normally disappears. If any cultivator wants to enter, they can pay money and resources to enter through our teleportation gate." Jun Changshao's eyes lit up, and he said, "That makes sense." Actually, when the first batch of falling star continents cultivators entered the planar battlefield, the fact that he could secretly enter had already been made public. Thus, showing the teleportation gate would not cause any waves. Even if it did, it would not matter. In this world, who would dare to provoke the sect of all times? "Old Yuan," Jun Changshao said, "with your help, I am relieved." "Sigh." Li Luoqiu shook her head and said, "It's a pity that the plane that replaced our falling star continent picked up a disaster for no reason." "There's no helping it," Jun Changshao said. "In the world of martial arts, who doesn't get stabbed?" He did not dwell too much on the planar battlefield. After discussing business, he headed to the prison. After Yuan Gongzi's planning, the sect of all times prison was now divided into 2 levels. One was heaven, and the other was earth. The former held Zhao Daodu and Dai Lu, while the latter held the bald man and the others. Creak! The prison door opened, and Jun Changshao walked in. Swoosh! Xiao Ziji had set up the chair in advance, and then stood behind the patriarch. If he wore a black shirt and sunglasses, he would definitely look like a bodyguard. Ugly. Jun Changshao interlocked his fingers and said, "Have you gotten used to living here?" If it was in the past, the bald man would have flipped the table when he heard someone call him ugly. Now he was shivering in the corner. After being taught by Arya, he had already developed a psychological shadow. When he saw Jun Changshao, he was so scared that he kept shivering. Let's cut the crap. Jun Changshao took out an electronic cigar, then lowered his head and lit it. He said in the style of a mafia boss, "Tell me honestly the detailed address of your boss house. I have a lot of blades recently, and I want to mail some to him." "I speak," Jun Changshao shouted coldly. Because it was too sudden and the volume was very high, it was like thunder. The bald man was so scared that he almost collapsed. He said in horror, "Speak. I'll speak. I'll tell you everything." In a beautiful courtyard, Jun Changshao sat in a small pavilion and said with a frown, "Brothers, I already know that guy's address, but what?" The white Rakshasa took a sip of tea and put down the teacup. "It's a bit far," Jun Changshao said, "and we have to cross the universe. Little brother doesn't have the ability to do that now." According to the bald man's information, the Galactic Navigator King came from another region of the universe and temporarily lived in a deserted plain. It was possible to use the space-time worm to dig a hole, but it was a bit slow. June Dog's revenge. He thought 10 years was too late, so he was eager to find the handsome man immediately and press him to the ground. The Black Rakshasa said, "As long as you provide the specific location, as long as that guy is still in the mortal universe, even if he hides to the ends of the earth, we can quickly find him." Crossing the universes, stars, was a piece of cake for them. "Okay." Jun Changshao stood up, looked at the sky, and said, "Little brother will now show you the way." Whoosh! Whoosh! That day the black and white Rakshasa took him away from the Sect of all times and went all the way up until they broke through the space barrier and merged into the endless dark universe. Because he was enveloped by 2 special energies, Jun Changshao was not affected by the power of the universe. "Little brother, what's the location?" "Wait, let me see." Jun Changshao took out the compass that the bald man gave him and pointed in a direction, saying, "Brothers, let's go this way." Whoosh dash. Chapter 1151. What was a successful person? If a successful person didn't have the ability to take revenge, they could ask others for help. Jun Changshao fully demonstrated what a successful person was. Not only did he have someone to help him, but he also didn't have the ability to break through the void. Instead, he led the black and white double ghosts to dance in the universe. Sigh. The system sighed. That guy is being targeted by the host. He's 8 lifetimes of bad luck. However, in the desolate plain, this 8 lifetimes of bad luck was sitting on a throne in a palace. The decorations around him were all broken. The Starry Sky Navigation King was very angry now. He was angry that he had walked the universe for so many years and fought countless battles, but he actually almost died in the hands of a low-level plain martial artist. Brat! He clenched his fists and said angrily, "Wait until I recover from my injuries. I'll make sure you die without a burial place." Master. A creature that looked like a toad walked in and said in a trembling voice, "Sixth General didn't send back any news after entering the Falling Star continent. I'm worried that an accident might have happened." "No," the handsome man said. "That plane is even weaker than the Soul Race continent. Little Sixth will definitely be able to deal with it easily. You just need to wait for news." "Yes," the toad said respectfully. The handsome man originally planned to go into seclusion to recover, but he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Go! Bring me the Thai race's bloodline ability. I want to recover as soon as possible." The toad said in shock, "Master, although the Thai race's bloodline ability can help heal injuries, it has uncontrollable side effects. Please think twice before you act." "Stop talking nonsense." The handsome man said coldly, "Hurry up and bring it." "Yes." The toad could only retreat and bring over a small bottle containing red blood. "Master, please be careful." The handsome man waved his hand and took it. "You may leave." "Yes." The toad had just walked out of the hall when his master's voice rang in his ears. "Call all the 5 generals in the other planes over. When I recover, we'll go to the Soul Race continent together." The handsome man was really angry. For this, he didn't hesitate to mobilize the 5 generals under his command to destroy the Soul Race continent. If Jun Changshao knew, he would definitely cup his hands and say, "Thank you. Call them all over so that I can wipe them out in one go." Plop! In the shattered plane, the last powerhouse guarding his home fell to the ground, dripping with blood. Kakik! The creature with a lizard tail and a human-like body stepped on his head and laughed strangely. "This is what you get for going against me." Damn it! That expert lay weakly on the ground, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he said, "You bunch of space bandits. You will suffer retribution sooner or later." Boom! His head exploded and blood splattered everywhere. The lizard man kicked the corpse away. With his back facing the city that was torn apart due to the battle, he said coldly, "Take away all the resources and kill everyone in the city." Yes. Swish, swish, swish. Thousands of martial artists, who seemed to have undergone strict training, flew over one after another, a sinister smile appearing on their faces. "Boss." At this moment, a subordinate reported, "Master ordered us to return to the base as soon as possible." Yes. In another lower plane, a burly man covered in blood wielded a saber and was slaughtering thousands of martial artists. Poochie! Poochie! Blood and limbs flew all over the sky. The scene was too horrible to look at. Boss is simply holding back 10,000 men by himself. On a hill in the distance stood thousands of martial artists. Judging from their attire, they were obviously with the lizard man. Boom! 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 After a period of killing, the remaining elite forces of this plane were all killed. Blood gathered together and dyed the ground red. Ha ha ha! The burly man stood in the pile of corpses with his saber and laughed loudly. "The feeling of cutting grass is so good." "Boss," a voice sounded in his ear. "Master wants us to return to the base as soon as possible." Plop! In a magnificent palace hall, the person in power knelt on the ground, his body trembling violently. On the throne sat a young man with a very pale face. He crossed his legs and hugged the person in power's favorite concubine. He smiled and said, "I came all the way here to ask you to hand over some resources. Is this too much?" "Not at all, not at all." The person in power's forehead was sweating profusely. The young man waved his hand and pulled him over. He said coldly, "Since it's not too much, why don't you cooperate?" Boss," a subordinate beside him said, "Master wants us to return quickly." Whoosh! The young man dragged the person in power out and then stopped at the highest point. He smiled and said, "I'll throw you down from here. Whether you can survive will depend on your luck." Don't. Go away." The young man threw the person in power up and punched him in the abdomen. The latter fell to the ground like a cannonball, forming a deep pit that was thousands of feet deep. Could he still survive? No, because with a punch, the person in power who was not strong enough was already dead. Whoosh! 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 In the desolate plain, the handsome man's 5 generals and tens of thousands of subordinates returned one after another. From the motionless smiles on their faces, it seemed that they had a good harvest. Military advisor, the lizard man was puzzled. "Why did you call us back?" The toad said with a solemn expression, "Master was injured in the Soul continent." What? The 5 generals' eyes were filled with disbelief. Master's strength was far above theirs, but he was injured when dealing with a low-level plane. Was this a joke? Boom! At this moment, on a mountain peak behind the palace, a violent explosion sounded. The handsome man flew out of the cave abode in full health and then landed outside the palace. He said coldly, "Follow me, him?" Suddenly he frowned. In the sky of yellow sand outside the palace, a figure gradually walked over. After seeing clearly, The handsome man's eyes were about to split open. It's that guy. That's right. It was the most mischievous and cheapskate, Jun Changshao. The 5 generals also noticed him and turned to look. They said in surprise, "Why is there someone in this desolate plain?" Ta! Jun Changshao, who seemed to have walked dozens of miles in one step, stopped in the open space outside the castle. He tore off his extremely cool black robe, revealing his extraordinarily handsome face. He smiled and said, "Everyone, I'm here to cause trouble." Cause trouble? The 5 generals almost laughed out loud. All these years, they had followed Master to fight all over the world. They had always been the ones to cause trouble. When had they ever been the ones to cause trouble? The handsome man sneered and said, "You're quite bold to come to my base alone." Swoosh! He waved his hand and said with a cold gaze, "Take him down!" Yes, the 5 generals turned into streams of light and rushed over. Their eyes were all shining with a bloodthirsty light. They were originally robbing other planes, but they were summoned back by Master before they finished their business. They were somewhat unhappy. Now that this guy was here to cause trouble, they definitely had to entertain him well. Whoosh! Whoosh! 5 kinds of manic forces pressed over from 3 directions, especially the brawny man with the saber. He rushed over and shouted angrily, "Where did this guy come from? How dare he cause trouble?" Whoosh! The saber flashed and tore through space. However, just as it was about to slash at Jun Changshao, the latter pulled out his saber and said in a low voice, "Benkai, sky lock moon slashing!" Clang! A ripple of energy instantly spread out. The dust and sand that were stirred up by the explosion of the 5 kinds of forces seemed to be frozen in an instant. Seeing this, the generals were so shocked that they stopped. The brawny man also stopped and stood on the ground with his saber. He seemed to be stunned. Jun Changshao held the second form of unstoppable saber and walked past him. He said lightly, "Look up at the starry sky, and you'll know where I come from." Starry sky? The brawny man tried to raise his head, but pain suddenly came from his neck. Then his head rolled to the ground. Old 4, the 4 generals shouted with their eyes wide open. Swoosh! Jun Changshao turned into a stream of light and rushed in front of them in an instant. As the sword flashed, his Chinibu voice sounded, "All the starry eyes are waiting. 1. Star! Star!" Swoosh! When the last word "star" was said, he flashed 4 times in a row and landed behind the lizard man. Plop! Plop! The 4 generals knelt on the ground one after another. Sword marks appeared on their necks, and then their heads were separated from their bodies. If the expert who had been killed earlier was still alive, he would definitely be smiling in the underworld. That was because he had guessed correctly. These cruel interstellar bandits had finally received their retribution. They had all died under the sword of the Chinibu youth, Jun Changshao. Chapter 1152. 5 evil generals were killed in a short time. The speed was so fast that the handsome man didn't expect it. Jun Changshao was a little strong. He knew that. Sending a few capable subordinates to kill him would only exhaust him. In the end, he still had to do it himself. But in the end, they died before they could even touch his hair. Trash! A bunch of trash! Anger appeared in the handsome man's eyes. But he didn't feel any pain because his right-hand men were killed. But then again, why did Jun Changshao, who had just arrived, directly use hard to retract? Could it be that he knew that the 5 generals had done many inhumane things and decided to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? Or was he in a hurry to modify the 3rd form of hard to retract and used up the remaining opening talismans as soon as possible? It was both, but it wasn't either. The real reason was that when he was brought here by the black and white double breaks, a side mission was triggered. The content was, the subordinates of the interstellar pirate king are unpardonably evil. They have been causing havoc in various dimensions all year round. The host must personally annihilate all of them. Super elite mission. Personally, Annihilate all of them? Jun Changshao understood. The system wanted him to start a massacre in the handsome man's territory. In that case, come on, baby. Therefore, Jun Changshao first asked the black and white double breaks to hide in the dark while he went to the handsome man's base alone. He directly used hard to retract and executed the 5 generals on the spot. Fortunately, there was a simple description of those people in the previous chapter, so the reader had a general understanding of them. Therefore, Goxing didn't receive any strong moral condemnation when he killed them. He only thought that the author was a fake chapter. Whoosh! Jun Changshao raised his sword and said indifferently, "Your subordinates aren't strong either." The handsome man's eyes turned cold, and he immediately raised his hand. The tens of thousands of subordinates outside the main hall received the order and immediately attacked without hesitation. After all, they were well trained and wouldn't be disrupted by the death of the 5 generals. The handsome man could have done it himself, but he was somewhat guilty after losing to Jun Changshao earlier. Therefore, he let his subordinates be cannon fodder. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could at least exhaust him for a while. Furthermore, in order to heal his injuries, he had used the Tai race's bloodline ability. At this moment, he had yet to fuse with it perfectly. He needed some time. Although this guy's strength was comparable to that of a martial emperor, he was at most a robber who roamed the universe. Naturally, he would not care about fighting with numbers, nor would he care about the rules of Jianghu. He would not even feel sorry for his subordinates. They're all here? Isn't that exactly what I wanted? Swoosh! Whoosh! Jun Changshao flew out with his sword in hand. His entire body flickered in the air as numerous sword shadows interweaved. The sword momentum carried an extremely strong binding force, so when it spread out, the hundreds of martial artists who were charging at the front were instantly frozen in place, watching the sword light slash past them. Puchi! Puchi! Wherever the sword light passed, blood splattered. Die! Hoo hoo hoo! The martial artists behind him continued to charge forward, releasing all kinds of martial skills, forming energy rays that dyed the dark sky as if it was daytime. The strength of a single person was limited, but when thousands or even tens of thousands of people gathered together, the momentum was extremely terrifying. However, allowing all kinds of energy to gather, once the binding force of hard to retract saber swept over, they were instantly frozen in the air. Boom! 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 After a while, the light gathered by all kinds of martial skills suddenly exploded. Jun Changshao flew out from the crowd like a meteor, only to see thousands of people falling to the ground together, blood staining the ground. This guy has mastered the power of space. The handsome man frowned, then the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. In his opinion, wantonly releasing the binding force would consume a lot of energy in the body. When his subordinates were almost exhausted, he could easily take him down. His abacus was quite good. Unfortunately, Jun Changshao's space binding force didn't come from himself, but from hard to retract saber. Now that he had abundant spiritual energy, killing people was like chopping melons and vegetables. Swoosh! Swoosh! Sword shadows flashed, sweeping across all directions. Plop! Plop! One by one, corpses fell from midair, and the blood gathered into a river. Together with the dark environment, it seemed to have turned into a slaughterhouse. The butcher Jun Changshao flew around the crowd, shouting silly lines from time to time, until 10 minutes later, he landed lightly on the ground. Tens of thousands of martial artists were all under his feet. The scene was very shocking. Hard to retract saber might be useless against the handsome man, but against a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, not to mention tens of thousands. Even if there were hundreds of thousands, it would still be killed. Ding! Side quest completed. The host has obtained 50,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points 900,007,0000. Ding! Sect contribution points overflow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, triggering the hidden reward, obtained experience talisman X10. After hearing the prompt, Jun Changshao was a little unhappy and secretly said, "Why only experience talisman and not talisman?" "Be content," the system said. "All right." Jun Changshao looked at the handsome man and said indifferently, "You can also follow them to hell." The Starry Sky Navigation King's face was abnormally cold. This guy actually killed all his subordinates in less than a cup of tea's time. What was even more unacceptable was that after the battle, he didn't seem to be tired at all. He didn't even take a breath. "Kid," the handsome man said coldly, "your strength is beyond this marshal's imagination, but it doesn't matter because today, no matter what, you will die here." Whoosh whoosh. A powerful aura erupted, and it was as if it had turned into raging waves, causing the entire desolate plain to tremble. Huh. Jun Changshao's eyes were filled with surprise. The aura this guy released seemed to be stronger than in the Soul Race continent. The handsome man covered his face and said with a smile, "This marshal has just merged with the Tai race's bloodline, and my strength has increased, and you can't wait to die. This saves me a lot of trouble." Tai race's bloodline? Jun Changshao didn't understand. He coldly raised his sword and said, "If you have something to say, say it, because you won't have the chance soon." "Ha ha ha." The handsome man laughed presumptuously and said, "A trash from a lower plane. I will let you see what is strength today." Buzz. As soon as his voice fell, he appeared in front of Jun Changshao out of thin air. The thick aura around him instantly turned into a big hand and pressed down mercilessly. Ka ka ka. Under the explosion of the powerful aura and power, the surrounding space suddenly cracked. It had to be said that under the blessing of the Tai race's bloodline, the handsome man's strength increased significantly. When he attacked, it was really earth-shattering. However, Jun Changshao stood in place, indifferent. Trash. The handsome man's face was abnormally ferocious as he shouted, "Go to hell!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of big hands pressed down fiercely, and the power contained also increased sharply. At this moment, the expression on the handsome man's face suddenly froze, because in the area where his aura spread, two middle-aged men appeared in front of Jun Changshao without him noticing. Their eyes were cold. Boom! Boom! The black and white double devils attacked at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. The handsome man didn't know whether to fly left or right. In the end, he could only fly out in a 360-degree circle. Boom! The castle collapsed and dust filled the air. Wah! The handsome man lying in the ruins spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with shock. Just one punch from each person had damaged his meridians. The strength of the two middle-aged men was terrifying. Shwa! While he was thinking, the white Rakshasa appeared in front of him, grabbed his head with one hand, and then smashed it fiercely on the ground, saying, "Bullying my little brother is bullying me." Boom! With the castle ruins as the center, the ground within 100 miles instantly caved in a deep pit. Tens of thousands of corpses were turned into nothingness under the influence of the remaining power. F***CK. Jun Changshao said in surprise, "So strong." Of course. The black Rakshasa stood in front of him with his arms crossed, and the pride of a powerhouse appeared on his face. There was no longer the miserable appearance of being mercilessly pressed to the ground by Go Shang in the Soul Race continent. Chapter 1153. Boom! Boom! There was an explosion, and the crater in the ground expanded. Powerful energy spread everywhere, shattering the space around them. The black Rakshasa had joined in the beating as well. At this moment, the handsome man was being hit by the black Rakshasa, like a ball in the ruins. Poor guy. He had used the blood of God to increase his strength, but before he could even show off, he was already being tortured by two upper realm powerhouses. "Brother," Jun Changshao hurriedly shouted, "don't kill him, leave him alive for me." The main mission was to defeat or kill the Galactic Seafarer King. Since he came with the Black Rakshasa, he naturally had to finish him off. Plop! The handsome man flew out of the ruins and fell at Jun Changxiao's feet like a pile of mud. Swoosh! The hard-to-retract blade pressed down on his neck. Jun Changxiao only needed to wave his hand now, and the handsome man's head would fly off. However, the system reminded him, the main mission is to defeat or kill him, which means that the host has to fight him. It's difficult to complete the mission if you look for help and finish him off. That makes sense. Jun Changxiao fell silent. The Galactic Seafarer King only had one life. If he killed him and failed to complete the mission, it would be very troublesome. Got it. Jun Changxiao squatted down, grabbed the handsome man's hand, and hit himself. He immediately spat out blood and retreated. The Black Rakshasa were stunned. What kind of show is this little brother of mine putting on? Swoosh! Jun Changxiao walked over and hit himself with the handsome man's hand again. He then pretended to stagger backward and thought to himself, does this count as a battle? Does killing him count as killing him? The system was speechless. The host is probably the only one who could come up with such a childish idea. The handsome man endured the intense pain all over his body and said angrily with bloodshot eyes, Trash! Trash! If you didn't have help, you would have died 10,000 times by now. Sorry. Jun Changxiao said there are no ifs. Shua, go to the netherworld and look for your subordinates. They should be waiting anxiously for you by now, said the unstoppable blade on his neck. The handsome man's pupils shrank as a strong aura of death surged into his heart. He hurriedly said in horror, Don't kill me. I have a big secret. Poochie! Before he could finish, his head flew into the air. Hua hua hua! Blood spurted out, and the dirty blood dyed the ground red. If a person still had a soul after death, the handsome man would definitely hang in front of the corpse and roar. Under normal circumstances, don't you wait for me to tell you the secret first? Why aren't you following the routine? Robbing Starry Sky Navigation Kings knew many tricks, such as the previously mentioned 3-year promise, 10-year promise, and so on. Because he knew a lot of ways to save his life. It was a pity. This time, the opponent he encountered did not walk the usual path. No matter what big secret you have, as long as a strong killing intent rises in my heart, I won't let you live for another second. The system said, of all the people you could provoke, you had to provoke the host's wife. I killed him for the sake of the Starfall continent, not for that woman. Jun Changxiao roared inwardly. The system muttered, I'm just complaining. Why is the host so agitated? Could it be that you're angry because I'm right? Jun Changxiao threw away the knife that she couldn't retract and clutched her neck with both hands. She looked like she was going to fight it out with her. Little brother, what's wrong? The black and white double ghosts were dumbfounded. If he wanted to be ruthless, he wouldn't even let himself go. This was definitely a person who could accomplish great things. No one would have thought that on an ordinary day, Jun Changxiao, whose cultivation base was not even at the peak of Wushang's realm, would actually kill a martial emperor. This could definitely be bragged about for decades. Of course, after the handsome man and his subordinates were killed, the spatial rings on their bodies also became spoils of war. Jun Changxiao first looked at the rings of the 5 great generals. Because they had just returned from a robbery, there were countless martial arts resources in them. I'm rich. I'm rich. Go Xing's eyes shone with golden light. Then he peeked into the extra-large, spatial ring of the handsome man. He was so excited that he almost fainted on the spot. The Sailing King, who roamed the universe and lived by robbing, had as many as 1 billion spirit stones of different names in the various existential planes. Moreover, there were many rare ores, herbs, crystal cores, martial arts techniques, equipment, and treasures. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Jun Changxiao squatted on a rock and laughed wantonly. If all these resources were used for the development of the sect, its overall strength would definitely skyrocket. However, the handsome man had been killed. Why wasn't the second main mission completed? Jun Changxiao's smile gradually froze. He roared in his mind. Could it be that your crow's beak was right? Stealing the last hit doesn't count as a kill. Impossible. The system said, I'm the strongest face-slapping system, and I'm also a reverse toxic healer. If this is right, it doesn't fit the character setting at all. You're not AF * King Human. How can you be a character setting? That makes sense. Although the system sympathized with the host for not completing the second main mission, it was secretly delighted because this time it didn't F * King get slapped in the face. Ding! The second main mission is complete. Calculating results. The notification and the sound of blood spitting came to Jun Changxiao's ears one after another. This instantly restored his broken mood, and he continued to squat on the rock, covering his face and laughing foolishly. A main mission. Ever since he had the system, he had never completed it. After the calculation, the reward would definitely be rich. It's best if I can break through to Martial Emperor directly. Just as Jun Changxiao was fantasizing, White Rakshasa walked over and pointed at the warship suspended in the sky. This is good stuff. What does it do? This ship can carry people freely across the universe. It can even ignore the dimensional barriers. That's awesome. Jun Changxiao took advantage of the fact that there was still time to retract his saber and flew up immediately. There were many mops and buckets scattered on the deck of the star battlefield. Clearly, the handsome man's subordinates were doing routine maintenance before he came. Brother. Jun Changxiao looked back and forth and said doubtfully, This warship looks very ordinary. Can it really cross the universe? Ordinary? White Rakshasa shook her head and said, This kind of ship is indeed ordinary in the higher realm. In fact, it can be seen everywhere. However, in the lower realms, if little brother has one, it'll definitely be a symbol of status. I have a ship, Jun Changxiao said. White Rakshasa was astonished. You have a ship? Jun Changxiao scratched his head and said, In terms of material, it shouldn't be inferior to this one. However, it doesn't have the ability to cross the universe. Take it out and let us see, Black Rakshasa said. Whoosh! Jun Changxiao waved his hand and summoned the archaic warship. Then he maximized it and placed it side by side with the handsome man's warship. Judging by the naked eye, the archaic warship was slightly stronger than the warship in terms of both structure and material. Brothers. Jun Changxiao said, This is my... He suddenly stopped because the black and white Rakshasa were stunned. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Big black idiot, White Rakshasa stuttered. It looks a little familiar. Gulp. Black Rakshasa swallowed his saliva and said with a trembling voice, If I'm not mistaken, this should be Senior Tong Gu's warship, that mighty figure who challenged 10 powerhouses by himself during the ancient Tao martial arts symposium. White Rakshasa's eyes were filled with respect and worship as she spoke. That's right. Black Rakshasa said seriously, It's him. Then he hurriedly turned around and looked at Jun Changxiao. As if he had just realized something, he said, So you're Senior Tong Gu's personal disciple? Ah. Go Sheng's face was filled with question marks. However, his mind worked quickly and he immediately regained his composure. Then he turned his back to the black and white Rakshasa and raised his head 45 degrees to look at the stars inside. In the end, I was still discovered by my brothers. Chapter 1154. Jun Changxiao had never heard of Senior Tong Gu, let alone know what a personal disciple was. However, he noticed the admiration and worship in the black and white Rakshasa's eyes when they mentioned this person, so he decided to tell a lie. Although I've told countless lies in my life, I think this one is the most perfect because they made it up on their own accord. I didn't mean to. Brothers, you found out in the end. When Jun Changxiao said this, he turned his back to the black and white Rakshasa and looked up at the starry sky at a 40-degree angle. His melancholy eyes seemed to be full of stories. As expected, the black Rakshasa, who had always been relatively calm, didn't see any flaws. Instead, he was certain that he was Senior Tongu's personal disciple. Heavens! The white Rakshasa, whose IQ had always been low, was now convinced. She said in disbelief, "So little brother has such an identity. This is too explosive." Jun Changshao turned around and said bitterly, "I wanted to interact with you too as a normal person, but in the end I couldn't hide it." The system said, "This is so King shameless." And the black and white Rakshasa, these two idiots. Host likes to trick people. So why did you create such good conditions for him? They couldn't be blamed because the most well-known rumor about Senior Tongu in the upper realm was that he once announced to the public that if anyone inherited the ancient worship in the future, they would be his personal disciple. For a long period of time, the martial artists were discussing the ancient worship, discussing who would become its successor. As for this Senior Tongu, his Taoist name was Venerable Tongu. He was one of the top powerhouses in the upper realm. The black and white Rakshasa had to respectfully refer to themselves as juniors. Let's put it this way. If the upper realm was compared to the falling star continent, Venerable Tongu's strength and status could definitely reach the level of a martial emperor. A powerhouse of this level could be said to be a super overlord who could call the wind and summon the rain. There were so many geniuses who wanted to be his disciple that a super large city couldn't hold them all. The black and white Rakshasa had naturally heard of Venerable Tongu, but they never thought that their little brother in the lower realm would have his ancient worship. Personal disciple. Definitely a personal disciple. No one questioned, suspecting that the ship was a fake or a stolen one. In terms of the materials and workmanship of the ancient worship, the twin ghosts of black and white could tell at a glance that it was definitely not something that the handsome man's interstellar worship could compare to. Even in the upper realm, it would still be a first-rate worship. If the lower realm could copy it, then why didn't he go to heaven? As for stealing? Come on, that's Venerable Tong we're talking about, a top powerhouse from the upper realm. Even the guy who dared to steal the dragon egg back then might not dare to steal his ship even if he had 10 times the courage. In summary, his sworn brother was Venerable Tongu's direct disciple, so the ancient worship must have been passed down to him. The scariest thing in the world was one's own imagination. What was even scarier was that everything was just a coincidence. What was the truth? Jun Changxiao's ancient worship was something he had found in the planar battlefield. Of course, the reason as to why the worship had sealed the planar battlefield in such a way was unknown. Little brother. The white Rakshasa leaned over and put a hand on his shoulder. She smiled and said, "I'll be counting on you to take care of me in the future." She and the black Rakshasa could only be considered experts in the upper realm, but they were still far from the top. Now that they knew that their sworn brother had the stone statue ability and was Venerable Tongu's direct disciple, they immediately lowered their status. Right. He was even related to the even more awesome 7 profound sage Venerable. Oh my god, this was a golden thigh. In the Soul Continent, they had even considered letting the twin ghosts of black and white become accessories. Now, the situation was reversed. The twin ghosts of black and white almost hugged Jun Changxiao's thigh and said, "Little brother, do you lack accessories on your legs?" A beautiful misunderstanding caused the twin ghosts of black and white to take Jun Changxiao seriously and treat him as their brother. It was a pity that they didn't have a cigarette or a fire. Otherwise, one of them would have given him a cigarette and the other lit it. Good chance. A great chance. Seeing that their attitude toward him had changed greatly, Jun Changxiao took the opportunity to persuade them. "Brothers, you won't be able to return to the upper realm anytime soon. Why don't you join the sect of all times and help me?" The twin ghosts of black and white fell silent. To be honest, the two of them were lone cultivators in the upper realm. They had never considered joining a sect, and they were used to living a carefree life. Jun Changshao took a step back and said, "If you don't agree, I won't force you. I can only find someone else to take up the position of protector." Protector? This position was not low in the sect. Under normal circumstances, apart from the patriarch and deputy patriarch, elders and protectors were the highest in the sect. The former had a certain amount of power, while the latter was a super fighter and had relatively more freedom. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "In order to test me, Master threw me into the lower realm and developed the sect within a set time. Then he would ascend to the upper realm. Looking at it now, it will probably take a long time." The twin ghosts of black and white were pleasantly surprised. Go Sheng's words revealed two things to them. First, he had been ordered by Venerable Tong Gu to develop the sect in the lower realm. Second, he would return to the upper realm in the future. If they helped their younger brother develop the sect, they would be able to meet Venerable Tong Gu when they ascended. Right? If the old man was happy and gave them some opportunities, wouldn't that be wonderful? Younger brother. The twin ghosts of black and white stood in line and cupped their hands, saying, "If you don't mind, we brothers are willing to join the sect of all times and help you build a better tomorrow." Jun Changshao said, "I'm more than happy to have you two brothers joining. How could I mind?" As he spoke, he took out two forms. The twin ghosts of black and white twitched their mouths. As expected of a sect leader, he always carried the sect's entry forms with him. Name: White Rakshasa, Black Rakshasa. Gender: if you write male, it's male. If you write female, it's female. After filling out the forms and stamping the sect seal, the twin ghosts of black and white officially joined the sect of all times. As for the protector positions, they would have to return to the sect to make arrangements. If I say that my sect is the strongest in the Starfall continent, who dares to disagree? Jun Changshao said proudly. The system said, in terms of top-tier strength, it is indeed the strongest. However, the host has to raise the sect's level first. No problem, no problem. Jun Changshao didn't care about the sect's level at all. Moreover, the top-tier strength and core strength were increasing day by day, so it would be easy to raise the sect's level. Patriarch, White Rakshasa said, "Do you want to take this interstellar warship with you?" Brother. Jun Changshao smiled and said, "We are sworn brothers. In the future, when there are no outsiders, you don't have to call me Patriarch." Two martial emperors were a force to be reckoned with, so he had to treat them well. White Rakshasa and Black Rakshasa smiled and thought, to be able to befriend such a loyal little brother in the lower realm is a great opportunity. Whoosh! In the desolate plain, Jun Changshao drove the interstellar warship out of the space barrier and into the endless universe. Strange. On the way, he asked in confusion, "Why isn't the main mission over yet?" Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second side mission. You have gained 100,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points 1,900,007,0000. Ding! Sect contribution points overflow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main mission. You have gained the main mission reward. You have gained opening talisman 3, X1, 7 profound sunglow fragment scroll for X1. That's it? Hearing the notification, Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. The brand new opening talisman and 7 profound sunglow fragment scroll for we're good, but it was a main mission after all. The rewards were too little. Ding! The host has completed the main mission. The advanced store is temporarily replaced by Supreme Goods. Please purchase within 24 hours. Otherwise, it will return to its original state. Damn! Supreme Goods! Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. At this moment, an unstoppable sign of advancement suddenly appeared in his body. Ding! The host has successfully broken through to rank 6 Sword and Martial Saint. Ding! The host. Ding. The host. Ding. The host has successfully broken through to rank 9 sword and martial saint. After the series of notifications ended, Jun Changshao stood dumbfounded in place. After a while, he clenched his fists in ecstasy and roared in his mind, "Awesome! Awesome! Awesome! Yay, yay, yay!" Thump! He collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. "Little brother," Bhai Rakshasa exclaimed, "why are you lying on the ground?" "Big brother, I'm a little weak," Jun Changshao said weakly. "I need to rest for a while. You guys can control the worship for now." The expressions on the black and white Rakshasas' faces became interesting. He was so excited just now that he was jumping around like a monkey. Why was he suddenly weak? "Little brother," Bhai Rakshasa helped him up and said seriously, "You're still very young. You should focus on cultivation. Don't indulge in beauty." "Big brother, I'm weak because of side effects. It's not what you think." Chapter 1155. Jun Changshao couldn't help but feel paralyzed again after the effects of hard to retract blade ended. He had experienced this many times. Not only was he able to adapt, he even showed a look of enjoyment on his weak face. Don't get me wrong, Go Shing wasn't a clean freak. He was enjoying himself because he had gained a lot from dealing with the handsome man. A side quest, a main quest, a brand new talisman for opening seals, a fragment of the 7 mysterious Sunglow scroll, and a huge amount of martial arts resources in the handsome man's ring. I can't take it any more." Jun Changshao clutched his chest and said with an annoying look, "I'm going to die of happiness." The system was speechless. "I still have 10 experience talismans. Wouldn't it be easy to break through to Wu Sheng's peak after crushing them?" Jun Changshao's face showed an even more annoying look of pride. The system finally found a chance to attack him and said, "Host, you're thinking too much. Above the 9th grade Wu Sheng is the peak. To break through to the peak, you definitely need to complete an epic mission." "Now that you mention it," Jun Changshao said, "unknowingly I'm about to reach the peak of a realm. Time passes so quickly, it feels like there's no difficulty at all." The system really couldn't take it anymore. Of course, if Go Sheng's words were heard by the powerhouses of various realms, they would definitely spit at him and drown him alive. "Oh, right. There's also a supreme item." Jun Changshao hurriedly opened the high-level store. The original item disappeared and was replaced by a big box with a... Back then, he had obtained a supreme item in the mid-level store. He spent 5,000 contribution points and obtained a set of indestructible underwear, and socks. Most importantly, the life and death secret realm. Why was it the most important? Because the appearance of the life and death secret realm not only provided a better training ground for disciples, but also provided contribution points for a long time. It was simply too good. What good things can I get this time? Jun Changshao rubbed his hands and then clicked on the box with a question mark. There was no introduction, only a clear price of 100,000 contribution points. When he counted the zeros on his fingers, he held his head and roared, "This is 2F asterisk king expensive." "There's a reason why it's expensive. I recommend the host to buy 100,000 stars, the system said. Jun Changshao said, "If I buy it, it's equal to completing the main mission. I won't get any contribution points. At the very least, you'll be able to obtain a supreme grade item. If you obtain a set of clothes that can never be damaged, you can give it to exposed Kwang to wear. In the long run, you'll be able to save quite a bit of money," the system said. F asterisk CK off. Good. To get the Xianyuan sword, Sunbao, and Pangu. Oh. The host has spent 100,000 contribution points and obtained a supreme item X1. It has been transferred into the space ring. Jun Changshao clutched his chest and said with a pained expression, "If I can't get anything good, I might really die." Hearing this, Jun Changshao said, "I'll die if I don't get anything good." Whoosh! His soul entered the spatial ring and stood in front of the supreme item in the form of a big box. As for what was inside, he would only know after touching it. Phew! Jun Changshao took a deep breath and put his hand on it. Buzz! Golden ripples appeared in the area where his palm touched the box. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the indestructible top X1, indestructible pants X1, indestructible black robe X1. They have been transferred to the spatial ring. What the F asterisk CK? Jun Changshao roared. You idiot, you were right. The first supreme item was underwear, and the second supreme item was clothes. Can it be any weirder? Besides, do I look like someone who lacks underwear and clothes? Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the supreme item reward. 1 punch to kill X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the supreme item reward. 9 Heaven's Secret Realm X1. After hearing the notification, Jun Changshao really wanted to complain. Can't the system just finish the sentence? Why did it have to interrupt halfway? Whoosh! Whoosh! A token and a whirlpool entrance, similar to the one in the life and death secret realm, appeared in the spatial ring. This 9 Heavens mystery realm sounds pretty impressive. Jun Changshao hurriedly flipped through the manual. After reading it, he was overjoyed. I didn't waste the 100,000 contribution points. According to the introduction, the 9 Heavens secret realm was similar to the life and death secret realm. It could allow the warriors to engage in actual combat. Qingyang and the others will definitely improve their cultivation quickly if they go in. The life and death secret realm had many difficulties and 3 fixed levels. There were 9 levels in the 9 Heavens secret realm. Every time one passed through a level, they would gain corresponding experience points. It was indeed a holy land for martial arts. Of course, Jun Changshao knew that it would be difficult to pass through this kind of middle-rank secret realm. During this time, the host's cultivation has been improving. It seems that you are about to break through the peak of Wushang. However, your disciple has fallen behind. The appearance of the 9 Heavens secret realm might be a turning point for the sect. I hope so. Jun Changshao was looking forward to it. Then he held the token in his hand and wondered. It sounds like a martial skill. Shouldn't it be a secret manual? Shio. At this moment, the token suddenly shattered and turned into light that drilled into the sea of consciousness, allowing him to gain a lot of information in an instant. So this is the 1-punch kill. Jun Changshao clenched his fist and smiled. At this moment, he had learned the 1-punch kill through the memories that surged into his mind. As long as he was facing an enemy, he could achieve the true meaning of 1-punch kill. Me. Invincible. Host, you are thinking too much. The system said this kind of martial skill can only be used when the trigger conditions are met, so it has a lot of limitations. The trigger condition for 1-punch kill was that the enemy had to be arrogant enough in front of Jun Changshao. Only when the value reached the peak could it be used. Moreover, there were also side effects. After using 1-punch kill, all his hair would fall off. Even if he was weak for a year or 2, Jun Changshao could accept it. But without a head of black hair, he couldn't bear it. The system said, "The host has hair growth agents. Are you still afraid of becoming bald?" That's true. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "However, I'm afraid that this condition is not easy to meet." Arrogant. How did he define it? If he met an enemy who was much stronger than him, he would directly slap him without going through the procedure, not giving him a chance to gather the value at all. That would be useless. So, the system said, this can only be used as a trump card. The host still has a long way to go before he becomes invincible. Chapter 1156. Jun Changshao didn't dwell too much on the one-hit kill. Instead, he focused on the 9 heavens, mystery realm. The more benefits the disciples could obtain in a cultivation place like this, the more it would help the sect become the strongest. I'll return to the sect as soon as possible and settle this thing down. Jun Changshao looked at the indestructible clothes and pants and thought, I can give them to the Purple King. I won't have to worry about him exploding in the future. As the sect grew stronger, they naturally had to pay attention to their character. Hall Master Z's behavior of tearing his clothes apart when he fought seriously damaged the sect's image. The system said, as long as the host exists, it won't exist. What? Am I lacking in character? Bah! You're either running your mouth or scamming people all day long. You have the nerve to say that you're lacking in character? Damn it! Jun Changshao roared. I'm doing this for the sake of the sect. If we develop properly, we'll definitely explode in 100 years. It was undeniable that sometimes he was indeed asking for a beating. Sometimes he was indeed shameless. However, he was doing this for the sake of the sect. Otherwise, if he had taken the open path, the black and white double killers wouldn't have been tricked into joining. A general builds his success on the bones of thousands. Jun Changshao put his hands behind his back and said proudly, Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. The system was speechless. After opening the supreme item, Jun Changshao focused on the opening talisman 3. Without a doubt, this was definitely used to unlock the 3rd form. Should I modify it now? He still had an opening talisman to unlock the 2nd form, so he was a little hesitant. Modify it. The system said, with the host's current cultivation as a 9th stage sword and martial saint, even if you don't use hard to keep saber, you'll still be able to kill your enemies. Why don't you quickly modify the 3rd form and enrich your cheat library? That's reasonable. Jun Changshao waved his hand and took the modification spirit stone. Then he released his soul to envelop it until it turned into a viscous liquid. Then he took hard to keep saber and started the 2nd modification. There was no need to talk about the process. Anyway, after an hour of fusion, hard to keep saber successfully leveled up. From the looks of it, it was the same as before. He didn't know what it would look like after it was unsheathed. It should be very cool. The shape of the sword in its 2nd form was already very good. So Jun Changshao judged that the 3rd form would definitely be even more handsome. Little brother. At that moment, White Rakshasa's voice sounded by his ear. What are you thinking about? Jun Changshao sighed and said, Master's temperament is strange, and he's usually a man of few words. Naturally, he wouldn't tell me anything. He even used the phrase, Master leads the way, but cultivation depends on the individual. This lie was enough to make the system believe that he really was Venerable Tong Gu's direct disciple. The White Rakshasa laughed. That's how powerful beings are. However, little brother, you're able to become Senior Tong Gu's personal disciple. That's something that many geniuses would be envious of. The Black Rakshasa, who was controlling the warship, said, Under normal circumstances, warships that can travel through space require high-grade energy stones to drive. Little brother, you can find some to try. I've tried. Jun Changshao said, It can only increase the speed of flight, but it can't travel through space. What kind of energy stones do you use? The Black Rakshasa asked. Jun Changshao took out a hexagram stone. The Black Rakshasa took it. After sensing it for a bit, he said with disdain, This kind of trash is nothing more than a low-grade stone in the upper realm. It's definitely difficult to drive the ancient battleship to travel through space. Jun Changshao was speechless. The hexagram stone was the highest grade spirit stone he had ever seen, but it was described as trash like a low-grade stone. The black Rakshasa pointed at the formation driving system used to drive the interstellar battleship. Only the energy stones embedded here can be used to travel through space. Is that so? Jun Changxiao hurriedly looked over. Huh. The warship's driving system is very similar to the one in the ancient battleship. If there was a difference, it would be that the energy stones embedded in the energy slots looked larger than the hexagram stone. The aura emanating from them was thicker. Could it be that there's an energy source even stronger than the 9 heavens continents spirit stones in the mortal realm? Jun Changxiao asked. The 9 heavens continent? The black Rakshasa said, I've heard of this plane. Although its strength is not bad, it can only barely be ranked among the top among the tens of thousands of planes. There are many more that are stronger than it, such as the all-heaven continent, the starry ocean continent. The white Rakshasa said, these planes are all very powerful. The energy sources they have are also much stronger than that hexagram stone. Jun Changxiao smiled bitterly. He had thought that he knew enough about the mortal realm after entering the planar battlefield. After hearing what the black Rakshasa and white Rakshasa said, he realized that what he knew was just a drop in the ocean. The planar battlefield was only a battlefield. It was still chosen by the upper realm to enter, so it did not mean that all the planes were gathered. There were still many powerful planes that had not entered. The reason? Too powerful. Letting them in would affect the balance. As for the 2 continents mentioned by the white Rakshasa, not only were their overall strength strong, but they even had people in the upper realm. Oh, right, little brother. The black Rakshasa said that Navigation King should have high-grade spirit stones in his interspatial ring. You can use them as energy. Perhaps it can allow the archaic warship to travel through the universe. Let me see. Jun Changxiao fused into the oversized interspatial ring. Sure enough, he found 10,000 large-grade spirit stones that were different from other spirit stones. The heaven and earth attribute contained within them were 10 times stronger than the hexagram stone. I'm rich. Jun Changxiao covered his face and laughed. One of these large-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 10 hexagram stones. That was equivalent to 100 natural spirit stones in the falling star continent. After opening the 9 heavens mystery realm and now obtaining high-grade spirit stones, not only would the sect's overall strength increase, but it would also be able to nurture the core disciples and higher-ups in the shortest time possible. Little brother, the spirit stones have been embedded. In the universe, the archaic battlefield was summoned and floated quietly. The white Rakshasa took out the hexagram stone embedded in the energy slot and replaced it with large-grade spirit stones. We can go now. The black Rakshasa crossed her arms. Jun Changxiao closed his eyes and fused into the engine. With a bang, he was plastered to the door of the control room. Whoosh! In the vast universe, the archaic warship was at full power. It was several times faster than the interstellar warship as it sped towards the falling star continent. In the blink of an eye, it was as if it had jumped over instead of flying. Heavens, this is too fast. Jun Changxiao's expression froze as he was supported by the white Rakshasa. The black Rakshasa said, if we have high-grade spirit stones, Senior Archaic Warship can travel even faster. It probably won't take more than 2 hours to travel between 2 distant planes. Jun Changxiao excitedly said, this is a must-have item when going on a journey and robbing a house. Just as Go Sheng used high-grade spirit stones to activate the archaic warship's ability to travel through the universe. Several dozen Crimson Sea content cultivators outside a small stronghold in the planar battlefield revealed looks of fear. In front of them, the Earth Battalion leader was covered in wounds and lying on the ground. Tap, tap, tap. A lithe figure walked over and then stopped in front of the Earth Battalion leader and stepped on his face. She raised her head and looked at the group of terrified people with her nose. She said proudly, go back and tell your boss to pay the ransom. Otherwise, Just wait to collect this guy's corpse. Gulp. The Crimson Sea continent cultivators swallowed their saliva. Holy crap! Why is this plane that has just replaced the falling star continent is even more powerful than that crazy guy